Bristol, Gloucestershire, that kind of area. I spoke to Harry Kane last night, and he refused point blank to rule out a positive result, which is nice to hear. I mean, it's probably what you expected him to say, but and I was trying to think of a way it could happen. And of course, if Derbyshire are out by lunch, then Gloucestershire could be out by tea, and then Derbyshire could be out by the end of the day, and all of a sudden you've got an entire day to finish a game of cricket. So it's not out of the question.
No, and I think if you're Gloucestershire, you're mapping out something along the lines of you get these first 5 wickets, obviously as soon as possible, and you bat for maybe until lunch tomorrow, and that gives you a couple of sessions to get Derbyshire at that. That would possibly be their roadmap forward. But I mean, it's hard to see it happening. But no, I suppose you can't rule it out.
No.
I thought you were about to say, he said he refused to do something. I was going to say he refused to talk to you. Tom Price then to bowl the first ball of the day. He's bowling to Lewis Rees, who defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. So there's the carry over. 104.3, almost the maximum length day that you can have, only a couple of balls short.
Well, I know our shoulders slumped, but having sat around all day on day one and for half a day yesterday,
can hardly complain,
we shouldn't really moan too much, should we, I suppose? But we will.
Sorry, 3 slips, no gully. There's a short leg as Tom Price bowls full and straight, and Rees defends out into the covers, fielded by the ever-energetic Graham van Buren. I'm sure he's not at all bothered about the fact there's 104.3 overs to bowl in the day. Sprightly as ever. Gloucestershire were doing quite a lot of catching this morning, catching with the white ball. Will Porterfield was bashing the ball out towards the boundary, and to be honest, I thought he did a magnificent job of landing so many of them close to the boundary rope. Tom Price is in, and bowls. Rees has padded up to that one, but although the ball deflects to Hammond at third slip, the ball surely pitching outside leg, but dangerous leave. Even if it was pitching outside leg, might not have been that far from hitting the stumps, but he survives. So that's the end of that over. 3 balls yesterday, 3 balls today. Derbyshire remain 130 for 5.
Well, because you only had 3 balls there, I think you should do the next over as well. But only because I've got to go and do another.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got much choice there. Otherwise, it's just going to go uncalled.
You could just sit there in silence if you wanted. But it was very impressive. And the other thing that I noticed during the warm-ups was that Leicester Ploy was bowling a lot. He hasn't bowled a lot. In fact, he's bowled 8 overs this season for 21 runs. The Derbyshire captain, left arm spin, but he was bowling an awful lot this morning, so we might see him at some point. Yeah,
I was quite impressed, actually. I mean, he landed it really nicely. Well, he got some turn as well. I mean, Zafar, who's standing at backward point, is probably looking longingly at the pitch that he was actually bowling the ball on, because it's looking quite worn. And I reckon he would definitely like to have a go on that pitch, but instead we've got the green one a few pitches away. Matt Taylor is going to start things off from the far end as we look at it, and he's bowling to Kame, who's forward and prodding this one out towards Zafar, who loses his cap in the process of fielding the ball, and there's still no run. So I suppose it would have been a bit of a decision to make for Gloucestershire as to who to give the first over, that they actually had a choice about who bowled this morning. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Kame defends up to mid-off. So it is Matt Taylor who's got the call. It was probably the pick of the bowlers yesterday, which, given that it is his first-class match since July, and he went to under 2 runs and over and picked up 2 wickets. It's really impressive. Really not many bad balls at all. He bowled a wide, actually, but apart from that, it was terrific. Bowls outside the off stump now to Kame, and that's allowed to pass through to James Bracey. So Haider Ali departed for 2. He was the first wicket to fall yesterday. Gloucestershire had, I'd say, allowed Derbyshire to go off to a flyer, because most of the runs that were scored weren't necessarily entirely down to bad bowling, but Haider Ali, but particularly Harry Kane, got off to quite a fast start yesterday. as Taylor moves in over the wicket to bowl to Kame, worked into the leg side, fielded by De Lange at forward square leg, and there's no run. Then Brooke Guest was absolutely castled by Ajit Singh Dale.
That was impressive.
Off and middle stumps splayed, and he departed for 12. Wayne Madsen edged to Charlesworth at first slip off the bowling of Singh Dale for 2. And then the 2 wickets from Matt Taylor, removing the left-handers Deploy for 37 and Wagstaff for 8. Matt Taylor switches to round the wicket now to bowl to Kame, and it's defended back up the surface for Matt Taylor to field.
These two batting for the first time without the lights on. They were on the entirety of yesterday. I mean, I've only just spotted it, but then again, it's quite tricky to spot the lights, whether they're on or off.
I'm glad you said it.
No, it is. Yeah. They're first generation lights. They were one of the first sets of lights to be put up.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? Was it here and...
I think Essex had some.
Yes, that's right. Taylor bowls and beats Kame, who goes reaching for a ball that he probably didn't have to play at, and he was just rehearsing, just leaving that bat there at a shallow angle to leave it there. He did have a go at it, but didn't nick it. Bracey catches it, and that is the end of the first full over of the day, and Derbyshire still on 130 for 5.
We all know that what was state-of-the-art 20 years ago isn't necessarily state-of-the-art anymore. When you
That includes me.
Well, yeah, both of us. Although I wasn't state-of-the-art 20 years ago either. You look at the new lights that they've got at Essex, you look at the lights that they've got at Somerset now at Taunton. I mean, they're just magnificent. Price to bowl his first full over, and this is from the racecourse end, and the first run of the day as Lewis Rees turns it down to fine leg. And Derbyshire up and running on day 3, 131 for 5.
At Taunton, in typical ostentatious fashion, they can do these sort of flashing light
but they can at Essex as well. Yeah, with the
oh, can they? I don't.
They're LEDs.
I don't know that because in 2017 there was a T20 there between Gloucestershire and Essex. It rained. In 2018 there was a T20 between Gloucestershire and Essex. It rained. In 2019 there was a T20 between Gloucestershire and Essex, and it rained. And in 2021 it rained again.
Oh no.
Thought we'd have the fixture at Bristol last year. Rained again.
Price is in, and that one is a play and a miss from Harry Kame again, similar to the delivery towards the end of the previous over. Well, by Taylor, he looked to play a defensive shot and played inside it, unless it moved away. We're not directly behind the pitch on which we're playing.
It would be delicious irony, though, in this season where Gloucestershire have lost so much cricket due to
if it didn't
rain. Exactly, if it didn't rain on May the 30th when Gloucestershire travel to Chelmsford.
Yeah, it was blisteringly hot when Derbyshire went down there. Was it last year or the year before in the 50-over competition? This is a good shot from Harry Kame. It was a shorter delivery outside the off stump, and he's guided it down to the vacant third man area for the first boundary of the day. And he moves into the 60s. He's on 63, Harry Kame now. Batted. Yes, he had a couple of lives. He certainly had one full life and possibly a half life when he was on naught, the half life. When Miles Hammond did exceptionally well to dive full length at third slip. I think it was third slip. It was one of the slips.
Yeah.
And got his hand to the ball, which was a terrific effort, but he couldn't cling on. Price is in again, and that's a short delivery down the leg side that he leaves alone. He thought about taking it on and then thought better of it. It's going to sound terrible, but it's not meant to. He's the kind of height of a batsman that quite often does take on the short ball. Mainly because of his height, a lot more balls are short or around his nose.
Yeah, well, that's often the way, isn't it? The best players of the short ball are shorter.
Sunil Gavaskar, one of the greatest.
The little master.
Only 3'7". Only 3'3", might have been 3'8". His Price. It balls to Kame. Oh, he's wrapped somewhere around the stomach area, possibly. Ball dribbles out into the offside.
I was listening to Sunil Gavaskar during the series that bears his name, the Border Gavaskar series between India and Australia. He was talking about having been dismissed first ball of a Test match. So, you know, sort of think about Rory Burns, first ball of the Ashes, that sort of thing.
Yes.
But apparently, he was dismissed 3 times first ball of a Test match in his career.
Good effort. Next delivery is driven by Harry Kane. Nicely out towards the long off boundary. There is a chase on. Van Buren is chasing it. The ball is going to stop. No, it isn't. It just made it to the boundary. You can hear the ironic cheers from down below us because poor old Graham Van Buren was at top speed chasing that, and he just couldn't drag it in time. And another boundary to Harry Kane to end the over. He moves on to 67 now, 139 for 5.
I did actually write some stuff down about that. So there was about being dismissed first ball of a Test match.
You're making notes from the television. That's very impressive.
There was well, I thought it was quite fun, but that's just me. There was a Bangladesh opening batter in the sort of early days of Bangladesh Test cricket called Hanan Sarko, who was also dismissed 3 times first ball of a Test match. So rather shorter Test career than
yes.
Sunil Gavaskar. So, and I think actually even Sunil Gavaskar mentioned this guy because he was hoping that he would break his record. Unfortunately, he wasn't given the chance. So Taylor starts his second over, bowling to Rees for the first time outside the off-stump left alone. 2 slips in a gully. The cordon for Rees, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and Price is down at more of a long leg really than a fine leg. But one of the amazing things about that was that the 2 of them were in back-to-back Test matches to the same bowler. Left alone once more by Rees. Sharpish-looking delivery from Taylor, but Rees sees it quickly, offers no stroke. Pedro Collins, the West Indian left armour, is the bowler to do it. So, yeah, I mean, you know, he's not a bad bowler, Pedro Collins, but I think
not
probably
one of the greats.
No,
not one of the greats.
Sort of think if you're going to do that, especially 2 games in a row to Pedro Collins, he's probably not due for a particularly long Test career. In comes Taylor and bowls. There's a back foot drive attempted by Rees, but he's not really timed it, and it's fielded by Harris in the covers. As far as England go, actually, Rory Burns is in pretty good company as far as
Gooch will be in there, won't he?
Well,
is he?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm out.
Apparently,
Brian Luckhurst.
Well,
Boycott.
Taylor bowls left alone once more
I'm
by
carry on
Rees.
shouting England openers for the. No, I'm not. I'll stop now.
No, well, I think I've written them all down. I may have got this wrong, so I'm going to look it up. It's not that difficult to look it up, but I may have got this wrong. But the first 2 were Archie McLaren and Tom Hayward. So those are some pretty strong names there. Herbert Sutcliffe.
Decent.
Andrew Strauss.
Yeah, I've gone off him a bit in recent times, but yeah, he was a good batsman.
Taylor running in over the wicket to the left-handed Rees. Full and driven off a thick outer half of the bat from Rees. I think he was looking for the covers, but finds Zafar at backward point, and there's no run. The only other one, I think, England-wise, was Stan Worthington.
Derbyshire. Absolutely, Stan. Member of the 1936 championship winning side.
Yes, I'd written that down as well.
Yeah, I'm all over that.
All the better for you to just happen to mention Sunil Gavaskar and start me up on that. Taylor is in and bowls. Worked away towards forward square leg. There's going to be a shot at the stumps here from De Lange at the non-strikers end.
And we're off again.
Van Buren just about manages to back this throw up.
I don't think it would have gone to the boundary, that one.
No, and actually, De Lange was well within his rights to shy at the stumps there,
yes.
But they did get the single. In the end, it was more comfortable than I thought it might have been to start with. I think they slightly picked their fielder as well.
He had to run around the ball too, didn't he, with being a right-arm throw. There's plenty of left-arm throwers out there.
So 140 for 5 at the end of the over with that single. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's somebody that you absolutely have to hide in the field, De Lange, but I think particularly in the ring, he's got to get himself going, doesn't he? He's a sort of power athlete rather than a,
I don't think he'd be doing any marathons anytime soon either, will he? He's more of a 100 metre man. Stan Worthington. Marvellous.
Bumble tells some stories about him.
Oh, really? Here's Tom Price. In bowls to Lewis Rees, who defends it up to mid-on. Van Buren doesn't pick it up because it's not him, it's Matt Taylor.
But I think you have to buy Bumble's autobiography, really, because otherwise I'm just recycling it.
That's a step too far. I'm sure it's very entertaining.
Apparently he used to coach Lancashire in a trilby and a cravat. It was never seen in anything other than that.
Yeah, well, people in Derbyshire are very stylish, as you can see. As his next delivery is left alone outside the half stump by
commentator Cam on the stream.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. I better just zip this up then in case it says something offensive on my T-shirt. That one goes through to, it doesn't go through to the keeper. A very strange kind of day. We're expecting it to brighten up later, although from where, I've no idea, because it is uniformly light grey above, with one or two slightly darker grey patches and a couple of light ones, but not many light ones. Yesterday the weather was coming from the north-east, which is quite unusual. It's coming from the north again. Price is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees, picked up once again by Matt Taylor. But there is no, I shouldn't really say it out loud, really, given what we've seen so far, but there is no rain in the forecast now for 2 days.
Yeah.
So we'll be off by lunch. We'll not play again.
It's just in skiing they call it flat light.
You can't really see, can you? Yeah. In goes Price again, driven by Rees. He's yet to find his timing, really.
The piste is the same colour as the sky, pretty much. So it's very
you can't see when it suddenly drops.
Yeah.
Although skiing and Dave Fletcher don't really go together. Can't find the boots to fit.
Is that the problem?
It's one of the problems. I did it when I was 18. Did a bit of skiing, but not a huge fan, really. It's all a bit slippery, I found. I'm going to put a bit of grit on that. Be much better.
Bit of green sawdust.
Yes, that would do the trick. Around the wicket, Price, and driven off the back foot by Lewis Rees, but a really nice piece of fielding in the covers from, no, he's not going to turn round.
It's Harris.
It's Harris, thank you. So it is. He's turned round now. Too late now, Chris, come on. Marcus.
Chris Harris.
No. Where's that come from? Blimey.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure he could probably still turn his arm over at roughly the same speed he used to bowl.
Well, yes, but that's poor. Ball played out. I've no idea where that came from, and I apologise. Turned into the gully, and that is Zafar Gohar. I'm 100% certain, despite the fact that he's got his sweater on.
He was a good cricketer, Chris Harris, much as I've been disparaging about the speed he used to bowl, but it was deliberate, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
He used to bowl almost the moon ball before
Wobble
the
it
moon
down
ball
there.
was invented.
But this is
decent bat as well.
This is definitely Marcus. There's no question. Apparently.
Yeah. I'm a skiing fan, but I don't really have the dough to go and do it.
Who does?
But
Who does?
But the thing with the piste side, you so rarely get a piste which is in exactly the right condition that you want. Taylor bowls round the wicket to Kame, starting a new over, and it's pushed back towards the bowler.
See, if I'd have said that as the reason for not skiing, then it would have been much more impressive, wouldn't it? Well, I've no idea what you're talking about.
The thing is, first thing in the morning, it's just like an ice sheet, and I don't want to slip down an ice sheet. And then by the end of the day, it's all like a chewed up, sort of sugary mogul field. So you just, there's a sweet spot around about sort of 10:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock. Taylor is in and bowls, and Kame works that one away towards De Lange, who fields at mid-wicket and holds on to the ball. Doesn't elect to throw it.
Good idea. Playing everywhere. I don't think that's happened so far in this round of matches.
Yeah, that is a rarity. Hampshire have already lost 2 wickets, I notice. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, both out to Wes Agar. Round the wicket comes Taylor. Bowl's driven away, and Taylor tried to deflect that ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end and lets out an ooh as he just misses. I don't know whether Rees would have been run out backing up. He was really the only one that looked as if he thought it might have been out, Taylor, but then I don't know if anybody else is actually looking. Anyway, there's no run as it goes up to mid-off.
Would it be almost impossible for Neil Bain to have worked it out, because he was desperately trying to get out of the way of the ball as it flew towards him in the first place.
Yeah, so tricky, aren't they, those ones?
Yeah, very tricky.
Umpires, no way you can really move. Taylor in, and that's dabbed away by Kane. Backward a point, sliding effort from Zafar, one-handed to his left to stop the ball, but they managed to come through for 1, 68 to Kane, 141 for 5.
There aren't many sports. Cricket is one of them. Rugby league is another, where, for instance, in this round of matches, albeit in the first division, Surrey are playing Middlesex, and they can refer run-outs to the upstairs umpire. But in no other game in this round of matches, and in very, very few other games in the county championship, can you do that. So it's almost a different game. Rugby league does it as well. They have video referees, but only at the matches that are on television. As a new over begins, and Price is clipped away into the mid-wicket region for a couple of runs. Nicely by Lewis Rees. He moves on to 10. I just think that's slightly unfair. I mean, there was a suggestion made. They weren't sure, the person who made the suggestion, whether there was going to be a reserve day for this blast-off at Birmingham a week today. Well, of course there can't be, because that would be unfair, because if you rained off, you rained off. Yeah. And if you suddenly, in a group game, have a reserve day, well, then everybody's got to have one, and that would just be carnage. It would be terrible, wouldn't it? Next delivery, Rees plays off the back foot. Pushes it up to towards... Was it my over, that?
No, but it doesn't
take over? I took over,
matter.
didn't I? I just sort of took over. I apologise.
All right.
I've just looked and thought, I've not done 5 balls there. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
No,
I'm not territorial.
It's poor form. But they are 2 different games. They're not, clearly they're the same game, but it gives the sides that are being televised a slight advantage, or indeed a disadvantage.
I was going to say, it depends, doesn't it? 'Cause it depends which way the decision goes, but yeah.
I don't think you can... Well, you can't. You can't refer LBs and things like that.
No,
but I think the umpires could still say, has that carried?
Yes.
Especially this is a proper Sky production, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it me?
Well, I think so.
Tom Price begins a new over and bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. And then I'll go in a minute to do an update, and I'll come back and I'll just...
Well, it's just free-for-all, isn't it?
Forget all over again what I'm supposed to be doing.
End appears to be nigh for Worcestershire. They've already lost Matthew Waite for 45 this morning, so just Leach and Tongue out there with Adam Finch to come. They only lead by 52.
I knew they were in front. I didn't think they were in front by many. This next one is left alone by Kane, goes through to the keeper, Bracey.
He's taken that up high, hasn't he, Bracey?
Yeah.
It's a really full delivery.
You don't see many pitches here with that kind of carry.
Yeah, I don't know if it's hit something or just, I don't know, put a bit of extra in that Price, but it certainly took off when it landed.
It's not really a day 3 pitch, of course, is it? I suppose it's barely a day 1 pitch, and it's been under the covers an awful lot over the last few days. I mean, even the used pitches look quite brown. As Price goes in again and bowls to KM, who's beaten. That's why the slips are appealing, because he's been beaten. He definitely played at it. He pulled his bat inside the line after the ball had thudded into Bracey's gloves. And now umpire Chantry is just telling Tom Price that he's getting close, I think, to the front.
Better put some more of that green sawdust down over the line.
Yeah, you'll never
do the
know.
trick.
Yeah, you'll never know.
But again, that one carried through nicely. He's just found a particular spot on the pitch that he might want to hammer away at Price.
Derbyshire's quickest bowler isn't playing in this match. Chappell is definitely the quickest. Kane waits, and Price's next delivery is turned into the leg side. They're going to get 1. They'll probably get 2. In fact, they will definitely get 2 as the ball is picked up by Matt Taylor. And Harry Kane moves on to 70 now. 145 4-5.
So Sussex are heading towards another big chunk of points at Grace Road. Tom Alsop, 137 not out. James Coles, 61. 343 for 4
Ooh.
at the moment.
Price is in, and that one is played very much off the toe end of the bat by Kame. Again, up towards Taylor. Poor old Richard. They were all very excited when they beat Yorkshire, as everybody was.
Well, yeah, I think so.
I think that was more to do with Yorkshire than anything else.
Yeah,
Sadly,
and circumstances as well, you know, because Leicestershire were chasing on quite a placid final day Headingley pitch, I think, as well. And you know, as the England Test team has shown, sometimes these days it's easier to chase, actually.
Yeah.
That sort of score,
I think Yorkshire
anyway.
declared twice as well, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Price is in once more. That's a full delivery. He just about gets his bat down on it as Kame pushes it up to Taylor at mid-on, and it's the end of the over. 2 runs from it, 145 for 5. Harry Kame has 70, and Lewis Rees has 10, and only 98 overs left in the day. We'll be almost reaching the starting point by 1:30. So if you've got nothing planned today, you've come to the right place.
Because there won't be not because there won't be anything happening.
No.
Plenty happening.
Oh, the entertainment will be rich and varied, I'm sure. I'll be keeping an eye on Derbyshire's representatives at Wembley later on when Chesterfield take on Notts County. Notts Forest in London as well. They're playing Chelsea. The M1 will be a car park by now, I would have thought, 11. It often is.
Still about the same number of people here today as there were yesterday, you know, really fewer. Taylor bowls to Rees, who drives away as far as Van Buren at mid-off. And for once, Van Buren decided not to have a chuck of the ball into Bracey. Turned in disappointment again. He does always look so forlorn, Bracey, as he walks back. He just wants to have the ball. Come on, gimme.
He's like a spaniel.
And just sort of walks back with slumped shoulders when the ball hasn't been thrown into him. In comes Taylor. He's there, and bowls edged and down in front of Dent at second slip and wide of him down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Even if there'd been a third slip, it would have been well short.
Yeah.
Played softly enough, but through the gap it went, and 4 runs to Rees. He's on to 14, 149 for 5.
I don't know where Spondon, local Derbyshire Premier League cricket club, are playing today. They haven't managed to play yet this season, home or away, which is exceptionally unfortunate. I've just got my fingers crossed that they get to play. Either that or they don't play a single game all season. It's got to be one or the other. I hope they play today.
Here's Taylor over the wicket to Rees. Clipped away towards mid-wicket. Fielded there for no run.
I'm sure somebody listening will tell me if A, they're playing, and B, where they're playing. I could look that kind of information up, but I'm not entirely sure where.
Yeah, play cricket.
Yeah, I think,
Might
yes.
be your,
I think
might
you're
be
right.
your best bet.
I'll give it, look at you typing and commentating.
We'll give it a go.
Like Martin Emerson.
Taylor, ball's very full. Worked away towards wide mid-on. There'll be, in the end, a fairly comfortable single. Rees spotted it quickly. Singdale Fields, and that's not the end of the over. It's not. They've done me again. 150's up for Derbyshire. That I do know. Rees to 15, so Taylor will have 1 ball at Kame. No, 2 balls again. Just keep looking at that board and thinking it's ticked over, and it hasn't.
This isn't as easy as it looks, you know.
There's all the teams in there, aren't there?
They're playing Alrawas.
Where?
Yes, it's
Sorry?
just south of Burton.
Never heard of that.
The Royal Arboretum's there, or the National Arboretum.
Round the wicket, Taylor bowls, driven. Crunch off the bat by Kame, but he's unfortunately not managed to beat the bowler reaching down his follow-through. Taylor deflects it up to Van Buren at mid-off. A nice-looking shot for no reward whatsoever, other than maybe a nice little cherry in the middle of the bat. I always want to have those.
Yeah, man, we're all on.
Well, I mean, that's why, because I never actually had a genuine one.
Close to the edge.
Deep square's gone out for the last ball of this over, and it's Taylor to bowl. He bowls a very full delivery, which is squeezed into the ground, and is crowd caught by Hammond running away from third slip. End of the over this time for sure. Taylor's through 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27. No wickets yet this morning. Derbyshire have added 20.
Yeah, I'm just looking if I see a league table, but I can't find one.
What was that place again?
Ulrawas. Yeah, it's for those of us who aren't from this area, and I don't count myself very much amongst that. When I first saw it, I just thought, really? I've got to go, sorry.
Okay. In that case, shall describe Price running in from the racecourse end. He bowls to Rees, clipped towards backward square. They'll get 2 runs fairly comfortably here. Sigdale fields from the boundary down there. Rees is up to 17, 152 for 5. Yorkshire and Durham, it's a good game going on there up at Chesley Street. Yorkshire lead by 148 at the moment, 121 for 3 in their second innings. David Milan and Johnny Bairstow at the crease. Price over the wicket, bowls to Rees. Decent delivery, but Rees again confident out there, just allows the ball to go through to the keeper. Bairstow's not batting particularly quickly at the moment, 23 from 78, but Yorkshire trying to build potential match-winning lead. Matthew Potts, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25, so he's kept things pretty tight. He did in the first innings, 4 for 49. Price bowling to Rees. It's off the back foot, played up to Van Buren at mid-off. Shines the ball on the front of his shirt. Ball starting to get into that, well, say starting to, it's probably been for a little while now, getting into that period where it doesn't tend to do so much, but then yesterday conditions were so favourable that really the ball was, there was always something there throughout, which is what Matt Taylor said in his interview last night. Price bowls to Rees, struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before again. There's hesitation now. Both batters in the middle of the wicket, and there's a throw from the fielder at sort of wide gully position. Zafar from backward point misses the stumps. I think they managed to sort themselves out just about in the end, but both came, and Rees was standing in the middle of the pitch for a moment there. The LBW, I thought, again, just got the impression might have been pitching outside leg again, but they're not quite right behind the bowler. Didn't get the impression it was one that was going to be given, but the run out was definitely on there for a moment. Price to Rees, and played with respect, back up the onside of the pitch. And there's no run. Have a look myself at the replay of that LBW. I mean, it's probably another one of those ones which is hitting the stumps, but I think it has just pitched outside leg. Decent shout, but I think Jack Chantry's probably got that one right. In comes Price. He bowls a very full delivery, which is, I'm not sure whether that was chopped. Well, I mean, it was chopped at by Rees, but it made a big sort of slap as he slapped the ground, and it's gone through to James Bracey. Sort of deceptive for a moment there, because I thought he was actually going to angle that one away down into the gully region. Well, that's what he was trying to do, but in the end, I'm not sure he's got anything on it. He's just ended up whacking the ground, and he stares at the bottom of his bat. Worcestershire now 9 down at Cardiff, and it's a 5-wicket haul for Tim van der Guchten, 5 for 47. Jamie McIlroy's taken 3 wickets, and the other fell to Marnus Labuschagne. So Glamorgan look as if they're going to wrap up victory there before lunch. Change of bowling. we've got Ajit Singh Dale for the first time today, and he bowls to Kame, who will pick up runs straight away, just the one down to Price at fine leg, and he moves on to 71, 153 for 5. So still pretty steady progress by Derbyshire so far this morning. Hasn't beaten back too much.
I missed that.
Yes, well, there
there
was an LBW shout which I think just pitched outside leg, not by much, but just, and then the run out, confusion because of the LBW shout. Maybe Reese thought he was in a bit of trouble, and
well, I looked up to see Reese sort of putting his hand to his ear as though he wasn't getting a shout from Harry Kame. So no doubt who was being blamed for that one.
Inquest as to who is at fault. Singh Dale bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke from Reese. I mean, at the moment when they were both standing mid-pitch with their backs to one another, you really felt as if, you know, if there were one more little hesitation, then it might have been a very easy run out. But I think, I haven't actually replayed the run out itself, but I think even if Zafar's throw had hit, he probably would have made it back. Yeah,
I think they've only had one run out this season.
Good old mix-up.
Matt Lamb was running with Alish Dahl, who was too quick for him.
Singh Dale over the wicket to Reese, and an exaggerated leave from Lewis Reese this time. Not taken quite as high up by Bracey as some of the deliveries that Price was sending down, even though Dale would be several clicks quicker than Tom Price. Be interesting actually to see what sort of speed Singh Dale was bowling, particularly at New Road, because there were some pretty rapid deliveries being sent down there. He bowls to Reese now. Reese turns it into the leg side. Well, he defends it into the leg side, really, with an angled bat. Picked up by Harris.
You'd go along with my suggestion then, and it can't be tricky, and I mention it most games. Why are there no speed guns at county championship matches? You have them at every tennis tournament. Get a speed gun up there and flash it up on the big screen.
Some of the county streams now have them built in. Glamorgan had one, but that was the first game of the season, and I think
should be one.
You know, Singh Dale's pace wasn't really up then. Next delivery driven away firmly by Reese towards the straight long off boundary, and it goes for 4. Nice shot. Been kind of a theme, particularly from Marchand de Lange yesterday. Anything over pitched has really been dealt with, and Reese did so again there to move on to 21.
We've seen a few straight drives, haven't we?
Yeah, a few cover drives as well. And when Deploy played and missed his first couple of attempts, but he got a few away in his 37. So Singh Dale charges in and bowls short, pulled away by Reese. He's kept it down, hit it quite well, but he picks out Price on the long leg boundary. 158 for 5. End of Singh Dale's first over of the morning. 2 for 35. His figures now, and 6 runs from that first over there. Tricky to know what to make of the start, really, because there's one player missed. There was that LBW shout there, but it's not been quite as tricky by the looks of things as I thought it might be first up this morning.
With the lights off, it's always a little bit easier. It's a bit lighter as well, isn't it? But yes, I'm sure Gloucestershire, having got Derbyshire 5 down in the 40-odd overs yesterday, would have been thinking about picking up a couple more in the first hour. Price bowls to Reese, who turns it into the leg side defensively. And there's no run. Matt Taylor does the fielding.
Yeah, because they really would have been thinking, get him out for less than 200 from that position if you just get a couple of early ones. Not that there isn't batting to come, of course there is, but I suppose that would have probably been the thinking. And, you know, as I was saying earlier, you want to get... Okay, there isn't.
Alex Thompson, Henry Brooks, Sam Connors and Suranga Lakmal, so essentially 4 bowlers. Don't know which order they'll come in, actually. Henry Brooks, I would imagine, will be battling with Alex Thompson to come in next as Price goes in, and that one is whipped away into the leg side by Lewis Rees. A full delivery straight to the man at mid-wicket. It was interesting after that last delivery, Marcus Harris came over and had quite a lengthy chat with Tom Price as he walked back to his mark, and he's fielding in the covers, so it wasn't just like he was passing.
No, he will do that. Well, Harris is one. I mean, he's a very experienced cricketer, but I'm trying to remember who it was. Earlier this season, Harris ran over and talked to somebody, and I think next ball there was a wicket.
Not this time, or the second delivery after his chat, because that one is left alone by Rees to go through to the keeper. But yeah, I mean, he can perhaps see something that Graham Van Buren can't, standing at mid-off.
Yeah, well, especially you've got a left-hander out there, and somebody has batted in the top order as well in Rees. Perhaps he's noticed something in his setup or whatever that.
He's only been out once this season, Lewis Rees.
Oh, right.
His average currently is 148, which is decent.
Solid.
Yeah, decent. In goes Price again, and that's a no ball. He'd been warning him. He had been warning him, Jack Chantry, the umpire, and finally Tom Price oversteps, and the umpire sticks out the arm, and two more to the total, 160 for 5.
Yeah, he does bowl them, does Tom Price.
Well, they all do, and there's no need. Is there what? That 4 or 5 inches, it's going to make no difference whatsoever, is it, over the course of 20 yards, 22 yards? We were talking about it on day one, weren't we? And the rain was pouring. The number of bowlers who bowl no balls. This one's a legitimate delivery that's wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper by Rees. It makes no sense, really. But
yeah, I think, actually, I remember one of my first Gloucestershire commentaries. I sort of tried to roughly to work it out, but you can get to a sort of a point whatever of a second, but it's difficult to know exactly what that means to the human reaction. You know, you need a sort of proper sports scientist on that. But the point is, it's not much.
Price bowls, full delivery. Rees has clipped that away down towards backward square leg, and they're going to keep down to 1 out there in the far distance. Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding in front of the members' pavilion, the old players' changing rooms underneath, which have various things like meeting rooms and classrooms and that kind of thing now, I think.
Right, so you could be like Durham and commentate out of a classroom.
Yeah.
Which you do there. Just slightly odd setup. Look behind you and see pictures of sort of some school's rugby team.
Well, there used to be 2 commentary boxes there, but now there's only 1, so goodness knows what he's going to do when I do my separate commentary for the T20 up there. It's up to him to work it out, though, as Price bowls. And Harry Kane leaves alone outside the off stump. End of the over. Lewis Rees asks permission to get fresh gloves, and Zach Chappell is acting as 12th man this morning. Presumably all the other 12 men are off playing club cricket today, so Zach Chappell brings out a drink for Lewis Rees. 161 for 5. Rees has 23. Harry Kane has 71. Yeah, and I'm not. I mean, for a purpose-built facility, Durham is slightly disappointing. I think this is. I mean, I'm probably biased, but this isn't bad because we at least have 2 separate boxes. We've also had 3 commentary teams going at once here. Back in 17.
Yes, you used to get that sometimes, didn't you? When you had separate commentaries for the T20 and Sports Extra
and
came
Sports
as well.
Extra, yeah, that's exactly
I can
right.
remember we
quarter-final.
We had that at Hove for a T20. Must have been 2018, I think. Singdale will come round the wicket to Rees. He's there now and bowls. And on leg stump, turned away to De Lange, who's been kept fairly busy out there in that leg side. And he fields at mid-wicket for no run. We had the TV lot were there as well. And then the 3 radio commentaries as well. It would be extraordinary.
It would be slightly trickier now because this purpose-built Sky television studio that they were told they had to build, which has never been used because they bring a caravan with them, is now where the streaming equipment is.
Singdale moves in, bowls, grunt of effort, but Rees plays it rather nonchalantly in defence up to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, Kevin James was in there. Sports Extra were next door to us. And then we were in here. It's all very exciting. The Derbyshire lost, of course. But with it being a knockout match in the T20, they were absolutely hammered by Afridi.
Yes, I saw that match. Well, I saw that match. I saw the highlights of that match on the box not that long ago. Afridi whacking it to all parts.
Went berserk.
Next delivery from Singdale. It's driven past backward point and will go towards the third man boundary. It won't get there, so they'll have to run them up. They might come back for 3 here. Yep, comes through. And that is 3 runs to Rees to move him on to 26, 164 for 5. Yeah, Gloucestershire's quarter-final record is also not exactly what they would want, including, of course, the game in 2019 against Derbyshire, which...
Well, that was a great game.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, yeah. You know, who doesn't love 130 odd and then that being chased down easily? What a great game. Yeah, I mean, that really was the one that probably hurt the most for Gloucestershire supporters. No offence to Derbyshire, but Singdale and bowls to Came, driven up to mid-off. Came gestures with his hand. I think we knew which gap you were trying to find there, even without that gesture. He's trying to get it between extra cover and mid-off, but finds Van Buren there. But, you know, Gloucestershire had really swept through the South Group that year. Everything seemed to be clicking. And then you got to the quarter-final, and I'm afraid fell rather flat in that game.
Yeah, well, it was Matt Critchley, and who's now at Essex, of course, and Alex Hughes, who is on the coaching staff now.
Singdale bowls once more, outside off stump, and Kane allows that to pass through to Bracey.
You'd be, I'm sure, gratified to hear that Derbyshire flopped on finals day. So, fortunately, they weren't the morning game, I don't think. I'm fairly sure they weren't. No, they weren't, because Notts were in the morning game and lost from a position that nobody's ever lost from in the history of cricket, I think. So that sort of mitigated it a bit.
Last ball of the over comes in from Singdale, full and straight, and came with a bit of a flourish after he plays the defensive shot. Sends it up to Van Buren at mid-off, and the end of another over, 164 for 5 is the score. Gloucestershire have been to, I think it's right, 3 finals days. 2003, the first T20 finals day.
Was that at Hampshire?
I think it was at the Oval.
All right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, it could have been.
Surrey won it anyway. I may have to check that now. I think it might have been at the Oval.
They've been at Hampshire, haven't they?
Yes, yeah, they have.
More recently, and then obviously it's now found its spiritual home at the most soulless cricket ground in the world.
What about the Hollies stand?
Absolutely. Derbyshire played against Warwickshire, Birmingham.
Well, no, it was a Trent Bridge I'm just looking at. I've forgotten that. I remember that Surrey won it, but for some reason I've transported it to the Oval because Surrey won it, I think. No, it's Trent Bridge.
The spiritual home of the 50-over competition now, of course.
Yes. It's going to make it its own.
Isn't it? Tom Price. I better shut up. It's into ball 2. Lewis Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump that goes through to the keeper. I found the league table of the Derbyshire County Cricket League Premier Division. I'm delighted to say, and I'm right. Well, I knew I was right, but they picked up 6 points from each of their 3 washouts, bless them, Spondon. Alderwas are currently 4th. They've got a couple of wins. So, Swarkston at the top, Sandiacre second, Ockbrook and Borrowash.
I thought you said San Diego for a moment there.
That'd be great, that, wouldn't it? No, Sandiacre, sadly. Well, not sadly. This one is pushed out backward and square on the offside by Lewis Rees. Not fielded cleanly by Zafar, but got enough of it to prevent the run from being taken.
Yeah, trip to San Diego.
At this point, I had
a club game.
Yes, I'm not going to turn into Martin Emerson and start reading local scores out, which he does on a Saturday, which is of no interest to anybody, because people who are interested in those games are probably there or playing. As Price goes in once more, bowls to Rees, and that one goes through to Bracey as he leaves it alone outside the off stump. Good to see both flags, a flag either end of the members' pavilion. We haven't seen the Derbyshire flag as often as we might this season, for whatever reason.
Yeah, Gloucestershire's flag over on the
It's an
the
interesting
right side.
flag, the Gloucestershire one, isn't it? There's
A
no...
lot of blue in the middle, and then there's
Yeah.
the assortment of colours.
Yeah, but no
top and
actual
bottom.
badge or anything like that on it, from what I can see. Price bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Rees again with no force. It's comfortably fielded. No updates between midday and 2 o'clock today, as local radio goes all Eurovision again.
Oh yes, nil point for that.
Well, yes, I think so.
No, I'm sure.
Sorry.
You've got to follow the audience, haven't we? The big night.
Isn't it?
Love appeal.
That is as poor an accent as I think I've ever heard. Price is in and bowls to Rees, who clips this into the leg side once more. Again, there's no run.
It's deliberately bad.
Do you think? Was it?
It was.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for that.
Yes. Well, I'm sure it's all very exciting. I hear Sweden are favourites.
Yes, I've heard that as well. Yes, I've heard that as well. And
Everyone loves the Swedes.
And there's the Croatian one, which is bizarre, apparently. Man wearing green. That's about as much as I know. And ours is called I Wrote a Song.
Yes. Oh, yes. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, we're singing it last, apparently, which is bad. Price, on his way in and bowls to Rees, who goes back into his crease and forces it out into the offside. Comfortable take on the bounce for Harris. And it's the end of the over. It felt like a maiden over. I've not really been concentrating, but it was a maiden over. And Derbyshire remain 164 for 5. 28 countries, I think, in the final, which is a lot of songs.
Including Australia.
Yes, I mean, I don't mind that. I was talking to Griff about it, or somebody about it this morning, and it sort of makes sense for Australia to be part of the European Broadcasting Union on account of the number of Europeans who live there, so they can share a lot of programmes and stuff like that, I suppose.
Singdale steams in and bowls outside the off stump, and Kame leaves.
But their deal with the European Broadcasting Union ends this year. They had this deal. And the only way that Australia can guarantee being in the next competition, and they never will because nobody wants to go all the way to Australia, do they, for the next final, is to win it. That would guarantee them a place in the next one.
Well,
Otherwise, they're in the Conference League, I think it is.
tactical, sort of tactical voting anyway, isn't it? They haven't got enough allies yet. As in comes Singdale, and bowls this time a bit further wide of the off peg, and once more, Kame is not interested in playing. Yeah, actually, we're going back to the Gloucestershire's finals day appearances. So there was the 2003 finals day, I should say, because they lost in the semi-final to Surrey, the eventual winners. 2007 was the only time they've made the final. Got undone by Steve-O
Who doesn't?
in that final. Ryan McLaren got some wickets as well. Singdale bowls. It's driven. Nice shot from Kame through extra cover, and that will go for 4 runs. Longish boundary out there, but the ball goes out there fairly comfortably. And Kame moves on to 75, 168 for 5. Van Buren fishes the ball from the boundary at roughly the same spot that he did with De Lange's 4 overthrows yesterday. Here we go again with this.
Yes, in front of the East Midlands demolition stand.
It's a very pleasant shot from Kame, and another instance of just over pitching slightly. And you know, I often see that with pitches which have a bit of grass on. It just actually sometimes just allows the ball to come onto the bat quite nicely if you can get it in your half. oohs and ahs as Kame works that one towards mid-wicket and comes through for an easy 2 runs. 77 now to Kame, 170 for 5, and indeed the ripple of applause is because of the 50 partnership. They've added 40 of those today. Gloucestershire still searching for a breakthrough.
Yes, I was frantically searching the scoreboard there. I couldn't work out what on earth they were clapping.
I was just about to check the last fall of wicket, and then I remembered that we had a big board next to us.
No maths involved.
Singdale bowls. A leave from Kame. Bracey took that one as though it may have just hinted back a bit towards the right-hander, but not sure it was particularly close to off stump. Gloucestershire sort of milling around in the field, hands in pockets really, because it's still cold out there, particularly because of the wind. Just died down a bit since, well, certainly yesterday evening. It was
Wasn't it?
blowing something yesterday evening. Went down to collect my bao buns and...
Your what?
My bao buns. Have you never had a bao bun before?
No.
You haven't lived.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, delicious. It's sort of steamed buns, and mine were filled with panko-coated prawns. Short ball from Singdale, and Kame ducks underneath it easily. That's the end of the over.
You're not doing your man of the people image any good here. Buns with prawn?
Panko-coated prawns.
What's panko?
It's a sort of breadcrumb.
Okay.
Japanese breadcrumb. It's very crispy.
Crispy Japanese bread.
Yeah.
Did you get this in Derby?
Yeah.
Good heavens above.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, I think it's a chain which is in quite a lot of places.
Oh, is it?
Had it at Northampton first time last year. Delicious.
Doesn't begin with yo, does it?
Sriracha mayonnaise.
What?
Coriander?
Ah, I've heard, yes,
carrot.
Yeah. Yes, carrot.
And some chilli.
Yes, carrot. I'm all over the carrot. We had carrots for lunch yesterday, I think. There was something orange on the plate. Anyway, Marchant Delanga's going to go into the attack. I'm absolutely baffled. Absolutely baffled. You see, Jane knows exactly what you're talking about. If it's not 12 inches across, I'm not really interested, in all honesty. That's food. Delanga from the racecourse end. The scoreboard might go a bit haywire in the next couple of minutes. He goes to around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who turns it into the leg side, and they trot through for a comfortable single. Rees moves to 27, 171 for 5. My regular listeners know what I eat, so they will all have understood it and not taken it in any other way than the way it was intended.
I thought we were sort of, I'm sorry, I happened to clue Samantha territory for a moment there.
Yes, yeah. No, not really. Although it is a very fine radio programme. I was never sure what would happen when Humph passed, but Jack D has done a magnificent job.
Exactly. It's amazing how he's managed it.
You may already have the book of all his intros, but Humphrey's old Delanga is in and bowls 2. Harry Kame, who clips this away into the leg side. He'll go back for 2, and that'll be his highest score in first-class cricket. In fact, he might come back for a third as well, and he does. And he moves up to 80. His previous high score, 78 against Durham last year, but he was batting at 6 on that occasion. It was a draw, of course, because it was here. And he's moved on to 80 now, Harry Kame, so we know what's next. But I won't say anything about it. I didn't want to say anything about his highest score, but well done to Harry Kame, who was dismissed for 49 when, as he said yesterday to me, yes, I played a cross one, which he very much did, trying to get to his 50 against Leicestershire last time out. 174 for 5 as Delanga is in again. It's a short delivery down the leg side, and Lewis Rees, quite a sharp one as well, manages to get out of the way of it. This is as best as I can describe that. Evasive action, sort of stepping into the offside and swaying a little bit out of the way. You don't want to get hit by Marchant Delanga.
No.
Under any circumstances.
I mean, they've got the deep backward square out, they've got the fine leg, so certainly more than planting it in his mind before that short delivery, even that one might come, and so it did.
He's gone over the wicket this time to the left-handed Rees, who gets one that pops on him a little bit, leading edge out into the offside. Harris fields. He wasn't entirely in control of that, so perhaps a little bit of movement off the surface.
Yeah, it's the first time, just because of that sharp bouncer, pretty much the first time today that Rees has looked anything other than calm and comfortable in his defence as well. And I don't know whether the ball did do something. It may well have done, but it just gets the batter thinking a different way.
Next delivery is on leg stump and turned very comfortably in the end. Down towards fine leg for a single. Rees moves to 28, 175. 4-5.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seemed to catch him a bit higher on the bat than previously had been the case. De Lange so far wicketless, and figures don't look the prettiest. So I'd like to pick up a couple just to, you know, if you end up 2 for 60, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care whether it's come off 25 overs or it's come off 10, but still.
Absolutely. Balls to Kame this time. It turns it into the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single. By the time Matt Taylor gets to the ball, they've gone through for that single relatively comfortably. And at the end of the over, Harry Kame on 81, Lewis Rees on 28, the partnership 56 for the sixth wicket, because Derbyshire 176 for 5, which means they've added approximately 46 runs this morning in the first hour. And I only said that out loud so I can say it again on my next news bulletin, which is imminent.
Yeah, well, this is, I think, the most expensive that De Lange has been so far in his still pretty short Gloucestershire career. He's been fairly tidy for the most part, and it's still not as if he's bowling no balls and half trackers, but he's been punished quite severely for anything slightly offline. Sing Dale to start his 15th over, and he bowls a short ball to Kame. And there's another duck underneath from Harry Kame. Still those two fielders out on the leg side boundary. De Lange's in quite a distance off that backward square boundary, and then Tom Price, hands clasped behind his back at fine leg, just down to the one slip and a gully. Charlesworth, the figure, slip in quite tight to James Bracey and then dent at wide gully. So that's clipped away this time by Kame down to Tom Price. And another single is taken, 82 to Kame, 177 for 5. Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets, both Milan and Bairstow dismissed. Milan for 44, Bairstow for 36. Both caught Robinson, bowled Rain, who's got 3 wickets for just 27 runs in 14 overs. So Yorkshire lead by 172 with 5 second innings wickets in hand. Round the wicket comes Sing Dale and bowls to Rees, trying to angle that one back into the off stump from wide of the crease, but Rees judges it and lets it alone. Worcestershire bowled out for 227 in their second innings. Glamorgan will require 79 runs to win to beat them. Final wicket going to James Harris. Leach out for 24. So no wickets for Michael Neser in the second innings. Dale bowls to Rees, who tries to whip this one leg side, is struck on the pad and not out, says umpire Bainton. Sing Dale looks aghast, but I didn't get the impression that Rees had really walked across his stumps too far there. So, especially from round the wicket, with Sing Dale bowling quite wide of the crease, I think always have to feel it was probably going down leg. Really quite managed to have a look at it again, because my stream jumped right at the point of impact. Yeah, I think that's missing leg. Singdale bowls to Rees, full delivery, which is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run there. I mentioned Michael Neser because both him and Sean Abbott, who's been playing for Surrey, have been called up to a training camp before the Ashes, just to annoy England fans, I'm sure. And there's still the possibility they might receive a late call-up into that Ashes squad.
Michael Neser would, wouldn't you?
Well, he's the darling of the Australian press at the moment. Everybody wants him in. Singdale bowls now to Rees, who works that one away to mid-wicket. There's no run, and the end of that over. 177 for 5.
No truth in the rumour that Glamorgan are going to use Canberra Oval as an outground as their next season at all.
That's a nice ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Manuka.
Yes.
Manuka Oval.
Small, from what I'm told. I've never been.
Yes, England played a couple of T20s there, didn't they, before the World Cup winning campaign started off at that monster stadium in Perth, the Optus Stadium, which was home to David Payne in the Big Bash this year. Big Bash winner with the Perth Scorchers, and then they played a couple of games, one of which I think was rained short, and maybe even completely rained off, actually, before that T20 World Cup. So, you know, there you go. Australia gave England great preparation for the T20 World Cup. It's only fair that they return the favour by giving the likes of Labuschagne, Smith and Neser preparation ahead of the Ashes.
A lot's been made of Smith, hasn't it? Labuschagne's been at Glamorgan for a long time now, hasn't he? He does seem to have bought into being Welsh, which is nice. No, he loves it down there, and apparently they love him as well, and why wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, and he's magnificent with fans, kids.
Yeah.
You know, he's just everything you'd want overseas.
Marchant Delanga begins anew over from the racecourse, then bowling to Harry Kame, who turns this one down a fine leg for a single, moves to 83, 178 for 5.
You've got real kind of leg theory going here with Delanga there, with the leg gully, backward square, long leg. Somebody else in on that leg side as well. Anyway, it really looks as if they are going to try and give Kame a bit of a consistent barrage rather than the sort of hedging the bets type thing which they had been doing before.
Derbyshire have turned to it a few times this season, and just from the impression that I have, it rarely works. Delanga's bowling to the left-handed. Rees now gets a full delivery and clips it away to the mid-wicket boundary. They're going to get 2 here. There is a fielder all the way out there, who I'm assuming is it Zafar?
It is.
Sorting this out quite nicely now. He's a long way away, by the way, so that was even more impressive. I think he's still wearing yesterday's trousers, though. That's the giveaway. Yeah, he is. Look at his knee and his backside as well, all down the left knee and on the left side of his bottom.
Yeah, you see that
mud.
Especially the outfield is so wet. You know, there was so much mud on your trousers.
Rees leaves this next one alone. He's moved on to 32, incidentally, with those couple of runs. He's actually calling for something now in Zafar. I think he wants something taping. I can only assume it's a finger. 180 for 5. Partnership worth 60 now. Came at the non-strikers and leaning on his bat as though he didn't have a care in the world. He's on a first-class high score of 83 not out. As I say, his previous high score came as a number 6 batsman, so he's done really well as an opener. In fact, these two were probably in each other's position. Because Rees would have been opening, I fancy, in that game. Possibly with Shan Masood. I keep forgetting he's got all sorts of relatives. Well, he's got one major relative, Walter Robbins. Harry Kame, his grandfather. No, his great-grandfather, I beg your pardon. That one's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single. Played 19 times for England. Picked up 64 wickets at 27. Got a century as well for 450s back in the late 20s, early 30s. So he's steeped in cricket. Must have missed a generation. dad owns a vineyard, as I was saying earlier, in Hampshire, I think it is. This next delivery from Marchant de Lange is short and came ducks underneath it, and you could hear Marchant de Lange's disgust that he didn't quite get the line right there. A big cry of ugh as he walked back to collect his
and then
sweater.
It beams at Jack Chantry. Probably can relate a little bit. And perhaps not to sending down deliveries at that pace, but still the frustration of a seam bowler at the end of an over.
Was it Jack who bowled off the wrong foot?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. I know I've seen him bowl for Worcestershire many times, but
yeah, I mean,
another good cricketer.
Awkward-looking action, but made him, I'm sure, extra difficult to face. Other than, I mean, he wasn't quick, but he's tall and had that slightly unconventional action. Here comes Dale round the wicket. Bowls to Rees, clipped away towards mid-wicket. There's no run. I'm going to come clean. Because I even managed to get it changed on the
everywhere
scoreboard next to us to make sure that it does say Sing Dale, and I'm still getting it wrong even now.
There have been so many triumphs as far as the scoreboard is concerned in this match. We've lost Derbyshire without an E on the old scoreboard, which has been bugging me since 2016.
Singdale bowls to Rees. High elbow as he drives up to mid-off, but won't pick up a run. Yes, and then there was an odd quirk this morning, apparently, on the kind of general system where I think, was it something like effectively Kame and Rees have been batting overnight. They've been out there for sort of 1,200 minutes or something like that.
It had actually gone back to Haider Ali because there were no wickets down.
Oh, that's right, of
but
course.
He'd still only faced 10 balls,
130 without loss. It's Singdale bowling to Rees, who almost disdainfully drops that into the leg side, as if to say, give me another one. Didn't look best pleased with something there, whether it was the delivery or the part of the bat that it hit, but certainly never looked like getting beaten by it. Fielded at mid-wicket. Actually trying to work out, that's Hammond there in quite close, doing a bit of shadow batting there. Singdale bowls Fuller this time. Forward goes Rees, looking for a single, but not going to take on Zaffer. Left arm throw, especially to the non-striker's end, would have been easier for him. No idea what on earth Graham Van Buren was just doing there to Zaffer. He was sort of like sort of a hare boxing at his hands or something. I have no idea what was going on there. There's some distinctly bizarre hand gestures going on out there now.
He's got hand warmers in his pockets.
Ah, yes, that seems to be what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
Singdale bowls now to Rees, who struck on the pad, but he was possibly jumping a little bit there, and it was a bit high. I'll have to have a look at it again to be certain, but
outside the line.
Yeah, it could well have been. It wasn't a particularly convinced shout, and they shouted louder for the ball that seemed to be missing leg, so there must have been something really wrong with that one. Quite what? Probably find out in a moment as get the replay. Yeah, it was definitely too high. It might have been leg sideish as well, but it was definitely too high. It struck him pretty much on the thigh pad, actually. We've got two short mid-wickets now, or at least a short mid-wicket and a short forward square. Singdale into Rees, who almost chops that one onto his stumps. It actually wasn't quite as close as I thought it was when it chopped down into the ground, because it went to Charlesworth at first slip, and I thought it was going to go to Bracey, the keeper, but he tried to play that one late, did Rees, and down fine on the offside, but almost ended up playing it too late. And he gets away with it, 181 for 5, and we're an hour and 12 minutes into the day, and Gloucestershire are still hunting for that first wicket of the morning/afternoon now.
Yeah, which is a bit surprising given what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
It looked quite tricky at most of the time, really. And as I say, Harry Kane said if they put it where they should be putting it, it is doing plenty. Just wondered about perhaps they haven't quite got the right deliveries yet. That one's turned away by Kane down towards long leg. It was he barely touched it because it's Marchant de Lange bowling. It raced down to long leg. And as a result, he can only pick up a single, moves to 84, 182 for 5.
I'm sure de Lange will be a pretty major part of Gloucestershire's T20 plans. Interested to see whereabouts they use him, whether they use him as a kind of sort of enforcer in the middle overs. Seems to be quite fashionable now with a bowler like him, but he may also bowl a bit at the death.
Scrimshaw often doesn't bowl in the power play, and he's Derbyshire's quickest bowler by some distance as Rees pushes this next ball out into the offside. Marcus Harris with a sliding stop.
I've really noticed that in the last couple of years, how often the quickest bowler, and I think Mark Wood often is like that as well. Both England and when he plays in the IPL, is often held back to the middle overs. He might bowl a bit at the death, but you know, it's that kind of, I suppose, thinking back to the 50-over game, the kind of Liam Plunkett type role, and Plunkett would kind of eat up those middle overs.
Next delivery from de Lange is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane slightly unconvincingly. And again, there is no run.
It's funny, actually, because without his cap on, Miles Hammond's one of the easiest Gloucestershire players to identify. But for some reason, it's just me maybe, but Hammond, I always find when he's got that cap on, is the trickiest to identify.
De Lange in again, balls to Kane, and again, slightly short of a length, and he gets up on his toes and turns it into the leg side. They pick up another single. Harris does the fielding. Kane moves to 85, 184. 4-5.
De Lange, I think back to probably a couple of years ago now, because he barely played last year at all, was stuck behind Peter Siddle as Somerset's third overseas player, and only played in sort of a couple of championship matches, a couple of T20s, really didn't get much cricket. But a couple of years ago, he was bowling a lot round the wicket at the death.
De Lange bowls driven by Lewis Rees this time. Harris scrambles to his right on the floor, almost crawling commando style to get that one. I think he thought it had been hit slightly better than Rees had hit it, and he went down, and then the next thing is the ball's not there, and he's having to scramble across the floor, but no run. I
was wondering if that was a bit of a slower ball from de Lange, because it didn't seem to get to, or at least it certainly was slower than some of the deliveries that had come previously. It didn't have Rees done at all, but it might have done Harris a little bit, like you said, because he was maybe expecting it to come quicker.
It didn't come off the bat at all, did it? This next one is driven by Rees straight up to Price at mid-off. That's the end of the de Lange over. 3 from it, 184 for 5, 85 to Kane, 32 to Rees. All fairly straightforward-ish for Derbyshire's 2 batsmen so far today. I think part of the reason it might be a little easier, apart from the fact that obviously the ball is now 60 overs old, but it would have been about 45, 46 overs old when we started, is that obviously Harry Kane opened the batting, so he'd been out there and he sort of knew what the pace of the pitch was. And Lewis Rees is an opening batsman by trade, coming in at 7, so 6, whenever he came in.
7, yeah.
So, you know, that sort of gives them the opportunity to start again, if you like. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they look okay, which should pretty much do for one of them. Me saying that they look okay.
I don't think anybody could stuff anybody quite as badly as Adrian Harms did to poor Ali Orr.
No, well, that did go viral, didn't it?
Unfortunately, poor Harms. This Singdale bowls a Yorker delivery squeezed into the onside by came out towards mid-wicket.
Well, I just hope he doesn't get out this next delivery. Oh, no.
I know. You could never do it. I mean, it's obviously, as everybody knows, entirely false anyway.
No,
but you
it's
could
nonsense.
never put the curse on anybody worse than that. Talking him up, what a great player he is. I think he's going to be a really good player, this lad, and he is. He's a fine player, Alior, and he's the sort of person that just looks really comfortable out at the crease batting. Singdale is into Kane down the leg side, and Bracey tumbles to his left to prevent byes. And he's a fine player to watch, Alior. I certainly rate him pretty highly. I mean, they're producing some terrific young local cricketers down at Sussex, and it's just seemingly this year really started to come together. The batting, despite the almost bottom of the table finish last year, the batting was starting to come through. The likes of Orr and Haynes has been around for a little bit. Haynes has been a bit off form this year. Singdale to Kame, who defends up to mid-on, no run, and they've got quite a core group going there. But this year, I mean, yes, it's been helped by Robinson, Nathan McAndrew, their overseas quick, who's not playing because of the fact they signed Steve Smith. And McAndrew takes a fiver against Gloucestershire and almost manages to win that game within, effectively, I suppose, 2 3/4 days. They would have knocked Gloucestershire off in. But, thanks for coming. Sorry, got Steve Smith coming. Won't be a place for you next week. Clipped by Kame out towards backwards square leg. Zaffer has had a really optimistic shot at the stumps, hoping Kane was just going to turn his back and not watch the throw coming in. Tried to catch him napping, but that was never going to work. Backing up was done, so
They've also
no
pinched
further cost.
Derbyshire's all-rounder, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Although he started at Sussex and was released, then went to the MCC Young Cricketers, came up here and was terrific, but obviously wanted to live closer to his family down on the south coast.
Yeah, he's done quite well, hasn't he? He's taken quite a few wickets recently. Around the wicket comes Singdale to Rees, who leaves that one through to Bracey.
He had the traditional stress fracture of his back last season.
Oh gosh, another one.
So we didn't see him when we went down there, which was a real shame. He was just coming back. Hopefully we'll see him this season, because he's a good lad, Finn.
And then I think one of the most improved bowlers that I've seen, because I've had a fair amount of cricket to watch, non-Gloucestershire this season, but Henry Crocombe, for me, has come on a lot since last season. Singdale, with a leg gully now in, bowls a full delivery on middle and off. And Rees forces it up to mid-off, and there's no run, 185 for 5 at the end of the over. I didn't watch masses of him last year, but some of those bowling numbers for Sussex were pretty ugly. But this year he looks to have maybe put on a yard. I see him getting a lot more bounce than he did last year, and it's they've had to suffer a lot, Sussex supporters, of late. But this kind of, I think I called it the project, which almost was really just a club just to say, we're effectively going to tear everything down and just go young and local and hope to build something. But it's working.
It has to work, though, doesn't it? Because
exactly.
They weren't suffering in silence the last time I was there.
Oh, no. Well, then when you've got somebody like Luke Wells, for example, even somebody like Luke Wells can't be kept around when he's a fine championship player, and he's gone up to Lancashire and he's turned himself into a one-day player as well. He's bowling he's turned into Liam Livingston with the ball, bowling leggies and offies in the one-day tournament. Seems to have just come on with his sort of ball striking, if you want to call it that, range hitting, whatever, as well.
Slogging. Matt Taylor begins a new spell because Marchant de Lange has been replaced at the racecourse, and the first delivery he bowls is turned down to long leg by Harry Kame, who moves on to 87, 186 for 5. They always enjoy a trip to Hove.
Yes, well, me too. I have still never been there when the weather hasn't been stunning. Every time I've been there, it's just gorgeous. And walk along the
4 days in Brighton.
the seafront to there. Yeah, well, one of the many things which has been frustrating about this year's schedule is that Gloucestershire's trip there is in the very last round of the season, September the 26th.
It's usually quite nice.
It could be. I
September.
mean, you know, it could. It could
Since we had
still be.
such a lousy April, I think September almost is obliged to be nice, isn't it? Really, that's how it works. It goes Taylor again, bowls to Rees, who pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run.
They've got a 50-over game there as well, Gloucestershire, as both home and away in the T20. I can't remember if it was. Yeah, it was 11 days of cricket against Sussex this season for Gloucestershire. Adrian Harmers will be thoroughly bored at the sight of me, even by the T20.
Taylor's in again. That's cracked away by Lewis Rees down into the ground. Fielder at Gully, who on this occasion clearly isn't Zafar, but I don't know who it is.
Hammond.
Thank you. Hammond does the fielding, gets down low. Right, Hammond has now got all sorts of tape on his fingers. That should help me. I'll make a note of that.
And again, as I say, he's the one fielder, and I end up thinking almost everybody's Hammond by the end of the day. But
Next delivery from Taylor. This one is cracked away. And again, he can't pierce the infield. Tom Price tumbling away to his right does the fielding this time. He's just going round, picking out the fielders. Lewis Rees, which I don't think it'll frustrate him too much. He's pretty much used to batting for longish spells as an opening bat. That's their job. Got a century in each innings, which was the first time he'd done it for Derbyshire. A half century in each innings up at Durham. On his first appearance, he leaves this next delivery alone to go through to the keeper. So he started the season pretty well with those 2 half centuries and a few runs, not many, against Leicestershire in the game here. Both unbeaten half centuries, I think, up at Durham. He waits now, again with his bat raised, as we were discussing yesterday. Everybody does. Oh, and he's played that, edged it to slip, and he's been caught. I've been talking him up too much. It was a fairly comfortable catch as well, diving away to his right-hand side at slip by Ben Charlesworth. And Derbyshire lose their first wicket of the day. Rees goes for 32. Taylor strikes. They're 186 for 6.
I was just before that delivery, or, you know, one of the thoughts forming in my mind was that Matt Taylor had probably looked the most consistently threatening against the left-handers in this match so far. And well, I say this match, I mean, it's sounding a bit grandiose for 63 overs, but, you know, we are here on day 3, of course.
Over the course of the last couple of days.
Yes, anyway, the innings so far might be a better way of putting it, but he has taken the wickets of the 3 left-handers, and I think really it has been what Gloucestershire have been missing, not just to have that left armour, but I think of, had the numbers on Tom Price, and it's not as though really he can't get left-handers out by any means, because his bowling average against left-handers is still very handy, but somebody who can really settle in against those left-handers, I think you think about the natural movement of both Price and Singh Dale probably into the right-hander, so away from the left-hander, you sort of angle it across the left-hander. You can make them play and miss a lot, but you don't necessarily always find that edge, whereas Taylor with that left arm angle can come over the wicket, angle it in and then get it to move away, rather than it being just consistently moving across the left-hander with the right armers. And it's, well, certainly been a good thing for Gloucestershire that they've got Matt Taylor back this match. 3 for 28 now, and removed those 3 lefties in the Derbyshire middle order.
That was the last ball of the over as well, 186 for 6. Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, has come in ahead of Henry Brooks, which I'm a little surprised at. It's his first game of the season. Thompson didn't play a spinner at all in the opening game of the campaign against Worcestershire. Then Mark Watt played 2 games,
And
3.
Speaking of spin, we have Zafar Gohar for the first time today, bowling to Kame, who, with an angled bat, sends that one into the leg side, fielded by Tom Price there for no run at mid-wicket. So here is Zafar once more, bowling forward. Studied fashion goes Kame to block that one back up the pitch. Zafar's certainly in a hurry because he's jogging back to his mark. He's probably just trying to warm up, really, having probably taken a sweater off for the first time today. Zafar bowls, flight to delivery. Kane goes onto the front foot again to defend it out to the covers.
Needs to come down to third man. The sun's out down here. Nowhere else but down here.
Sun shines on the righteous, and it's Matt Taylor who's about the only one who's standing in the sunshine. Zafar is in, bit further back of a length this time, and allows Kane to rock onto the back foot and work the ball away out towards deep backward square, where Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding. He says, hesitating. It is him. 187 for 6.
I've got no chance, have I? It's the first time I've seen Gloucestershire for a while.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, I think yesterday, hasn't been a fixture at all since 2019.
Remarkable.
Since that fixture here where a declaration and a set-up, and Gloucestershire ended up chasing the title. Thompson faces his first ball, and this time it's his turn to get a big stride forward and block it out to Den.
Block that out of my mind, I think. I don't remember it at all.
Zafar round the wicket to Thompson, who plays with bat away from his body a little bit that time, which is why Zafar briefly had his hands clasped behind his head, but plays it securely enough out towards Matt Taylor at backward point, just the single from the over, and it's 187 for 6 at last. From Gloucestershire's point of view, they managed to get that first wicket. They weren't showing signs of frustration. I mean, 180 odd for 5 is still a reasonable position to be in out in the field, but there would have been, in the knowledge, both that batting may be tricky for them when they come out, especially with the recent run of first innings batting performances, but also just in terms of any vestiges of hope they might have had of forcing some sort of a result here. They know things have got to happen quickly.
Yeah, but the run rate, they're fine at the moment, aren't they? They're fine at the moment. Taylor begins a new over from the racecourse and around the wicket, and Kane tries to flick it away down the leg side. Good tumbling stop by Bracey. Glamorgan have been set. I'm going to do some maths now. 79 to win. Cardiff against Worcestershire, not against New Road. Yorkshire are 5 down now, 167 for 5, leading Durham by 194. So there'll be a result in that match you would expect as Kame defends the next Taylor delivery out into the offside. Sussex just going to bat for 4 days. They're actually 8 down now, 404 for 8 after 110 overs. So they're 110 overs and 5 balls. So you would assume that they got to 400.
Yeah.
In time to get the batting bonus point, and Leicestershire denied one of their bowling bonus points as a result. As Taylor is in again, and it's a short delivery. Kane pulls it into the leg side. A little unconvincingly, it has to be said. But he picks up a single, he moves on to 89, 188 for 6. Then there are some First Division games going on, but who cares? I noticed the Blaze were playing today. They made 112 for 5 in their 20 overs. I think they're playing a couple, but T20 matches against the Central Sparks. Desperately trying to find the scorecard.
Oh, yeah.
Just to see if...
A couple of warm-ups, yeah.
In goes Taylor again, and this one is turned into the leg side by Thompson. He's off the mark with a quick single. They enjoyed that down below us for no apparent reason. 189 for 6. Appears to be no Sarah Glenn in the Blaze side. Well, there isn't.
Yeah, I suppose maybe, either they think she
Doesn't
may
need
not
it.
need the
Doesn't
warm-up,
need
but
it.
also she may only play, as you say, it's a double
Well,
header,
I
suppose.
think it's a double header, so they might just swap things around.
Yeah,
Right?
I think so.
They'll be here a week. Oh no, I'll check first. This one is pulled into the leg side by Harry Kane quite nicely for 4. He timed that one all right. It was a little bit short. He leant back and walloped it out to the mid-wicket boundary. He moves into the 90s. 93 to Harry Kane now. 193 for 6, Derbyshire. That was a nice shot.
Yeah.
It was a confident-looking shot, wasn't it, from a man
Thunderously.
who's now faced 167 deliveries. I'd be fairly certain this will be his longest innings in terms of deliveries. How you'd find that out without asking David Griffin, I have no idea. There must be an easy way of doing it, I would have thought, as this next delivery is defended and he goes down on his knees as if to suggest that it didn't bounce, but he seemed to play it at a normal height and then drop to his knees. Harry Kane. Either way, it was a dot ball, end of the over. 93 to Kane, 1 to Thompson, 193 for 6. This is the time that the batsmen out there start giving the impression that the pitch is doing all sorts.
Yes.
Oh, you'll never be able to bat on this, lads. Terrible it is.
Yeah. 200's a great score.
Yeah, very much par. Anything we get above 200, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I like you, I got the impression that he was maybe sort of hanging on the back foot a little bit. Zafar starts another over to Thompson. Thompson's forward in defence. Zafar will pick up.
Didn't seem to misbehave, did it?
I didn't
with the
think
naked
so.
eye, it didn't look
No,
like it
I mean,
misbehaved.
I'm just having a look at it again. Well, I'll come back to it because Zafar doesn't give much time for discussion. And Thompson has thumped him over his head for 4 runs. A couple of bounces and to the boundary. That was a very clean swing of the bat from Thompson. Didn't look to absolutely knock the tripe out of it. He just leaned into the shot, lifted it over the bowler. Nice shot for 4. 197 for 6. Yeah, I mean, it pitched halfway down, and then it didn't bounce masses, but it was quite slow in the way that it didn't bounce. It's left alone by Thompson this time. Bracey up to the stumps, doesn't bother to whip the bails off because Thompson's not gone anywhere. Yeah, so it did maybe a little bit, but you're not going to get many wickets from the ball misbehaving from that sort of a length. Thompson comes forward to this one, considerably forward, walking a bit at Zafar as he plays it out into the covers, and Chris Dent is in his usual position at short extra cover off the spinners, does the fielding. Next delivery, head right over the ball from Thompson, up the pitch it goes. Zafar's not the slowest between his overs anyway, but he's still running between overs. I'm giving the impression that he feels Gloucestershire might be a bit behind on the over rate, but I don't know. I seem trying to get on with it anyway. It certainly doesn't seem to be affecting his bowling. He's on the money again, and Thompson has to block that one out to extra cover again. 197 for 6. Thompson taking Zafar on in that over and doing it successfully. But Zafar's 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6. Bowled 2 overs yesterday, right before the tea interval. And he's got through a couple here, and I'll be hoping he can settle into a bit of a bowl in the 25 minutes or so that remain until, pardon me, not the 25 minutes, on old money, the half an hour plus that remain until lunch.
I just had a message on Stephen actually saying lunch is at 1:10. In case you were wondering, we knew, but obviously we didn't really. New over from Taylor begins, and Harry Kane turns him into the leg side to move on to 94. I was going to talk about Ben Charles. He's quite tall, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's fielding at short leg. He may be a brilliant short leg fielder. Who knows? The ball hasn't gone anywhere near him yet while he's been fielding there. This morning, young Mitch Wagstaff, who again is a tall young man, he was practicing short leg fielding. I think that was his because he's the youngest person in the team, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Thompson, making his debut. I tell you what, Mitch, bring your helmet. You can field at short leg. Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I suspect it's fairly similar with Charlesworth as well, but yeah, he took a cosh on the knee. He was fielded as a substitute fielder in Gloucestershire's last match against Sussex and ended up fielding for short leg for nearly the entire day, which is going to be about the worst job to do.
Wasn't it? Taylor's in and bowls. Thompson pushes up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Graham Van Buren fields. Oh, he's rubbed the ball on the small of his back again. That's horrible. 198 for 6. When they've got to get the sweat from somewhere, and I suppose on a day like today, that's the most likely, well, one of the more likely places.
Yeah, especially if you're wearing those sort of, skin-tight top things.
Yeah, I always avoid those. The baggier the clothes, the better for me. Taylor is in again around the wicket. Thompson again defends it. This time Taylor fields at the end of his follow-through, such as it is. Tosses the ball away to Tom Price to do a bit of polishing.
You haven't seen Charlesworth bowl yet. I haven't actually managed to ascertain whether... I mean, obviously he is bowling in the warm-ups, but I didn't actually ask directly as to whether he was available to bowl in the match. I suspect, given the amount of bowling that he was doing, it's hard to see that he wasn't available.
Yeah,
but
he's done it all in the warm-up.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
the managing his load, and he's bowled too much in the warm-up. Not played enough football. Taylor's in, and that's a full-length delivery, and Thompson gets his bat down on it. Pushes it up towards Singdale, who's fielding it mid-on. First time I think he's had his back to me the entire time. He's getting the sweat from just below his neck. 198 for 6.
I suppose he'd have worked up a bit of a sweat this morning. He's got a long old run, trying to bowl quickly.
So he's got the short sleeves on. As this next delivery from Taylor is guided by Thompson. Clearly a fan favourite. Down towards backward point, because that was nothing more than just a push. And he picks up another single. He pinches the strike as well. He moves on to 6. 199 for 6 at the end of the over. Harry came on 94. He should have, if he stays there, enough time to get to 3 figures before the lunch interval. Well, if Thompson keeps pinching the strike, he might have a word with him.
He was stranded on 49 at 2 yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I think it was been on 49 for quite a while, but it'd be some effort for him not to reach his century within the half hour that remains.
He'll have ground to a halt, won't he, if he doesn't get there this time?
You still have to condition yourself not to look at the board on 199 and think batting point coming up.
Yes.
Well, I do anyway.
Yeah.
Zaffer bowls to Thompson, who tries to whip that one away. He struck on the pad, but Bracey was moving down the leg side, which is always a telltale sign that that's where the ball was going. The shot that Thompson played as well. Again, it just... Even though we've got the... Actually, I've got both Bracey and Slip kind of in the way, but you just kind of tell that Thompson hadn't moved across his crease again. Zaffer in, bowls, reaching forward. Thompson getting defence out into the covers. Charlesworth is going to field at a silly point, or a silly mid-off, really. I mean, that's one of those fielding positions.
I'm with you.
Zaffer in. Down the pitch comes Thompson. There's a shout for leg before wicket. I wondered whether that to come off the leading edge, but also just come off the pad out towards backward point. But I don't think you're really going to get an LBW too often without DRS. No. The umpires nowadays, especially when they know they've got DRS, can be a bit braver with those, but not without it. Zaffer in, and that's clipped fine by Thompson. It's racing down towards the boundary and will go for 4, and that will bring up Derbyshire's 200. Zaffer acting as though he almost got through there, but it's 4 more runs onto the board. Thompson on to 10, 203 for 6. Just looked to have skidded that one through a bit there, Zaffer, but just a bit leg-sidey. I don't think it was really kind of inside edge. It looked like he did try to turn it away. slips quite fine. Zaffer bowls to Thompson, defends, plops it into the ground right in front of him. No run. Yeah, so you know, there's silly point and there's silly mid-off under the helmet there.
Yeah.
There's no silly cover, really, and there kind of needs to be.
Oh.
Slog sweep this time from Thompson. He's cracked that one away into a big gap on that leg side, and it goes out towards deep mid-wicket for 4 runs, so he's quite happy to pick his moment and take on Zaffer, and 2 boundaries in that over for Alex Thompson. Moves him to 14. Derbyshire up to 207 for 6.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say ooh.
No, I didn't think it was an ooh.
Yeah.
About the first time that, well, it was the
Almost
first time it
completely
looked
out
to
of the
sweep.
blue
Yeah.
that he's slog swept that one. He's a powerful man. He's a big man. Very tall, and the contrast between Thompson and Kame is quite stark, as it would be between Chappell, well, almost anybody, and Harry, bless him, but Chappell and Kame, and the taller of them bowlers. Sarangalakmal's tall, but I don't think he'll have batted with Harry Kame, and if he did, it wouldn't have lasted long. Taylor begins a new over from the racecourse, and around the wicket to Kame, who gets an edge down towards third man, picks up another single, moves on to 95. He has been within one blow of a century for a while, but I'd have been surprised if he'd chosen that moment to try and get a 6 to get to 3 figures. That would have been slightly alarming. No Derbyshire batsman, I'm going to say it out loud now, has got to 3 figures this season. We've had a 99, we've had a 96, a 95 not out. If they don't have one in this match, but they now have a 90 odd, it will be the 7th successive game. As this next delivery is pushed out into the offside, in which they've had somebody get into the 90s, but without getting a centurion. That's got David Griffin's fingerprints all over it.
I was going to say, is he what's he hoping for over in that written box or wherever he is around the ground? Is he hoping for the record or is he hoping for the 3 figures?
No, because I think what he would really like, although that seems slightly fanciful at the moment, is I think it's 183, which is the highest score that nobody has got for Derbyshire, if that makes sense. So everybody's got everything between 0 and 182.
Okay.
And then 183 is missing, and then somebody has 184 to their name. So that's a big one of his. Taylor bowls around the wicket to Thompson, who guides it to Gully, who gets a hand on it. And I can tell you that the Gully is Miles Hammond because his fingers are taped. And he parried it. He parried it to Zafar. And they thought about taking a run, but probably wisely in the end decided not to bother.
He's done well in the gully, is Hammond. I know there was the one-hander when Kame didn't have a run, which, I mean, he did well to get a hand on it, to be honest. And he's saved quite a few runs flinging himself about in that gully region or at third slip.
That'd be why his fingers are all taped up. Taylor in again, to Thompson, who defends up towards Singdale. Again, there's no run. Yes, Harry Kame given 2 half chances, really, 1-2. Hammond and 1-2. Oh, don't tell me. I do know. It was Harris, wasn't it?
It was.
Gully. I wrote it down yesterday, but I'd have to scramble about for a piece of paper.
I did write it down.
Yes,
saying I don't. Anyone who's ever worked with me knows I don't write very much down.
I don't know how you do it. Well, you don't have to do updates either, do you? This next delivery is left alone by Thompson. I mean, if I didn't have these notes, I wouldn't be able to do an update, really, because I can't keep the information in my head. So I've got 2 scoreboards and some notes. If I can't do 30 seconds.
Reveal things, but I'm not keeping so much in my head. I just got the scorecard on the screen in front of me.
Oh, you use that site?
I do.
Interesting.
I've always used that site.
Yeah, I
even since its update.
They used to go the wrong. Anyway. Yeah, I use the one that's connected to the scoreboard, I think. As, this next delivery is very wide of the off stump from Taylor. It's left alone by Alex Thompson. It's the end of the over. He's on 14. Harry Kame is on 95. And Derbyshire at 208 for 6 with just a little over 20 minutes remaining until the lunch interval. And 13 minutes, more importantly, remaining until my update, by which time Harry Kane needs to have got to 3 figures.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't think he's going to take Zafar on, but you probably better have the over in case he does.
He's not, is he? Go on then. I don't think I've actually done a Zafar over.
No.
In the entire match.
No.
No, I don't think I have. And he comes around the wicket, and Harry Kane takes him on by ramping him down towards fine leg. There is a chase on here. He's going to come back for the second, and now we're definitely in 3-figure territory because he's moved up to 95. No, he hasn't. He's moved up to 97. That's what was in my head, but the wrong number came out. 210 for 6. So he's happy to ramp. Interestingly, there wasn't an awful lot of risk in it as long as he made contact, because there isn't anybody down at fine leg. There's a long leg, but no fine leg. And Zafar is in again and goes down the track, and he lifts it over mid-on, all the way to the boundary for 4, removes his helmet and salutes the changing rooms as he reaches 3 figures for the first time in his career. And he is the first Derbyshire batsman this season to get to a century. 101 off 172 deliveries. A terrific innings from Harry Kane. That was his 12th boundary. And he thoroughly deserves it. Well batted, Harry. Now we can calm down again. Zafar is in, and he tries to turn that into the leg side. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. He goes off for a little walk towards square leg. Well, you were right.
He took him on, didn't he? I wasn't expecting that at all.
I wasn't.
Somebody getting to their first-class century.
I was slightly concerned when he danced down the track, if I'm honest, because the mid-on is sort of halfway back. He defends the next Zafar delivery straight back to the bowler, but it cleared it by some distance.
Yeah, it was everything right about that shot.
That's DeLanger, isn't it, at mid-on?
Yep.
But he didn't really move. And he goes back into his crease, came to complete the over. No, he doesn't. It's the 5th ball to push it into the leg side. And again, there's no run.
Price tried to sell you a dummy by coming in from the extra cover boundary for the last ball.
And then he comes Zafar in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket area. Marcus Harris is chasing. He'll get there because he didn't strike it as well as he might have done, but he's struck it well enough to get a couple of runs. Harris's throw over goes over Bracey's head. Kane moves on to 103, 216 for 6. Thompson has 14, and this applause will be for Harry Kane's century again. He's done well, the young man.
Yeah, he has, and he's played shots really all round the ground. Been straight drives. He's picked off anything straight. He's been good on the short ball. Gloucestershire tried to test him out with the short ball, and he's more than passed that test. They've struggled really since early on in his innings to come up with a plan to get him out, and they haven't managed it. Yeah, fine century. Matt Taylor to start his night. I assume I'm doing this over now.
Oh, you carry on, yeah, I know.
Bowls to Thompson.
Never assume anything now.
No, I didn't like to. Anyway, bowling to Thompson and worked away to Tom Price at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
People are fed up with my voice by now.
I'm sure you Gloucestershire fans will feel exactly the same way already about mine. 20 minutes remaining until lunch, so I'd imagine there might well be another bowling change from this end. Not sure whether Matt Taylor's going to be able to keep going all the way through. 2 slips in a gully as he bowls down leg to Thompson, and another sprawling take from Bracey. He's now just stretching his legs and his back out there. I don't think he's done himself any damage, but stamping that right leg into the ground. A couple of helmets to protect for James Bracey there as well. Did get a set of 5 penalty runs last year
excellent.
at Headingley in Yorkshire's attempted run chase. Taylor bowls. A sturdy-looking defence from Thompson, goes back to the bowler for no run. It was a fairly... I can't remember exactly off the top of my head how many runs Yorkshire needed. It was somewhere around 260, 270 odd region. So, you know, getting pretty close. Dom Bess played the hand for Yorkshire. It looked as if it might just take them over the line, and it would have ensured that they survived if they'd got over the line. And then Liam Norwell did what he did for Warwickshire to keep them up. Taylor bowls round the wicket to Thompson, who leans forward into another defence, out into the covers to Van Buren. This time he does give James Bracey some more work to do by sending the throw in.
Always like Liam.
Yeah, well, I mean, in some ways it was the kind of Gloucestershire double. The former Gloucestershire player Liam Norwell, sadly injured, and I think possibly might be out for the season for Warwickshire. Yeah, I don't think that's official, but I think the worry is that he might be out for the season. It's just been such an injury-plagued career, but I can't remember. It was about 20 overs he bowled straight on that final day against Hampshire. Thompson drives, doesn't really come out of the middle of the bat this time, but it still travelled at a decent speed up to De Lange at mid-off, but Thompson has yet to score this over. It's certainly looking to be positive out there, even though he's 14 off 30. It's not as if he's flying along, but it's just looked to be positive in defence as well as in attack when he has looked to get after the Gloucestershire bowlers. Yeah, Norwell plus Gloucestershire condemning Yorkshire, and then Yorkshire were frustrated, as were Gloucestershire, of course, by the total washout this season. Taylor in. Bowls full and straight, kept out well by Thompson again. Singdale fields at mid-on, and that's a maiden over from Matt Taylor, who's still going at under 2 runs per over, 3 for 37 from his 19 overs bowled, and that was his 5th maiden. It looks as though we're going to have slow left arm still.
Nah.
It's going to be Graham Van Buren.
Excellent. Captain's decided, give me the ball, I'll do it. If you can't do it, I'll do it. I'm sure that isn't what he said at all. While he prepares himself, Sussex 428 for 9 now against Leicestershire.
Still going, aren't they?
The end is nigh, but they've still got one more wicket left. Glamorgan need another 47. They still haven't lost a wicket.
That's why they're still going. They're trying to get Tom Alsop to his double century, I assume.
Yorkshire now lead Durham by 225. They've got 3 wickets left. They're 198 for 7 as Van Buren's first delivery is defended by Harry Kame out into the onside. And there's no run. Here comes Van Buren again, and that one is left alone by Kame. James Bracey takes behind the stumps. Applause from Martin De Lange in the far distance as Van Buren comes in again and bowls to Kame and goes on the back foot and punches it up towards De Lange for a single. Moves to 104, 217 for 6.
Just the 1 wicket so far this season for Van Buren. Came in the opening match. Dan Douthwaite.
Big Dan. Van Buren around the wicket again. Very busy action. That's down the leg side. The bails are whipped off by Bracey, but Thompson hadn't gone anywhere. So he replaces the bails himself, saving Jack Shantry the effort of coming in to reassemble it. And then the next delivery is pushed by Thompson out into the offside this time. Tidy over. Not threatening yet. As he bowls to Thompson, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out. There's a slight misfield there by Harris.
Dent.
Oh, Dent. Sorry. Yes.
It's a real rarity.
I knew it was Dent as well. Who dived over the ball, really. And Thompson picks up a single, moves up 2. Has it been added on? Am I going to say it's been added on? Yes, it has. He moves up to 15 and pinches the strike, 218 for 6 at the end of the over.
It's a real collector's item, that, a misfield from Chris Dent. Very sharp in that extra cover region, but more than expected to stop that. Yeah, it's been tricky going for Gloucestershire spinners so far this season. Even Zaffer only has the 4 wickets to his name so far.
He's swapping ends.
He's trying his luck. Then from
I don't know whether
he's bowled the 6 overs so far.
I don't know whether the racecourse end of the city end's better for spin. It's not really turned an awful lot over the course of the last few years. Try from the racecourse end though. Might as well.
The pitch that they were bowling on in practice, which Deploy sent his
turning square.
It was. Yeah. So Zaffer bowls to Thompson. Thompson leans forward, defends back towards Zaffer, who's having a good old dig at that crease, examining the spikes. So Taylor done for now. 19 overs for the innings so far, but it's Zaffer bowling to Thompson, who smacks this one over the top, and that will go 1 bounce, and then it's plugged. It's plugged. I thought that was going to go 1 bounce for 4, and it's going to be a couple of runs, and the spectators down below us, I think, are giving Marchand de Lange some encouragement for having run down and fielded the ball, or whether they were excited about the shot. Thompson does seem to be a favourite of theirs. 2 runs taken.
I don't know why. Why they've picked out Tomo particularly, it might be his haircut. Wait till you see that.
Zaffer drags that one down, and it's slapped up to mid-off. It's almost like a straight cut shot there from Thompson, which finds Van Buren. He's quite deep at mid-off. He actually hit it too hard to get a single in the end. Both Van Buren and de Lange are quite deep. As that's another short delivery cut away by Thompson. He's missed out on that one because that really was a ball which sat up and asked to be hit. To be honest, both the last 2 deliveries have. And once again, he gets no run as he finds Matt Taylor out in the covers. Zaffer bowls a quick delivery, fired right in, but it's flicked away, helped on its way by Thompson down towards the long leg boundary. They'll get 2. That is all. But change of ends so far hasn't really worked for Zaffer. 2-2-2 for 6.
I think that's a fair comment.
Maybe he will settle in, but it's been one of his greater overs for Gloucestershire. He bowls to Thompson and has got him. Inside edge through to James Bracey. He looked to drive a ball which wasn't really there to be driven, and I assume it's inside edge. It looked as if it went between bat and pad. I'll have a look at that again. Maybe it was outside edge, but anyway, it's another catch for James Bracey, who's got his 3rd dismissal of the innings, and Zaffer, who bowled a pretty ordinary over to that point, has produced the wicket off the last ball of it. 222 for 7.
You won't be able to tell from the video that you watch, but Thompson didn't think he touched that at all, judging by the fact that he stared at Jack Chantry and then threw his head back in disappointment. So he might get into trouble for that, but he didn't think he hit it. We've no way of knowing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I didn't want to say that I felt he was a bit unhappy with the decision.
Well, if he unhappy.
Right, yeah. if he wasn't, I was just a bit hesitant. I thought that he didn't like it, but I just didn't want to accuse him of something if he wasn't doing it.
Guilty, my lad. I'll see you in a minute.
Right. Yeah, I mean I think it did beat him on the inside edge. Actually, I'm looking at the replay. I haven't really slowed it down yet, but I'm actually wondering if he's reached so far with that bat away from his body, it almost might even have touched his arm as it went through. He's playing with such a gigantic gap between his bat and his pad that it may have just flicked the forearm as he reached out for it. Gloucestershire may have got a bonus there. It's an important wicket with Thompson just building something there on 19. Van Buren to continue from the city end, bowling to Kame, who will turn that one towards a deep set mid-on and come through for a single. So he's on to 105. Gloucestershire not disappointed, really, to see him off strike straight away. And Henry Brooks will face his first delivery. Might as well hand back to you, seeing it's done already.
It's a quick one. Well, I think they've got tapes either side of him, something something to do with Eurovision anyway. Apparently it's on. Van Buren around the wicket bowls to Henry Brooks, who plays off the back foot straight back to the bowler. I did some quick maths as well, which is always a danger.
Gosh, that was a lot to do in whatever that was, 25 seconds.
Yeah, this one is pushed by Brooks up to bed. I've done the maths just before it. 93 runs now in this morning session, slightly extended morning session, 1:10 lunch, 4 o'clock tea. As Van Buren is in again, that looked a slightly quicker one and almost gets through the Brooks defences. Quicker and flatter from Van Buren, who gets through his overs very quickly indeed, as you might expect. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls, that one's got a bit more flight to it. It's pushed back to him by Brooks.
Yeah, Van Buren would be even quicker than Zaffer through his overs, particularly in white ball cricket. He really does absolutely rush through those overs.
And that's good, isn't it? Because you can suddenly have bowled 3 overs or 4 overs.
Exactly.
And everyone's going, well, we've only got 10 left. How did that happen? This one is very much a round arm delivery. It's defended back towards him, and Harry Kame picks the ball up for Van Buren at the far end. Just the one run off that over. Kame 105. Brooks yet to get off the mark. 223 for 7. And I do like the fact we've got a Harry and a Henry batting together. I'm not sure it happened in the previous game, so that's excellent.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Glamorgan seemed to be in absolutely no hurry at all to get to their victory target of 79. David Lloyd has played what must be one of his slowest innings in Glamorgan colours. He's 14 not out off 49 balls. Very rare to see him bat that slowly. And Eddie Byram 19 not out. So, I mean, I suppose you're batting for your average, really, aren't you, in that situation? So just try not to get out.
You're going to get there, aren't you?
Zaffer round the wicket to Kame, who goes onto the back foot and blocks it away. Charlesworth fields from short leg. So they have taken lunch there with 45 runs to win. Not quite as farcical as the situation at Southampton, or well, I always say it's Southampton. It's not really Southampton. Off the back foot, Kame punches this one down to a deep set mid-on to Langerfield. Single taken, 224 for 7. Well, it's those hedge end, west end settlements. Yeah, well, it is. I mean, it's it's not really Southampton.
Really. No.
It's just somewhere near the motorway. Yeah. Anyway, there was that ridiculous situation where against Nottinghamshire earlier this season they took, I think it was tea with 1 run needed to win. Zaffer bowls, and again this time it's Brooks who's able to play it off the back foot, punch straight back to the bowler. I think the only time since Zaffer started bowling from this racecourse end that he's actually drawn anybody onto the front foot was when he got Thompson adjudged caught behind, and again it's short and cut away on 2 bounces to Taylor in the covers. I was sort of half listening. I had the news in my ears. You said he had a big gap between bat and pad, so it must have hit something. Yeah, I think so. There's no way it could have been pad or even bat onto pad, but I wonder if it might be that forearm pushing this one off the front foot this time. Brooks, Zaffer getting it up towards the bat, played back to him. That. So I hadn't slowed it down, but that was just because it clearly was in either inside edge or that, and if again keeping that one out is Brooks for Zaffer to pick up 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. His figures now Derbyshire 224 for 7. Yeah, it was the only thing that I could really see that it might have hit, at least on first glance, other than the bat. And I don't, in general, the batter knows, don't they? So you can't tell. But no. His bottom elbow is the only other thing it could have hit. Does it sound woody, an elbow? Just depends what it's made from. Yes, absolutely. It's his new false elbow.
Harry Kame on strike then as Graham Van Buren will bowl his third over, and Kame pushes it out to Dent in the covers, and there's no run. Kame trying to make sure this is the last over before lunch. He'll do well.
Yeah,
He's just
no chance with Van Buren bowling, surely.
Been down the pitch and prodded a bit. Now he's tried to carve this one away and got the edge of the bat on it as it's fielded by Matt Taylor, who's at sort of deepish backward point. So 2 deliveries gone already and 2 minutes to go. He's fiddling with his bat now and he settles over it. Van Buren can't wait to get back in again. He goes on the back foot and pushes it straight back to him. That won't help.
No, that's definitely not the thing to do.
So he's gone for a walk to square leg. Harry Kame, Van Buren itching to bowl the next delivery, and Kame just slowing it down as much as he possibly can. Van Buren in again, and he needs to hit one to the boundary really, but he manages merely to push it out into the offside where Dent fields and then lobs the ball straight back to the bowler, and everybody comes in from the boundary. Well, not everybody, because not everybody's on the boundary. Van Buren in again, bowls, and that one is defended by Kame immaculately. So it's going to be nip and tuck. But if the umpires get to the stumps or not, we're on 13:09.
It only just turned, so I suspect they will make it.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they might as well. Van Buren in again, bowls, and Kame clips this up to mid on. My word, look at those fielders scurrying around.
I've never seen them move so quickly.
We are going to get another over. So Harry Kame, despite his best efforts, has failed to make that the last over before lunch, which is probably good in the grand scheme of things because it means we'll have 30 overs left. We'll probably get another 37, 38, 39 over final session.
The good news as far as that's concerned is that the clouds have separated considerably since this morning. Zafar then to start the final over of the morning, bowling to Brooks, defends away back towards Zafar, still jogging back to his mark.
He's no need to anymore, has he?
No, he's just doing it anyway. Zafar is in and bowls. Nice delivery, bit of flight on that one, but Brooks treats it with respect, blocks it back out in front of him. Yeah, we've got a fair amount of blue sky up above, which is not something I've been able to say very often this season. Zafar bowls. Nice delivery again, which Brooks comes onto the front foot to prod it away. Yeah, he's just strolling back to his mark this time. Zafar is almost as if he just did it automatically after the first ball, and then, hang on, I don't need to bother with this anymore. Signals to Charlesworth to move across from close in on the offside to close in on the leg side. Cap drops out of his trousers as he does so. Zafar is in. The back foot goes Brooks. Guides that one out to backward point. There is no run. I see Yorkshire have collapsed a little. 198 for 8. Now lead 225. Going to be nip and tuck. That one.
Tie.
Result either way. Yeah. Zafar bowls. Brooks plays off the back foot out into the leg side with Charlesworth springing out from short leg to field. Well, I say actually, he didn't really. He just strolled over and picked it up. Didn't really spring out. Last ball then of the morning session. Zafar bowls a slow, flighted delivery, which Brooks keeps out relatively comfortably again. And that is a maiden over to complete the morning. Derbyshire 224 for 7 at lunch. 2 wickets in the morning going to Matt Taylor and Zafar Gohart, Rees for 32 and Thompson for 19.
Star of the show for Derbyshire, Harry Kame with his maiden first-class century. It's only his 14th first-class match, so he's still relatively inexperienced. Got there with his 12th 4 as he launched spinner Gohar or Zafar out to long on, quite unexpectedly, but a splendid innings from him. Well done to Harry Kame. His century, I didn't make a note of it, how many balls he faced, which I should have done. It's in here somewhere, and I'll find it for you this afternoon, I'm sure, because I can't find it at the moment. But anyway, he got to his century, suffice to say. He definitely got there, because I saw him do it. And Derbyshire will be relatively pleased with the way the morning's gone, I would suggest, because it was tricky yesterday under the lights. The lights haven't been on. 172 balls for his century. Ground staff come out. We're going to go for lunch. I'm praying that it's not chicken again. And we'll be back in around about 35 or 40 minutes' time with Derbyshire on 224 for 7.
terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to read.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Ready, Mascot. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to read. go in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
Well, that was never 40 minutes, was it? Welcome back to the Incora County Ground. It's the afternoon session on day 3, in all probability, of this game between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. Derbyshire will start on 224 for 7. Harry Kane has 106. Henry Brooks is yet to get off the mark. And still to come, Sam Connors and Saranga Lakmal. The end is nigh for Derbyshire. Sam Connors can hang around. I've not really seen enough of Saranga Lakmal over 2 seasons to know if he can bat or not. But I don't think he can. Oh, they've started. Graham Van Buren falls the first delivery of the... But they're just sneaking up on us. To Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. It was fielded there by Chris Dent.
Yeah, you're right, that was 39 minutes.
It was never 40 minutes, wasn't it?
No, 39 minutes from ball to ball.
And Kane drives the next delivery. Doesn't really get hold of it at all. Pushes it up to a wide-ish long on. Zafar Gohar does the fielding in the far distance. Glorious sunshine now in Barbados. As Van Buren bowls, and this one played off the back foot by Brooks up to Zafar.
It's at least a little bit better than Skeg Vegas.
Yes.
But
Ponte Carlo for Pontefract.
oh Lord.
It was Cas Vegas when I was working on the newspaper up there. They were going to build a casino somewhere in the region, so it was Cas Vegas and Ponte Carlo. This next one is pushed out to the other side by Harry Kane for a single. If this is going to be the afternoon fare, then I should dig in. I've just been milking singles off Van Buren so far in the first over post lunch as he comes into bowl to Brooks. That's better. Good stop, half stop by Dent diving away to his right, but he still gets through for another single. And is that the end? No, there's another one left. How can there be one left? 2-2-8 for 7. And Van Buren bowls and Kane defends, pushes it out. Back to the bowler, in fact. Thought he'd pushed it further out into the offside. End of the over. I make it 4 off. 228 for 7. Kane 108. Brooks 2. Tea, incidentally, for those of you making plans. I don't imagine anybody out there is making plans. Is at 4 o'clock and will last for 20 minutes as normal. Or 19, given the umpires want to get things moving, I suppose. It's really strange. They'd have 2 half-hour breaks, really, shouldn't they, rather than a 40-minute one and then a 20-minute one. But
Yeah, tea's one of those. I mean, it's actually 15 minutes by the time you've actually got anywhere.
No time to do anything, have you?
Yeah, and spectators as well. You know, if you're queuing up for a beverage or something, that's half your tea break gone. Zafar to bowl from the racecourse end, and he's immediately flicked away by Brooks through forward square leg. There'll be 2 more runs to the total here. 230 for 7. Gloucestershire going with both spinners to start things off. They're just trying to race through to this second new ball, which will be available in 1.5 overs time. Zafar bowls attempted heave from Brooks into the leg side. He's got it along the ground and straight to Harris at mid-wicket. De Lange went herring off to his right-hand side there, but he didn't realise quite how much Brooks had clothed that shot. It's forced Charlesworth out from short leg, and they put an extra fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Zafar is into Brooks, who drives away. Oh, terrific stop from Dent. This is going to be a run out. Absolutely simple. And that, I'm afraid, is the end of Harry Kane. Dent is superb in that short extra cover region. One-handed dive to his left-hand side to pick the ball up. And he had quite a long time once he'd done that to get the throw into Bracey. Bracey demolishes the stumps. And that's an unfortunate way for Harry Kane's innings to end. He's run out for 108, and I'm afraid Henry Brooks has sold his partner down the river there. I think it was his call. Absolutely. He had it all out in front of him, and the ball just wasn't by Chris Dent. 230 for 8.
He's got his hands on his hips as Henry Brooks, as out comes Sam Connors. He knows he's barbecued the opening batsman, who isn't going to carry his bat. Last happened in 2018, I was told at lunchtime. Billy Godleman at Lord's. So I did witness it, but I didn't remember Poor old Harry. On his way up the steps now. How many times it happened to Leas Deploy yesterday? Second ball, didn't it, after an interval? The intervals don't half account for some batsmen.
Yeah.
So with Sam Connors and Henry Brooks in the middle, I think it's time to swing the bat. Because Brooks has got 4 half centuries, I think, or none of them for Derbyshire. Obviously, it's only his second game on loan, of a 2-match loan, so we might not see him again after this. Because I would imagine he'd play for Birmingham in the T20.
Yeah.
He's got a contract for that competition in August as well at Birmingham, so I mean, he's clearly a very good white ball cricketer.
Yeah, but he's played England Lions. Henry Brooks, there's a lot of thought of him, but particularly with Rushworth having moved to Warwickshire, they've got so many reliable options with him, Hannon Dolby. Trying to think, it's dreadful, the name's completely gone. Anyway, Zafar bowling to Connors, first delivery reaches forward and defends the ball. Yes, of course, they've got Hassan Ali there this year. I was trying to remember. I knew that as an overseas player. Seen a bit. I've only been watching Warwickshire a fair bit the last few weeks, so there we go. Completely escaped me. Zafar bowls, loopy delivery, which is clipped away towards Harris. There was a bit of hesitation there as well from Brooks. So I think it was still having memories of what happened before.
You're not getting me like
there,
that.
I mean, Connors knew that there was quite a comfortable single, but I think Brooks is still having flashbacks to a couple of deliveries previously. But Connors is off the mark with a single, 231 for 8. Zafar bowls short, wide, and hammered through cover, and that will be 4 runs. Chase has been given up already. He bowled a few short deliveries before he got the wicket of Alex Thompson. Zafar, he's never really looked quite as comfortable from this racecourse end as did from the opposite end, so in a way that may well be his last over, because that's, well, so last over, I mean, it might be his last over for now, it might be his last over for the innings, we'll see, but 79 overs have been bowled now, and Derbyshire 235 for 8, Brooks up to 8 with that boundary.
Well, the Charlesworth is removing the fielding pads, which is a bit of a clue.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as though the ball's doing masses. Zafar did get that 1 wicket, but then there was the run out. There's nothing really to suggest that there's going to be anything for the spinners, so might as well just take the new ball when it's available. But it looks as if they're going to give Ajit Singh Dale an over before the new ball, maybe just to get loose.
Warm him up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what always happens when they do that.
Take
though?
a wicket with this in this over.
Well, I was going to say that you get the new ball in hand and you bowl the loosener that you would have bowled with the new ball.
Yeah,
It inevitably seems to happen.
Yeah. Sam Connors doesn't have a first-class half-century to his name.
Neither do I.
No, nor me. He's had 34 more chances than me, though. So, well, certainly 34 more matches than me. Singh Dale is in and bowls on the toes of Sam Connors. He doesn't get any bat on it. Just goes off the pad or the toe for a leg by.
It's a very shapely leg by signal.
You like that?
Neil Baines. Oh, yes. It was balletic the way he poised that right leg up in the air there.
So what were they called? That dance troupe with Bella Emberg in. Used to go on Benny Hill, I think. Yeah. It'll come to me, probably, but then again, it might not. I think it was Bella Emberg. No, that was somebody else. Singh Dale is in again, a full delivery in his dugout by Henry Brooks, and he'll pick up a single as well, as the ball is pathetically stopped by Marchant de Lange with his right foot, and then he sort of kicks it away.
He was kicking it around, wasn't he?
And then he thought, well, I can't actually see it anymore. Where's that gone? And by which time, Sam Connors had thought there might be 2 here, but I think Brooks was more than happy with the single. 237 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's again just briefly there for a moment. You wonder whether we might have 2 in the middle of the pitch.
Yes. Here he comes again. Ajit Singh Dale in and bowls to Connors, who takes on the short ball. That's nicely stopped at mid-wicket as well by Tom Price, diving away to his right-hand side. If he hadn't have got a hand to that, I think he was in trouble. It was short of him, so it wasn't a catch. Picks up another single there. Connors moves On to 238 for 8.
I suppose, I mean, it isn't too far away from him, but if you're going to try the short ball to the number 10, then better to do it this over with the old one rather than smacking the new ball into the surface.
Halfway through this Singdale over, and that one is defended by Brooks up towards mid-on. There is no run. News has already started. I'll have a bit of Russian roulette with the news. 2 balls to go. You know, there's nothing happening in the world when the Eurovision Song Contest is the first item in the news after a 2-hour programme about the Eurovision Song Contest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, war rages on. 238 for 8. A slip in a gully. I think there'll be more than that in the next over as Singdale bowls to Brooks, pushes it out into the onside. There's no run. I think we'll get through. Well, we'll get through it. Obviously, we'll be comfortable. I think I'll get through this over.
I was looking to see whether I could find any more news, because for some reason the word news just jolted me about yesterday with James Anderson, to see whether
Yeah.
he'd
I think they're still assessing it.
managed to
His minor
anything
injury.
sort of, yes, anything had come out of that, but it seems no. Definitely a minor issue.
Singdale bowls, and that one is, well, mistimed, driven into the offside. Fielded by Marcus Harris, and it's the end of the over. 238 for 8. Connors has 2, Brooks has 9.
English cricket holds its breath, says the Mirror. And the Telegraph, England bowling attack dealt blow with a minor issue. Can't be much of a blow, they got it. Right, the new ball's being waved about by Jack Shantry, some considerable height off the ground, and Matt Taylor is going to get the new ball from the racecourse end. So DeLange and Price got the first one, and it's going to be, well, I say it's going to be, I mean, it'd be a bit tough on Singdale to bowl 1 over and then have somebody else take the new ball. So surely it will be Taylor and Singdale to take the second one. But overall, probably you'd have to say those two have been Gloucestershire's best bowlers in the innings so far. And there's not really a sort of a standout new ball pairing for Gloucestershire. They've got, you know, they've got the 4 seamers in this attack, and I suppose you'd say Tom Price record-wise, and the fact that he moves the ball about a fair bit normally, but you know, it's not, you know, there's a sort of definite Broad Anderson style new ball pairing. 2 slips in a gully for Connors as Matt Taylor bowls left arm over to him. Connors onto his toes to play that one into the ground. Hammond fields out at gully, and there is no run. Warwickshire have been set 100 runs to win to beat Essex. Essex all out 215 in the end. Simon Harmer finished 50, not out. 4 wickets each for Rushworth and Hassan Ali. Taylor in, bowls full and wide, inviting the drive. Connors obliges and swings past it. No edge, though, for Bracey. Notts bowled out for 255 in the end. Northamptonshire already 1 down in their second innings, 2 for 1, trailing by 95. Vasconcelos, the man out for Northamptonshire. Lancashire in trouble against Somerset, 177 for 6 in reply to 361. Taylor bowls short, wide. He's gone for a cut shot there. Connors hasn't really moved his feet, and he's flailed past it.
I think he'd take cut shot for that.
Yes.
He sort of dangled his bat in the general direction of the ball.
I never remember the date. What's the phrase? He flapped at it like a grouse on August the 12th. Is it August the 12th? I can't remember.
Very much,
the date.
the glorious 12th. Yeah, it's a definite waft, wasn't it? It was horrible. Horrible.
He's swung past 2. Taylor accelerates as he comes to the crease and bowls. Full forward goes Connors, gets the bat on that one, defends it up to Van Buren at mid-off. Furious shining starts, and then he drops the ball, which is probably undone some of that, so he's got to start all over again.
Pick the grass out of the seam now.
Yeah, Somerset having a decent time of it up at Lancashire. I assume that match has been played at Old Trafford, but I didn't actually check.
Yes, no, it is, yeah.
Lancashire's one of those counties you just got to check every now and then, because I think they played Somerset at Southport last year in a draw. Round the wicket goes Taylor. Bowles attempted flick off the pads by Connors, but I think he may just have got pad on it. Jack Chantry's going to signal it in the end. He had his arm out for the pre-signal and he took it away, so I didn't know whether he was hedging his bets a bit, but it's going to be a leg bite down to fine. Leg 239 for 8, so Derbyshire 11 away from a batting point. Yorkshire's last wicket partnership trying to do what it did in the first innings against Durham and provide some runs, but in fact it's not been successful because I've just clicked on the scorecard and they're all out. Taylor to Brooks, onto his toes, defends away towards mid-off, fielded by Harris, and there's no run. Taylor 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 37, and up at Chesley Street, Durham will need 246 runs to win to beat Yorkshire, so good chase potentially on there. 4 wickets apiece for Ben Rain and Matthew Potts for Durham in that second innings. George Hill top scored for Yorkshire with 51. Bairstow 36, so he's not exactly set.
No.
Division 2 alight.
No.
Glamorgan have wrapped up a 10-wicket win over Worcestershire. Eddie Byram finished 51 not out. David Lloyd 30 not out. Glamorgan are winners.
Ajit Singh Dale begins a new over from the City end, and it's a play and a miss from Sam Connors, who was probably playing that shot just before the ball landed in James Bracey's gloves.
So for now, Glamorgan are up to second in the Division 2 table of 59 points. Moved ahead of Sussex and Leicestershire, but I'd imagine probably they will move back ahead. Well, it depends, I suppose, how Leicestershire bat, but fair chance they will.
Draw written all over it,
Yeah.
isn't it, that one? Singdale bowls edged and caught. Sam Connors has gone a very comfortable catch in the end as well from Chris Dent. Very comfortable indeed. At second slip, he isn't going to drop that. And as I mentioned, the end is exceptionally 9 out. Sam Connors out for 2, Derbyshire 239 for 9.
Well, it was a pacey delivery from Singdale and justifying Gloucestershire's decision to give him the second new ball. Just, yeah, what can you say really with a number 10 out there?
Batsman
exactly.
Wafting at a ball outside the off stump, wasn't it really? Stand by for number 11 doing something similar.
Yeah, you can't sit here and criticise a number 10 for playing away from his body. I mean, and no. You know, Dale has pace about him, and you can see on the replay, if you can, at home, all 3 stumps are visible as he plays it.
Right. It was a long way into the leg side, wasn't he?
First movement was step away, get out the way, and then try and get the bat on it, which it shows you the pace that Dale does have and what can happen if you actually do just bowl full to a number 10 or 11 rather than getting trigger happy and banging it in short all the time.
It irritates the life out of me, that one. They've been doing something that's been getting wickets. They go, oh, numbers 9, 10, 11 are in. We need to bowl these short and pack the leg side because they're obviously going to take it on. No, just bowl normally. Usually does the trick. So Cayman Connors out in this briefest of afternoon sessions so far, less than 20 minutes old. Singdale with 3 for 48. He's on his way into Saranga Lakmal, who has he edged that into his pads and to short leg? Well, Singdale seems to think so. Lakmal's going nowhere. There wasn't much of an appeal either, to be fair, from the man at short leg, who appears to be Marcus Harris. No, it can't be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah, he has been under the helmet.
Okay, it is Marcus. Thank goodness for that. I was going absolutely mad.
He has been under the helmet a bit in his Gloucestershire career. I think they obviously feel that they're happier having Charlesworth at first slip than having him there.
Just as we finish the innings, I'm getting used to some of the players In comes Singdale again. Oh, beautiful forward defensive shot from Lackmell. Wrong line. But a beautiful forward defensive. It's all right. No, even if somebody told him what I'd said, he wouldn't understand it. We've never spoken to Saranga Lackmell.
Haven't you?
No.
Well, today could be the day.
No, his English isn't great.
Right. His first class batting average is a bit higher than I thought it would be, having watched him in Test cricket. In fact, I thought it was going to be single figures, but actually his Test average is very, very similar to his first class average.
Well, he waits as Singdale bowls to him, and he gets a bat on that one, pushes it back to the bowler. We almost spoke. We almost spoke to him last season. He took a 5 for. This was the perfect chance, and there was a Sri Lankan in the media box.
Okay.
Perfect. I said, even if you can't speak English, I'll do your voice, and you can try. Great, not a problem. Perfect. Let's do it. I don't know which way round it, but which way round it was. But they tried to speak to each other as he waits now, Lackmell, and he probably. Oh,
hello.
That was it. It was like it was on the first tee. He missed it. It went through to Bracey. That was the biggest swing and a miss we've seen this season, I think. One of them spoke Tamil. The other one spoke Sinhalese.
Right.
And they couldn't even communicate with each other.
Yeah, I thought I knew where you were going when you started it, but I didn't want to interrupt. But yes.
So we have never spoken to him. I mean, we say hello, and he'll smile and say hello back, but there's understanding-wise, and obviously it's trickier on the radio as well. You could sort of sit down with them and do a written interview, I'm sure, because there'd be enough communication there to put it into English, and everyone would be happy. But radio-wise, it's at the moment, sadly, a non-starter. I'd love to speak to him.
Brooks on strike to Taylor will come round the wicket. I have to imagine the bat eventually will be swung at some point, but not this time, because Brooks just blocks it out to DeLange mid-on.
Well, Brooks has never batted with Lackmell, because Lackmell didn't play last week. And having seen the last shot that he played, or the shot that he played to the last ball of the previous over, I don't think Henry's got the idea that he's going to be there for very long.
No, exactly. May as well make the most of it. Having said that, I suppose if he wants to think about sort of farming the strike or whatever, there's still 11 runs for a potential batting point, which could be very valuable. He'll get 2 of them here, I'd imagine. He's picked the gap between mid-on and square leg with a work into the leg side. And Brooks is on to 11, 241 for 9. Price hurling the throw in. Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka brought a side over here in, I'm trying to think, something like 2014. I can't remember the exact year, but they had a sort of fast bowling group of the likes of Lackmell, Nuwan Pradeep, Shaminda Iranga, I think, managed to win a test match against England.
Headingley.
In comes Taylor and bowls, defended up the pitch for no run.
Was that the game that they won at Headingley when Jimmy Anderson tried to see out the last hour or so, and he got through to about the third ball, fourth ball of the last over? I was there.
Oh, right.
I was doing it for Radio Leeds.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so there we go. I mean, what I was coming on to was that it was this sort of fairly sizable group, because there was another 1 or 2 as well of Sri Lankan seamers, and I'm afraid none of them could hold a bat. They all, it's just kind of, you get down to about number 8, and you've got 4 players who test average of about 11 or below. Huge swing this time from Brooks, but he's got the thick outside edge on it, and it flies down to the boundary for 4 at third man. Perfectly legitimate to go after it, and that's often what happens if you're going to swing hard at it. 4 runs, and Derbyshire now just 5 away from the batting point.
Oh, the jeopardy. We're making our own entertainment here.
Well, I think there's particularly with Brooks swinging the bat and whatever Lackmell chooses to do, as long as it lasts, it should be good fun. This 2 slips, a gully. There's no third man still. In comes Taylor, bowls to Brooks. It's a Yorker, and there's a strangled appeal. I suspect probably going down the leg side, but nicely bowled by Matt Taylor right up in the block hole.
Yeah, I thought he just got some bat on that.
Yeah, you're right. He probably did.
Did well too if he did, because it was a good Yorker. He's got to survive the next delivery and not get a run so that we can see Lackmal again in action.
Deep squares come up. Still a, well, fine leg, long leg, we'll call it that.
Short ball. You ready? Short ball.
Shorten down the leg side, maybe. Taylor switches to over the wicket and bowls short, and it's edged over the top of second slip, and that is 4 runs again to Brooks, looking to swing right across the line to a length ball. And he gets 4 more, 249 for 9. Brooks on to 19, but now Lackmal has to try and either see out or swing and connect with Ajit Singh Dale.
I don't think he'll be able to see it out unless he doesn't bowl a single ball on the stumps. So could be fascinating, this.
I don't think I actually fully appreciated the beauty of the shot that Henry Brooks played, because he took a little shimmy down the pitch as well, and he was halfway walking to the leg side and halfway walking down as he played the shot. An extraordinary swipe, but there we go.
There was one in the IPL yesterday. It went for 6, and they're hailing it as the great new shot of the 21st century. Here's Singh Dale bowling to Lackmal. Bowls a short one. He ducks underneath it. Did well there. Showed a bit of nimbleness of foot. He almost fell into the leg side as he got back up again, because he's a tall man. They're both quite tall, these two batsmen, but Suranga Lackmal is a tall man. Missed a whole chunko last season when his elbow fell apart. Had to be rebuilt. We have the technology. And then he played in the Lankan T20, and his side won it. I couldn't tell you the name. Here comes Singh Dale. Oh, and that one has bounced on him. It's hit his right hand, has it? And he's walking away into the leg side. He's showing no pain at the moment. It sounded quite woody. That's not a good set now. Then he's dropped his bat and he's removing his right glove. This is a concern for Derbyshire, I think. I think he might need the physio to come out. He seems to be in quite a considerable amount of pain. And Henry Brooks has come across to have a word with him. He can still grip his bat, which is something odd, and he can punch fists as well, so he must be perfectly fine. That's good. It's a good delivery from Singh Dale. It might prevent Lackmal from doing anything other than take a step into the leg side to the next delivery as a number 11 batsman. If I was him, I'd be doing the same.
Well, yeah, I'd have been doing it from the start.
Yeah.
This one, you'd think,
on his toes.
Probably ought to be exactly.
On his toes. Stumps everywhere. Singh Dale is in. It's a short one, and he ducks underneath it fairly comfortably. That was a bit of a waste of effort, really. It wasn't as well directed as the previous delivery, and he could easily evade it.
Yeah. I think that, well, there we go. Who knows? But he's got that glove off again. Lackmal out. He's probably, you'd imagine, given the fact he's not getting it looked at all, imagine he's probably okay.
The fact that he can grip's a good sign.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't think there's no break. It's just hurt an awful lot, which it will do. Of course, the man at square leg, backward square leg, has come a little closer, so expect another short one. Or is he bluffing? In comes Singh Dale and bowls. It's a full-length one, and he's whipped it away wristily out towards mid-wicket. He hasn't really got hold of it. Oh, disappointingly for Lackmal, they've come back for 2. I think he was hoping to pick up a single there, but he's off the mark, and the 250's up for Derbyshire. 251 for 9. A batting bonus point has been secured. Could be all on the declared. How bizarre. 200, I suppose it prevents Lackmal from getting injured. 251 for 9 declared, then Derbyshire.
Well, you know, I nearly said, actually, I wonder if they will, but I didn't think they would, because I just thought, you know, it's probably going to end fairly soon anyway. But there we go. I don't mind. I think why not?
I think why not, and I think it does prevent Lackmal from facing any further deliveries and potential injury. So the 2 batsmen who are indeed bowlers have just left the field. Lackmal on 2. Brooks has 19, or had 19. And Derbyshire declare on 251 for 9. Delanga 0 for 64 from 12 overs. Price 1 for 44 from 17. Taylor 21 over 6 maidens, 3 for 47. Terrific effort from him. Singh Dale 19 overs and 4 balls, 3 for 50. Zafar bowled 10 overs, took 1 for 34. And Van Buren bowled 4 overs for 7 runs. The star of the show for Derbyshire, as I said earlier, Harry Kame, 108, but then run out, slightly unfortunately, by Henry Brooks. And Derbyshire declaring on 251 for 9. We now get, having had 39 minutes off at lunch, we now get 9 minutes between innings. They do lose 2 overs, I can assure you. They will lose 2 overs between the innings, and they'll lose the one that we're in as well, so it'll be 8. No, it's already changed. Look, I reckon it's 63 left. We'll confirm that when we come back, which we will do, won't we?
I think so.
Excellent.
Just about.
That was never 10 minutes. I've got two things I can stick my microphone in, and I stuck it in the wrong one, and I apologise. Derbyshire, 200, it's not the first time, 251 for 9 before they declared. And now we're going to see Marcus Harris and Chris Dent compile a double century opening wicket stand, and we can all shake hands. Something like that, anyway. I'll be speaking to Jack Timon in a minute. That's why I put it in I didn't think they'd be back before I did my update. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I think Saranga Lakmal will open the bowling. He's certainly removing his cap. He'll bowl from the city end. I think Sam Connors will probably take his cap off from the racecourse end. And then Henry Brooks will join in a little bit later on. 6 for 20 on debut last week. Very exciting. Up to a point. In a game that was destined for a draw, mainly thanks to some bizarre umpiring on the final in the finals minutes. Actually, Derbyshire should have won the game. Should have won the game. But there you go.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Indeed. I think I'm on after this song. So do you want to?
Oh yes, I'd love to.
I'll take that out of there now so that nobody can hear me.
Good idea. Right, Harris will face the first ball. They like to alternate, Harris and Dent, as to who gets the honour of facing the first ball. I don't know exactly which it is, whether both would like to face it, or probably more likely both don't like to face it. I can't really remember, to be honest. I'm feeling Chris Dent actually doesn't mind facing the first ball. He's normally fairly laid back about most things, so I suppose maybe it is the fact that they both like to face it. Anyway, it's Harris this time, with 2 slips in a gully, and Lakmal coming in over the wicket to bowl to him, and Harris jabs that one down into the leg side up to mid-on for no run. Harris started the season off in pretty prolific fashion with a 59 and a 148 against Glamorgan, which was, I suppose, in some ways in celebration of both his Australia central contract and being called up for the Ashes squad. Lakmal is in and bowls full and outside off, and Harris, characteristic kind of flick leave that he does, allows it to pass through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Since then, 1 and 26 for Marcus Harris against Worcestershire, and 37 and 5 against Sussex. But it was Harris's run out in that first innings against Sussex that set everything off, really. Lakmal bowls to Harris, who will get a run. I think that's all down towards fine leg, just tucks it off his pads. Gloucestershire a 1 without loss, so Dent will get a look at Saranga Lakmal. Chris Dent, a fairly busy man in the field today, took the catch to get rid of Sam Connors that gave Gloucestershire full bowling points and effected the run out of Harry Kame for a terrific 108. The standout in Derbyshire's innings. It was a lovely piece of fielding from Chris Dent. Not too many people would have got to it. Lakmal's coming round the wicket to Dent. Here he comes. Long run, in and bowls. Dent chops that one down towards backward point, but can't find the gap. It's fielded there by Wagstaff, the debutant. He's standing at backward point. Mentioned the 2 slips in the gully. There's an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and long leg. Sam Connors doesn't have a jumper on. Not that... Well, it's actually most of those sort of just the long sleeves on out there. Certainly looks to be warming up, which is rather welcome given the temperatures earlier on. Lakmal bowls to Dent. Oh, go Derbyshire. As Dent leaves it alone, sways out the way of it. Almost, even though it was a full delivery. It's gone down to a bit of a prod at the pitch. Acted Derbyshire as if that one came back a very long way, but not really at the absolute ideal angle to see exactly how much that did. Oh yes, quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. Lackmal bowls to Dent, who gets tucked up. It's gone down towards the stumps, but Dent kicks it away. I thought that was going right onto the stumps for a moment there, but he's just about survived. Did get really cramped by that ball. I'm not sure whether Lackmal managed to get that one to hoop in as much as the previous delivery, but judging by the way Dent played it, he might have done. Yeah, I mean, it's starting quite a long way wide of off stump and then coming back in right to the line of the stumps. Chris Dent is a good all-round sportsman and needed his footballing skills there, I think, to keep that one from rolling back onto the stumps. So one without loss, Gloucestershire after the first over, but Lackmal getting that ball to move considerably will already be interesting the Derbyshire fielders and presumably Sam Connors as well, who's got the ball in hand.
I missed most of it, so I'm sure it was very exciting. Although I did look up when he started shouting.
Shouting?
You were shouting.
Was I shouting?
Yeah, Connors in, bowls to Harris, who leaves that one alone. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest, 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, fairly standard.
You ain't heard nothing yet.
Are we going to shout more?
Could do.
Excellent.
We'll see.
Shout if you want to go faster.
Be shouting if Gloucestershire continue this trend of not picking up batting points.
They got 3 bowling bonus points, didn't they? Connors bowl, short delivery. Harris ducks underneath it fairly comfortably. And goes through to Brooke Guest. The only way that this game can... Well, there are 2 ways this game can end in a positive result for one of the sides and a very negative one for the other. One is that if... Well, Gloucestershire either have to score virtually nothing or a lot. So...
and a lot quite quickly as well.
Yeah, relatively quickly. They have to basically pull out by just after lunch tomorrow if they can. But that would be a tall order as Connors bowls. And that one's guided down to third man for the first boundary of the innings by Harris. It's the advertising boards now. Henry Brooks applauds the efforts of Sam Connors, who last season took 50 wickets at about 35, 36, something like that. This season, he's got 10 wickets at 37. So he's a wicket taker. Got 50 in the championship, the youngest man to do so in 2022. But can be a little expensive at times. But like we were saying earlier, you can sort of forgive them if they're expensive, if they are taking wickets. And he's in again now. That one's on the hip of Marcus Harris, and he turns it down to backward square leg. But it's fielded by Henry Brooks, and there's another single added to the total. He's on 6 now, Harris. He's got all of Gloucestershire's runs so far. Dent, having faced just the 3 deliveries, yet to get off the mark.
These two put on 100, and I mentioned Marcus Harris's 148 in the opening game against Glamorgan. Dent and Harris put on 161 in 33.3 overs in the second innings in that game. So that's what they can do.
Dent waits and turns this ball, which was on leg stump, into the leg side. There's a chase around for Saranga Lackmal, but he's not going to get anywhere near it. And the ball has got to the boundary. 2 boundaries from this Connors over. In fact, 2 boundaries in the last 3 balls. Dent off the mark, 10 without loss.
Has to be said, Glamorgan didn't bowl very well. It wasn't as if they, I mean, you know, they'd been bowled out first innings for 165, and Glamorgan made 404 in reply. So, you know, it wasn't as if they were in a situation where they could come out and swing the bat, but Glamorgan just bowled quite badly.
Derbyshire have done that a few times this season. Connors bowls, it's turned into the leg side by Dent. Brooks does the fielding, and it's the end of the Sam Connors over. His first 9 from it. Harris has 6, Dent has 4, 10 without loss. Gloucestershire in reply to Derbyshire's 251 for 9 declared.
I mean, it was quite funny, actually, because I think I mentioned in another context Marchand de Lange's interview after the previous day, where he was blessed to have bowled 20 24 overs in a day and just got there. He just, as how he looks at it, he had the chance to bowl. That's just it's what I love. It's what I, you know, and it is a wonderful attitude. It's refreshing.
Yeah.
But he'd mentioned, well, you know, nowadays you can score at 5 and over, and I was thinking, yeah, right. You know, you're trailing by over 200 runs here. There's optimism. Lo and behold, the scoring at 5 and over. As Harris is beaten by Lakmal to start a new over. He's getting his rhythm from that angle round the wicket. As soon as he switched around the wicket to bowl to Dent, everything seemed to change. And so now he's decided to bowl round the wicket to Harris as well. Getting considerable in movement to the left-handers.
You'd have thought, with his experience, he'd know his best options to left and right-handers, wouldn't you? So
It was as if he sort of had the preconceived plan, and then he saw what he could do to Dent. Lakmal bowls now to Harris, who works that one into the leg side, fielded by Henry Brooks there for no run. Didn't even need to consult the sheet at times, such as the distinctive nature of the figure of Henry Brooks.
the model for the stick cricket game on. If you look at him, all very long arms and very long legs.
He does have some hair, though, doesn't he? I suppose they tend to have the cap on.
Yeah,
but
I think he's got hair.
Lakmal in and bowls on his toes goes Harris and just touches it into the leg side for Brooks to field once again.
Yeah, there's only Zach Chappell who's sporting the haircut of champions in the Derbyshire side.
And in the match, full stop.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire have some good heads of hair in their side. His head was looking exceptionally shiny earlier on. Zach Chappell, as he was doing a bit more bowling out there. In comes Saranga Lakmal. He's in and bowls down the leg side, and nothing on that. Taken by Guest down to his right. Just a little offline there. But in some ways, if you're going to bowl down the leg side, you're better off bowling so far down, I always think, rather than bowling it right on the pads. Because nowadays, I say nowadays, I mean,
it's not like it was in my day.
There's the fine leg glance, and then there's not the sort of, help round the corner to a ball very wide of leg stump. Lakmal is in and has beaten Harris again on the outside edge. When he gets it right, it's seriously dangerous. Didn't carry too well through to Brooke Guest with a full delivery, which didn't look to be too far from the stump. So I could see why Harris would have felt he had to play at it, especially with the angle from round the wicket there. But he gets away with it. Still a fair amount of traffic rumbling on the road that I dare not speak its name. Once more, Lakmal gets it a little wrong. Well down the leg side. And in fact, it was so far down that time that Harris didn't even bother to try and leg glance it. Wasn't even anything more than a cursory attempt. It does go down as a maiden. It's a mixed bag over from Lakmal, but he certainly looks as if he might well produce something here. Gloucestershire at 10 for no wicket after 3 overs.
It's the road named after the inventor of the jet engine, Sir Frank Whittle. It's his road. Here's Sam Connors. It doesn't have a road named after him as far as I'm aware. Bowling around the wicket to Dent, who pushes this one out to backward point where Thompson does the fielding. He's the only person who really challenges Henry Brooks for being the tallest fielder out there, who isn't Saranga Lakmal, who's down on the third man boundary, or fine leg boundary, long leg, basically sweating into a towel. Be the first time he's been warm all season, I would have thought.
Say, it's just be a rare thing.
Yeah, he'd be enjoying being in the sunshine. As Connors is in again, that's down the leg side and taken without a tumble this time by Guest.
I was watching Henry Brooks stretch out his hamstrings, calves, whatever. I mean, the stride length there, I would struggle to jump that far, I think, certainly from a standing start.
Yeah, has got exceptionally long legs.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because it's not just the fact that he's tall. His legs just go on forever. It's like a high jumper.
Yes. Yeah, he does look, a high jumper in a baggy sweater. Connors is in and bowls. That one is pushed by Dent up to Rees at mid-on.
And high jump is definitely an Olympic event.
More so certainly than throwing the cricket ball, I would think. Yes, yes. I failed dismally yesterday, and I was sure throwing the cricket ball was an Olympic event. Certainly, the early touring sides and the what year was it? Oh dear, I shouldn't have started that sentence really. But there was an Aboriginal side toured Derbyshire in the late 1800s as Connors is in, and that's a full-length delivery that Dent pushes out into the offside. And they had one player who could throw the ball from one side of the field all the way to the other side, and this used to be one of the things that they did during the tour matches. They didn't play Derbyshire, they played South Derbyshire. I don't think Derbyshire existed at the time, but they came back 4 or 5 years ago. Well, they didn't obviously, but a team representing them came back to these shores 4 or 5 years ago and played a game here. That one is turned into the leg side by Dent, fielded by Brooks.
Yeah, I think I was trying to remember. I think there might have been an article on the BBC Sport website about that, which I had intended to read, and
there will have been.
So often hadn't got around to. Yeah, there were a few sites like that. There was the Gentlemen of Philadelphia used to come over as well.
The first international match was played between America and the USA and Canada.
Yep. I can't remember the name of the park in New York.
Connors is in. No, absolutely not. I did it to you before. That one's pushed backward at square on the offside, and Connors bowls a maiden over, does he? I think he does.
Yep.
Yes, he does. That's back-to-back maidens. That's better. 10 without loss. It remains. Did they not play it in Philadelphia, or did they play it in New York?
No, I'm sure it was in New York, and it was. Was it? Actually, maybe it was. That's irritating. I thought I knew that. I've got about 3 different things flying around my head now for that match. I'm afraid I think you're going to have to look it up. Cause
I'm currently doing just that.
I could just chuck 3 or 4 things out there, and one of them might be right. Lackmal starts a new over from the city end and bowls wide of off stump. Harris is not interested in that one.
Wow. The game was played in September 1844 at the St George's Cricket Club ground at what is now 30th Street and Broadway in Manhattan. It was billed as the United States of America versus the British Empire's Canadian province.
Ooh. The poster, I had a feeling, had either a street or a park or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. That's down the leg side once more from Lackmal. Harris tries to glance it away, got a bit closer to that one. Eventually, somebody's going to be strangled down the leg side, but hopefully, from Gloucestershire's point of view, not Marcus Harris. He has been out that way before in his Gloucestershire career, but I can't imagine it's something that Lackmal really wants to be doing too often, otherwise you're in danger of wasting the considerable movement that was on offer for him in his previous overs. Lackmal is there now and bowls, and Harris opens the face, guides that one towards backward point, and there won't be a run.
The game was hyped to such an extent that nearly 20,000 spectators were believed to have witnessed the match, and huge amounts of money were placed in the form of bets, accounting for nearly $120,000, which is about $1.5 million in present-day money. So that's why they played it.
Oh, Canal Street. There we go. I got the poster I was after. Canal Street. Here comes Lackmal, he bowls, and nice looking delivery, which wasn't too far away from off stump, I don't think, but left on line and length.
I think it was a tricky pitch. Canada made 82. America responded with 64. Canada then made 63. And the United States were 58 for 9 at the close. It must have been the other way around. No, but Canada won the match by 23 runs, so that can't be right. Unless there was a man who couldn't come out to bat in the second innings for the United States. What a time to be alive.
Those
that
were the
must have been.
days. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Saranga Lakmal moves into bowl to Harris, who once more with a waft of the bat towards the bowler leaves alone. So,
But even a lot of the scorecards, even in this country, in the late in the 1800s and through to the early part of the 20th century, there were some very low scores because pitches were basically wherever you could play. Just roll it there, and we'll have a go.
well, I was mentioning in Gloucestershire's game against Worcestershire when we were talking about low scores with Gloucestershire 45 for 7 that Gloucestershire's in 1920 it was, that game against Somerset, as Lakmal bowls to Harris, left alone outside the off stump, and Gloucestershire were bowled out for 22 in their first innings and went on to win the match. Chased down 270 something in the final innings.
Flattened out a bit.
Well, I suppose it must have done that.
The sun got on it, and
Well, it probably would have been something like that, wouldn't it?
Get the heavy roller out. Well, the Somerset lads had all been for a night out.
Likes of Parker and Goddard getting the wickets. Charles Townsend led the chase. Just talking about that one in the context of low scores.
3 successive maidens as Connors begins a new over, and that one just moves a little bit away from Chris Dent. Goes through. He didn't play at it. Or umpire Chantry's already looking at where Sam Connors is landing in his follow-through. Just giving him a friendly warning there by not saying anything, but going down and having a good hard look at where he's following through, because he's bowling around the wicket, of course, so ordinarily he'd fade away to the left. He's got to move to the right now, and he bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Dent, and there's no run.
Somerset declared in their second innings on 126 for 7. Obviously,
We've got enough,
thinking
lads.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, more than enough, yeah. We'll be all right.
It'll be enough for this
we'll
lot.
be on by tea.
Gloucestershire chasing down the 276 at the dizzying run rate of 3.45 and over, which they'll never score at that rate.
No, that's never been known. They'll explode if they score that quickly. They'll just blow up. 10 without loss. Connors is in. That's a good delivery, a sharp delivery, good carry as well through to Brooke Guest.
Because that's what they said about trains in the early days, wasn't it? If they were worried if you travelled faster than about sort of 30 miles an hour, that you might just blow up.
Nobody had ever travelled that fast before, so you could explode. Yeah, it tends not to happen.
Well, it's a bit like when they turned on the Large Hadron Collider at CERN and they decided the
black
entire
hole.
world was going to blow up. Yeah, well, not even blow up, just disappear.
We're just going to get sucked into a black hole. Connors is in again. That one's on leg stump. Turned into the leg side by Dent, but straight to Henry Brooks, really. He had to move slightly to his right, but not far. And again, there's no run.
I mean, at least that one was based on, admittedly
Science.
wrong, but some sort of science.
Yes, I don't think the exploding if you travel on a train was based on anything other than they were all terrified of moving that quickly. 4 slips for Connors as he bowls to Dent, and that one is edged into the ground to the left of Mitch Wagstaff, and it goes away down to third man for 4 runs, which breaks a very long sequence of dot balls.
Yeah, so many that it's actually disappeared off my screen, the last run.
The last run was, you better work it out then, might you? The last run was a boundary of the 5th over of the 5th ball of the 2nd over. So there's been overs number 3, 4, and 5, which is 18, 19, plus 4 is 23. Thank you very much.
There's also a run down to third man as well.
Yes, that was a bit like watching Countdown, that wasn't it? 14 without loss, full delivery, edged and beyond, if not through. Mitch Wagstaff at 4th slip and all the way down to third man, but a genuine edge again. Sam Connors can't quite believe it. Norcan Leicester-Plough's got his hands on his head. Dent moves to 12 and Gloucestershire to 18 without loss, but not without alarm. I'm not sure whether the camera work will be quick enough to see if that actually flew through Mitch Wagstaff's hands or to his left, but it was close to him.
It's sort of gone past his left-hand side, and he's tried to actually take it almost palms up, which was never going to happen at that pace.
It was sharp, wasn't it?
It was.
Poor old Sam.
I mean, it wasn't far off him.
It was a good height, it felt. Anyway, nothing doing.
Here comes Lackmal, starts his 4th over, and gone for 1 run so far, and he won't go for runs here as Harris just watches it go through to Guest. 3 overs for 17. He's actually started off his spell in fairly similar fashion to De Lange so far as Connors. De Lange managed to get, I think it was at least 2 edges that went down to the boundary within his first couple of overs as well. And Connors likewise hasn't done masses wrong, but he's bowled 3 overs for 17, and one of those was a maiden.
Nigel will be through in a minute saying, thank goodness for Connors.
Here's Lackmal bowling to Harris. He's there now. Harris is struck fairly high up on the pad. A strangle appeal for LBW. He's looking to clip that one away. Leg side. Ball skews off his pad out towards gully. And there's no run. So, I mean, Chris Dent, I suppose, looking at his season so far, is kind of, I mean, actually, the last match against Sussex bucked the trend, but he kind of typified Gloucestershire's first versus second innings thing that's been going on for, I mean, it's been going on really since the middle of 2021, where it just seemed to bat so much better second time around than first time. Somebody's decided to have a little wander in front of the sight screen. And in fact, somebody's waving at Neil Bainton. Isn't that nice? Standing in front of the sight screen and they're just waving back at Neil Bainton.
It's staggering, really, isn't it?
Eventually,
Absolutely staggering.
We might get there. Here comes Lackmal. He's in and bowls, and Harris is beaten again. That one seemed to move a fair amount, and I thought it seemed to go past his body and then deviate sideways, but it must just have moved late on him. And I thought, especially as Guest went moving away to his left, at that time I really did think there was an edge on it.
He's bowled nicely here as Lackmal. Really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, when he's got it absolutely right, they've struggled to lay bat on it. It's been the odd ball down the leg side, but apart from that, Lackmal bowls now to Harris, who defends in slightly crouched fashion up to mid-on. Just another one there. I mean, there was just the one delivery to Harry Kame in the Derbyshire innings, which I think it legitimately felt the ball kept low. Not that it was doing so particularly quickly or anything, but I'm not saying that one kept massively low either, but maybe just stayed down on Harris a touch, given that he was lunging downwards to play the ball. Still not gone over aggressive with just the 2 slips in the gully. Cover in place. Here's Lackmal. He's in and bowls full. And Harris works that one away up to mid-on. I think a few Derbyshire fielders thought that was the end of the over.
Yeah, they did. They did.
I mean, I don't blame them, because the amount of trouble I seem to have had, particularly this match, counting up to 6s. You know, I've got even fewer jobs to do than them, really. You've got to worry about a ball flying at me every now and then. Well, unless you're Ed Bevan, of course. It might happen. Balls flying through windows. Lackmal, last ball of the over, and Harris shoulders arms, and that is yet another maiden from Lackmal. When I say yet another, I mean, there have been 3, so... But anyway, he has kept things very tight.
75% of his overs have been maidens, and the other one he conceded 1.
18 for no wicket then, Gloucestershire. Harris 6, Dent 12, but it's not been without alarm, particularly from Lackmal, but he got 2 edges in that last over. Connors is both having to go for 4.
They've removed Mitch Wagstaff from 4th slip and replaced him. Well, he has been replaced by the skipper, Lears to Ploy. Connors goes in and bowls to Dent, who pushes out. Of course, it goes straight to Mitch Wagstaff. And there's no run.
Actually, you were mentioning that shot in the IPL, which I haven't seen yet, but need to, by Surya Kumar Yadav. He's actually another one of those people I was talking about yesterday, whose average increases
better in
the short.
T20, the
Yeah,
shorter the form.
but I'd forgotten about him because he only made his Test debut this year in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. So he's played one Test and averages 8.
Next delivery's on leg stump and turned down to fine leg by Dent for a boundary, and it's fielded rather appallingly by Zach Chappell. What happened to him there?
Well, I think the ball bobbled up off the rope
Did it
and
hit it?
over and past him and went over him and over the boundary advertising
He's
board.
had a bit of a shocker there as Zach.
That was great.
He's
I mean,
got a high vis on.
That's oh gosh, there's a video years ago, isn't there, of some guy who probably had a
I
few
feel like
beverages
it's like that, and it just
he's
smacks him in the,
right on the head.
in
You know the
face.
one I mean.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of a danger of that happening to Chappell for a
Got to
moment.
be careful of those ropes. 22 without loss. Connor's in again, and that has gone past the edge of Dent's bat through to the keeper. Good carry, bit of extra bounce. Wow. I've done a lot of luck here. Sam Connors, 3.5 overs for 21.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautifully bowled, that
At
one.
least 12 of those runs have come off the edge down to the boundary. Yeah, 3 boundaries off an edge. 22 without loss, but they all count. As Connors goes in again, there are 4 slips still. He bowls. That was a no ball. 24 for 2.
I suppose that's also why, you were thinking about that piece of fielding from Chappell, why a lot of, sort of 12th men, whatever, rounding the boundary decide to stop the ball before it hits the rope, which always bothers me because I like to see the ball go. It's the OCD in me coming out again, but I like to see the ball crossing the boundary rope. Otherwise, the boundary just feels incomplete to me, and I get bothered by that.
Connors bowls short, pulled into the leg side by Dent. Straight to Saranga Lakmal. He'll pick up a single. Move on to 17-25 without loss already. See, because he bowled that no ball, I'm not going to get to the end of the... Well, I probably will, actually. Although we are into the news already. I've probably got 2.5 minutes. He should be able to complete the over in that time. We're going to have the 4 slippers. Yeah, we are. So Leas Deploy's gone into 4 slip for Harris as well. He's on 6 from 25. Connors, 2 balls left of his 4th over. Around the wicket now, bowls. That's defended by Harris. Connors picks up himself and then tosses the ball to Mitch Wagstaff, who launches it to Lewis Rees, and Henry Brooks is starting to warm up. If you just keep an eye on him, he barely does anything when he warms up.
Right.
A couple of kicks of the leg. And, whereas Zach Chappell's down doing sideways press-ups and all sorts of
yes.
things.
I should have remembered that from his Gloucestershire time.
Remarkable. I'd never get up again. Well, I'd probably snap in 2. Final ball of the Connors over is in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side. A little aerially, but there's nobody there anyway. Harris takes a single, pinches the strike. He's on 7. Dent has 17. Gloucestershire 26 without loss after 8 overs.
Yeah, James Bracey is another one who's got his own individual warm-up routine that just makes my back hurt looking at it. It's extraordinary. Sort of arms, legs flying everywhere. He does this kind of, I don't even know what, leg kicks, that sort of thing. Wheels himself around on the floor. It's extraordinary. So 5th over then for Lakmal. I wonder how many he's going to go for in this spell. 6 is often the kind of the magic number nowadays, but might be able to go one more, or perhaps they've got a bowling change lined up. We'll see. Lakmal round the wicket to Harris, and he's to the crease now, and he bowls, and Harris gets a rising delivery outside off stump, which he doesn't have to play a stroke to. Durham 48 for 1 now against Yorkshire. Need a further 198 runs to win. Alex Lees has gone after that chase in typical Alex Lees fashion. Looking back to how he started off that final innings at Edgbaston last year. Pardon me, at Trent Bridge. I get there. Lees 38 from 37 balls, but he's been dismissed, bowled by Fisher. So things probably slow down a bit now. Lackmal bowls full. It's driven firmly-ish by Harris. I mean, he timed it okay, but didn't pierce the field. Mid-off moves across to stop it. Leicestershire 70 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 430 all-out. Tom Alsop making 182 not out. Ran out of partners in the end to try and get to his double century. Leicestershire have lost Sol Budinger for 16. Rishi Patel, 34 not out, continuing his good start to the season, and likewise Lewis Hill, he's on 19. Lackmal bowls to Harris, who lays back and cuts, and that's a terrific stop at backward point. One-handed effort to his right-hand side by Wagstaff. He's getting high fives from several of his teammates because he saved 4 runs there. It was really a bit of feeling quite similar to Chris Dent. The arm just extended out there, and he's not done what Dent did and managed to fool the 2 batters out there. Harris stayed put and so did Dent. Lackmal will switch to over the wicket now for Marcus Harris. In he comes and he bowls. Another very full delivery. It's forced right into the ground. And in T20 cricket, I'm sure there would have been several people who would have cheered for that. But it's a crowd catch to the fielder at cover. In fact, just as I speak, I notice Rishi Patel has been dismissed for 34. So Leicestershire 70 for 2 now. Looking in the First Division, Warwickshire are heading to victory against Essex. They're 57 for 2, needing 43 more runs to win. Rob Yates and Alex Davies out. Lackmal bowls to Harris, who guides that one to backward point. There's no run. So could be 5 overs, 4 maidens in a matter of moments. Will Rhodes 22 not out, Sam Hayne 9 not out for Warwickshire. To be picking up another victory there. Northamptonshire collapsed against Nottinghamshire in their second innings. 39 for 4 now represents actually a little bit of a recovery from 11 for 4. Dane Patterson 8 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 8 for Nottinghamshire, and Northamptonshire still trail by 58 runs.
He's useful, though, isn't he?
He is. Lackmal, another grunt of effort as he bowls to Harris, who knocks it into the onside straight to Brooks. And indeed it is 5 overs, 4 maidens, just the 1 run conceded by Saranga Lackmal. Gloucestershire are 26 without loss after 9 overs. Lancashire recovering a little against Somerset with Daryl Mitchell 59 not out. Terrific signing, I think, Mitchell. He got wickets, I think, as well. Yeah, 3 for 32 in Somerset's innings, and he's 59 not out with young George Bell for company. He's 38 not out. Lancashire 231 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 361, but they were 176 for 6 and looking in serious trouble, so they may at least... Well, they've avoided the follow-on. That's probably the first thing from Lancashire's point of view, but then should be able to get close enough, you would think, to make it very difficult for Somerset to force the win.
Change of bowling. Lewis Rees for the first time, left arm. Will swing it if there's any swing. He's bowling to Chris Dent, who's on 17. Bowls to him, and he just defends it out into the offside. And Connors does the feeling I've got. I was asked a question, so I'm going to give you a little quiz.
Oh, no.
Well, the first question was, what were you doing in 1982? You don't need to answer that bit, because I said my answer, of course, was I was just starting university. The Eurovision Song Contest was held in this country in 1982.
Be getting there.
Where was it held? I got it at the second attempt.
Bognor Regis.
No.
Oh.
In Lewis Rees and bowls to Dent, who defends it out into the offside. There's a conference centre at this particular town. It is a town.
Burton-on-Trent.
Oh, that's a terrific answer. No, I guess Brighton to start with, because I know it's been held in Brighton. And then I blurted out the word Harrogate. And when I blurted the word Harrogate, he said, yes, you're right. And I clapped my hands, and it just sent him into fits of laughter. Bless him, Jack, back at the studio.
I didn't hear any of that.
Couldn't quite cope with it. The next delivery from Rees is dabbed backward of square on the offside by Dent. Down towards Mitch Wagstaff. There's no run.
So Harrogate.
Harrogate in 1982.
Okay. Nice place, Harrogate.
Yeah.
I think they have a Royal London game there or something not that long ago. Am I completely making that up?
I think you're
Could well
completely
be.
making that up. They're playing at York, haven't they? They play
Yeah.
at York a lot. Relatively a lot. As Reese bowls and then defends back to him. They used to play at Harrogate, but Yorkshire used to play all over the place. They played at the Circle in Hull, which is now Hull City's and Hull FC's ground. They used to play at a number of grounds at Sheffield, including Bramall Lane and Abbeydale. I didn't realise until last week, I think it was, we were talking about it. In my lifetime, they've played a one-day game at Huddersfield at Fartown.
Gosh.
This next delivery is left alone by Dent to go through to the keeper.
Did they come back?
Very good. Well, it was a combined football and rugby league ground, I think, Fartown. Of course, they played at Park Avenue in Bradford for a long time. But now it's just Scarborough and Headingley, effectively, plus York during August, for obvious reasons. They did play at... no, it's gone. In comes Reese and Bowles, and that one is defended by Dent out into the offside. So Lewis Reese begins with a maiden over. Acklam Park in Middlesbrough they played at as well. Yorkshire back in the day. Derbyshire have had many grounds, including 2 or 3 in Burton, which isn't even in Derbyshire. It's in Staffordshire.
Yeah, Gloucestershire likewise, with several in Cheltenham and Gloucester. I think at least 3 grounds in Cheltenham, in addition to, well, I say in addition to, I mean three grounds, I think, including the College Ground. These sides will meet in the One-Day Cup, which I have to stop using the sponsorship for, which doesn't exist anymore. No. Lackmell starts his 6th over, bowling to Harris. Needless to say, there's no run as he defends it up to mid-on. We could kind of just start from the basis of the fact there won't be a run. It's just a matter of where the ball goes. Brooks is doing still a fair amount of swivelling about, but it's fairly kind of languid from Brooks, but he's been doing it for quite a while now. It's almost as if I was thinking he might come into the attack before now, but hasn't been called upon yet. Lackmell to Harris. Oh, goodness me, that's caught Harris, I think, on the pad and then trickled past the off stump and just about past the keeper as well for a leg by. So even a run during a Lackmell over has a fair amount of alarm to it as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, and doesn't add anything onto his bowling figures. 27 without loss.
Bowled 29 successive dot balls. The run that he conceded was from the 3rd ball of his first over.
Testing my short-term memory because I can't even remember what it was.
No, I can't. Absolutely no idea.
Dent waiting for Lackmell outside the off stump. Dent saw that one quite early. I mean, he got his bat out of the way of it, and then it was almost just flapping it down by his side by the time the ball went past him. Just looking to see Lackmell off here, pretty much. Tempting him with that big gap between backward point and mid-off. 4 slips in place, saying drive me, but at the moment, Dent doesn't seem too interested.
Bloody bring Henry on. He got 6 for 20 in the first innings last week.
Saranga Lackmell charges past umpire Bainton. He's there and bowls very full. Dent drives down the ground. Mid-on will go into the tumble to stop it. Where is Mr. Deploy going? He's going to have a word with Lackmell about something or other. Slap him on the back. Looked to be a long conversation.
No, I don't think they are usually. Liz Deploy is a fluent Afrikaans speaker. He and his girlfriend partner speak regularly in Afrikaans on the boundary's edge. Not sure if Wayne Badson speaks Afrikaans. He might
We have a few words of it.
Yeah.
Lackmell over the wicket to Dent, angled across him. Dent watchfully gets the bat out the way of it. Guest takes. Yeah. Graham van Buren and Marchand de Lange. Likewise, you can hear them. A few Afrikaans exchanges on the boundary edge. And those two, as I think I said on day 2, known each other since they were children. And Graham van Buren said in an interview with the club that de Lange was the first bowler to pin him on the helmet.
Oh, excellent.
So imagine even at that age, you would have known something about that. Lakmal bowls to Dent, who plays that one softly out into the covers. It's another maiden over. 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 run. Gloucestershire 27 without loss after 11 overs. If there are any thoughts of some sort of a charge off into the distance from Gloucestershire, which I don't think there would have been, given recent history in first innings, then Lakmal has very much put that idea to bed, for now at least.
33 successive dot balls. There was a leg by in there. But now the stick cricket man is getting ready. Henry Brooks. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Harris, who plays that into the leg side. It was a little higher up the bat than he perhaps intended. Fielded by Brooks. Lewis Rees, of course, hasn't conceded a run yet either. It's only his second over, mind. Poor old Sam Connors, 4 overs for 25. Cricket's cruel, isn't it? Or it can be.
Magpie goes
Yeah,
fluttering past one magpie as well.
Solitary magpie is never good.
Not good.
Apparently. Here is Rees, who's in, and that one is defended by Harris back towards him. He just bends down and picks it up with his left hand. Gives the ball to Mitch Wagstaff, who immediately thinks, well, I've got no seniority here at all, so he gives it to Leas de Ploy, who thinks, well, I'm a batsman, what am I supposed to do with it? They haven't really got a polisher when Lewis Rees is bowling, because he is the
right.
polisher.
That was what was going to be my next question.
He is the polisher. In he goes again and bowls outside the off stump. Might have been swinging away. Goes through to the keeper. Brooke Guest, no run.
Even before he was captain, Van Buren was usually chief shiner. So, it's just, well, I mean, it's been quite convenient, I suppose, because he's positioned himself at mid-off right next to the bowler and be... They said China in sheath then, whatever that means.
The old China in sheath. Yeah. Here goes Rees again and bowls. That one is guided into the offside by Harris. See, before when I said it was tossed to Mitch Wagstaff, it wasn't. It was tossed to Alex Thompson. Mitch Wagstaff's at point. Alex Thompson's at mid-on with his hair poking out the back.
So what, I've heard a lot about this hair, and I still haven't really got a chance to see it up close. I mean, what's up with it?
All the hair on the top cut into a V, and the side was all shaved off. So he was trying to grow a mullet of sorts. That's hit the pads. A half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket too high. And it's now starting to grow out, but everything's growing at the same time, of course. So he'll have enough for a Mohican at some point, I would have thought. He's quite the fashion guru.
Yeah, perhaps he could be sort of the Peter Wright of cricket or something like that, with his different colours.
Snake on his head as well. Yeah, that's paint, isn't it? Not a tattoo.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
In goes Rees again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside and fielded nicely in the covers by Sam Connors. And guess what? A maiden over from Lewis Rees. 2 overs, 2 maidens for him. Saranga Lakmal, his first spell has come to an end at 6 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 1. Wow. Decent.
Very much so, yeah.
Including those 33 successive dot balls.
Test quality spell from a test bowler, yeah.
So you're going to see... Oh, no, he's carrying on. Sorry, I thought he was coming off. He's carrying on.
Brooks has been warming up for about half an hour now, but Lakmal's having another. Here he comes to bowl to Dent, full driven by Dent. A rare attacking shot off the bowling of Lakmal, but it still doesn't bring a run.
Over the wicket as well, he's gone this time.
Yes, he's going...
Just changing the angle a bit.
Around, yeah. driven straight to Thompson at mid-off by Dent. He's only got 2 fielders ready to pick out on that offside, but yeah, I suppose each side at the moment is trying to squeeze the life out of the other, seemingly. Derbyshire won't give an inch, why would they? Settled into their rhythm. Equally, Gloucestershire may just feel they've got to get through this period here as Dent chops it onto his stumps. He's bowled. They can't get through it. Dent going for the cut shot, but he's chopped it onto his leg stump, and that is just reward for Suranga Lakmal. He gets the wicket. 6.2 overs, 1 for 1 now, and that's a big one. Dent out for 17, so close to seeing off Lakmal, but he has to depart, and Gloucestershire are now 27 for 1.
The 35th successive dot ball bowled by Suranga Lakmal finally reaps the rewards. He has bowled really nicely. More was expected of him when he arrived, and of course he got the injury last season, and I'm not sure he was entirely fully fit at the beginning of this season either, but he looks today as good as he's looked in his entire time here at Derbyshire in terms of accuracy and ball going past the bat. I don't know, he's got a wicket with a chop on, which is unfortunate for Dent, but eventually a batsman will get to the point where he thinks, well, I can't just let him bowl at me. Plays an aggressive shot and pays the price.
Yeah, and for Dent, it's, you know, I so often say this because the cut shot is one of his real strong points, but it also can get him out, and often in that sort of fashion where he tries to cut a ball that's not really that short, and particularly, too close to him. So, number 3 for Gloucestershire is Ben Charlesworth. It was actually written on, I think, a team sheet that was doing the rounds that Charlesworth would be at 3, and Bracey was listed at 6. Okay. So maybe that Bracey's been moved down the order again, as he was towards the back end of last year. But it's the tall figure of Charlesworth, another left-hander waiting for Lakmal, and Charlesworth shoulders arms. It goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. So Charlesworth with his first innings of the season. He picked up a foot injury last year after playing the first 2 games. Didn't score many runs in those games, but then that foot injury put paid to a large part of the season, and he still has yet to have a full injury-free season, Ben Charlesworth. Just 22 years of age. In comes Lakmal, bowls to him. Or go the slip cordon as Charlesworth leaves it alone again. Under 19 international Ben Charlesworth was top scorer in the game against Australia in the 2019 under 19 World Cup. I think I'm right in saying, but I'll double check that actually. I should have thought of the year exactly before I brought it up, shouldn't I?
No.
Anyway, I remember the game. I just didn't remember the year.
We've got all afternoon.
Okay. Lakmal bowls to Charlesworth. It's full and straight. Charlesworth blocks it down the ground, and there's no run. Everybody this time thought it was the end of the over from Derbyshire, and they're going to have to walk back to their mark. For once, they didn't do me with that.
No.
Yeah, Charlesworth had a good game when he came back from injury against Somerset, 56 and a 64, twin half centuries, and found it tricky on, as we said, 2 very bowler-friendly pitches, one at Bristol against Warwickshire and one at Headingley to finish off the season. Getting his chance now as Lakmal bowls to Charlesworth, and he's reached forward in a defence which didn't look like the worst defensive shot, but the ball just seemed to move away from him. And Lakmal might be fancying another over still if he can go for it. 7 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 1.
The boys just asked him that very question, I think, and now he's coming across to speak to Henry Brooks. I think the word is, because Henry Brooks didn't automatically... Oh, well, yeah, no, he has. He started going through his bowling action and swinging. He swings his arms around. You know what he reminds me of when he does that? A swimmer. Rather than a cricketer, he sort of swings his arms around like a swimmer on the blocks. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Chris Harris, who's edged and caught brilliantly by Wayne Madsen at second slip. Wow, that was really shifting, and Madsen's held on to it. Harris goes. It's 2 wickets in quick succession. How important could that be? He can catch flies, Wayne Madsen. He was struggling at first slip. He's moved to second. Harris goes for 7. Gloucestershire 27 for 2.
Yeah, it was quite a similar sort of chance, albeit Harris was in the gully rather than at second slip. But in terms of the way it flew at him, it was quite similar to the one that Harris had off Harry Kane in the first innings when Kane was on 31. And it really did travel off that outside edge. And Gloucestershire have lost their openers, and that is a situation that really does spell trouble given the quality of Dent and Harris. And it's going to have to be the middle order, which has been brittle so far this season, particularly in first innings, that has to get Gloucestershire out of trouble. So this is a change from... No, it's not actually, pardon me, no, it is Miles Hammond. Sorry, I was moving Bracey down, but I hadn't moved him down far enough. So Hammond remains at 4, which is what was listed on that sheet. So Hammond, who really was the standout for Gloucestershire, really the only person to get to grips with Nathan McAndrew in particular in Gloucestershire's last game against Sussex, made 87 not out, deserved 100 really, but didn't have enough partners to get him there. Gloucestershire will need an innings similar to that from him here, because they're in trouble here, 27 for 2.
It was a good height for Wayne Madsen, but my word, it flew. Most of the power was generated by Harris's bat. Lewis Rees in to bowl to Hammond, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. If you get the chance to see it, you will. It'll appear on social media by the Derbyshire Twitter feed. Don't just scroll past it. Have a look. Magnificent catch by Wayne Madsen, who this season now has a lot of catches. I can't find him on my list. Here is Rees in again. It's a full toss. It was an attempted slower ball Yorker, I think. And it just never, gravity just never took hold. It just sort of floated up towards Hammond. And he was almost surprised by it. Why isn't he on my list? He's definitely, oh, that's because they're the bowling averages. No, that's where the catches are. Yeah, of course he hasn't bowled, so he'll be on the, oh, it's on the page that I haven't printed out. Brilliant. Excellent work by Dave Fletcher. He hasn't bowled this season, Wayne Madsen, so I think it'll be about 14. In goes Rees again, bowls a Yorker, and Hammond has a go at that one. That's a no ball, though. So the run of balls without runs being scored off them comes to an end. 29 for 2.
It's, I think this is updated live, so I think it is exactly 14, in fact.
There we go.
Yeah, I think that updates as it goes.
Which is another reason I think preparation is always overrated. Is you can always guess approximately what something is. Rees in again, bowls to Hammond, who turns this one into the leg side. Brooks sets off. 3 strides later, he picks the ball up, and they go through for a single. He's off the mark, 30 for 2.
Yeah, he's just got so bogged down, Gloucestershire. They didn't have anything too much to put away, but you can just point to the odd half volley which didn't go. You're only talking 1 or 2, but maybe you just get 1 away and things change. And it felt as if every time, well, not every time, but most times Gloucestershire overpitched, they were put away. And I'm not sure that that's really quite been the case in this innings. Rees bowls now to Charlesworth, outswinger. Started off too wide. Rees turns in annoyance, having delivered that one that didn't trouble Ben Charlesworth. Ball's still fairly new. Sun's out now, but I still think that it's probably still pretty humid conditions. So despite the sunshine, you have to think that it's potentially going to continue to move for a fair bit still. Rees bowls to Charlesworth, who I think leaves that one alone. It was a slightly odd-looking leave, but didn't put the bat anywhere near the ball. And it's the end of the over. So really, it's pretty much been extras for a while now for Gloucestershire. Basically, Hammond managing the one single there off the bat, but well and truly bogged down Gloucestershire. And in that situation, that particularly in one-day cricket, but even here, you don't want to find yourself in, where not only are you not scoring, but you're losing wickets. And we do have Lackmal continuing. So he has obviously told Deploy he can give him at least one more over. So he's going to come in for his 8th and bowl a wide delivery to Hammond, which doesn't interest him in playing a shot. You don't see too many 8-over spells nowadays. But he's, I mean, I don't know, maybe, I suppose you've got to think about later on in the day a little bit, but in theory he should have potentially quite an extended break here before he's asked to bowl again. We've got just over half an hour until tea, which is at 4 o'clock fixed today. Lackmal jogs in, goes into a sprint and bowls full. Hammond forward and pushing it up towards mid-on. Be a run there, needless to say. It's now, well, I'm losing count of the number of dot balls he's bowled because he's only conceded 1 run. What are we on now? 44 balls bowled, 43 dots. Bring up the half century, potentially, if he gets another one. Over over, that is. Lackmal past umpire Bainton. He's in and bowls full, driven away by Hammond. This time he manages to beat mid-off, and there will be runs, and there might even be 4 off them. The ball's not speeding off towards the boundary, but it is just about going to get there. Shock of all shocks, Lackmal's conceded a boundary, but that's exactly what I mean. There have been a few deliveries there. We're only talking 2 or 3, but they haven't been capitalised upon, and Hammond does so that time. Gets 4 to move on to 5. Gloucestershire 34 for 2, trailing by 217. Lackmal will switch to round the wicket to Hammond. 4 slips go down. In comes Lackmal and bowls full and driven away again by Hammond. He's not quite timed that one so well, I don't think. And they'll run them up 4, I would imagine. They'll be able to get back for 3 fairly comfortably. It's a good arm from, that's Wagstaff out there. Somebody tall anyway, and it's not Brooks, so I assume it's Wagstaff. And Hammond gets 3 more, moves on to 8. Gloucestershire 37 for 2. Dreadful over this is from Lackmal.
And what's he doing?
What's gone on here? 7 runs in 2 balls now.
1 too many.
Could be. We'll see. Might get a wicket now. Bowls to Charlesworth, and well, it wasn't far off. Charlesworth left it, but judging by the reactions, it wasn't far off stump.
You can understand why they've asked him to do 1 more, and then 1 more, because he did bowl 41 successive dot deliveries. 1 leg by from that entire time. Remarkable.
You've still got to be careful, be really careful for this last ball here, because you know, when he lands it on the spot, it still could cause issues. But this time again, it's a little over pitched, and Charlesworth drives it straight to mid-off. He had the chance to get off the mark there, but picked out the fielder. So Lackmal, you would imagine, is done with his spell. 8 over 6 maidens, 1 for 8.
Take nothing for granted. Write nothing down.
No.
Write nothing down.
Brooks is doing yet more warming up. But judging by previous occasions, that doesn't mean anything.
Waste of time. What's happening? No, we need the damper. Are they called damper?
The tamper, I think, aren't they?
Is it tamper?
I think that's
sorry.
right.
Yeah, okay. But we need it. Whatever it's called, the little heavy square thing that they smash into the ground to break up the bowler's footmarks has been called for. So there'll be a slight delay here. I'm sure there are cricket scores we can have a look at. Durham are 68 for 1. They need another 178 to beat Yorkshire from 137 overs, so they've got plenty of time. Leicestershire 94 for 4, trailing Sussex by 336.
Hudson Prentice has got 3 of those wickets.
Well, that's a good lad. He's a really good player, Finn. Obviously, Sussex have already beaten Worcestershire, haven't they? Which is why it's not. Is that
Glamorgan,
right?
yeah.
Glamorgan, sorry, that's why it's not on my page anymore, because it only shows live matches. As soon as the game finishes, it disappears off this particular page. And there are some games in the First Division as well. Surrey have been bowled out for 380. They lead Middlesex by 171. Lancashire are 240 for 7, trailing Somerset by 121. Hampshire 275 for 6. They lead Kent by 180. And there's 2 more. Warwickshire are 86 for 5. They need 14 more runs off 144 overs, so fairly straightforward in that respect.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was more wickets than I expected them to be down, but then I remembered how few they were chasing.
Yeah, they only need another 14, so they're only chasing 100 to beat Essex, Edgbaston, and Northamptonshire are in all sorts, 53 for 6. They trail Nottinghamshire still, that's in their second innings. They trail Nottinghamshire, they're 55 for 6 now. They trail Nottinghamshire by 42. The game between the Derbyshire hopefuls in the playoffs, Chesterfield and Notts County, has just got underway at Wembley. Still goalless there. The ground staff are coming out now. This could take forever. A couple of football scores of note, because there aren't many goals in the 3 o'clock kickoffs. Tottenham are losing, but it is Saturday. Chelsea are losing at home, but it is Saturday. Well, it's just any day of the week, isn't it? They're losing at home to Nottingham Forest, though. That is a result that would relegate Wolves, who are losing at Manchester United by 1-0. And in the one close to my heart, mainly for the reasons that I hope they don't win, but Bolton 0, Barnsley 0. If Bolton win, it's a terrible day in the Fletcher household. My son is a Bolton Wanderers fan, and I'm not. But we can see the ground from our. Well, if you lean out of the bedroom window, you could see the ground. It's that close.
I imagine you probably can from most places in Bolton, can you?
Well, not in Bolton, no, because it's in Horwich. It's about 5 miles north of Bolton, where the Bolton ground is now. They used to play in Bolton town centre, but they sold it to Asda, which is a far better use of the land, in my opinion. And built another ground just down the road from us in Horwich, just off the M61. So, yeah, 0-0 with Barnsley. Peterborough having beaten Sheffield Wednesday 4-0 last night, one of the most extraordinary playoff games I think I've ever seen. Neil Godrich is using the tamperer. I tell you what, he's putting everything into that. That's good exercise, isn't it?
Taking out all his frustration from day one, where he had to clear all that water up, an entire swimming pool's worth of water up, only for it to be replaced a couple of hours later.
Let's see. Is Lewis Rees happy? Well, he seems as happy as Lewis is going to be.
Well, if somebody's put that much effort in, I think you've probably got to, haven't you?
Do it some more.
Yeah,
do it some more. And now they're running off.
Oh.
Excellent work. They'll get a round of applause.
They should do.
Yeah.
They're running off with that big wheelbarrow full of presumably more of the green sawdust that they hand paint.
Goodness knows what's in it, but they'll be back at 4. Here's Lewis Rees beginning his 4th over, and he bowls, and Hammond defends it. Straight back to Rees.
Oh, I thought he was going to... I'm disappointed. He had a great opportunity there just to fake shy at the stumps or fake shy at Hammond there, and he decided not to. It was too nice.
No, he's not too nice at all when he's on the pitch, Lou. He's thoroughly nice when he's off it. I think that's just sportsman, isn't it, really? You put your game face on and you turn into some nasty person that you're not really. He's in again, bowls to Hammond, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Didn't miss the off stump by much, judging by Lewis Rees's reaction, but you do see Rees react a lot like that.
I think it didn't swing away as much as some of the other deliveries that he bowled, so I think Hammond had maybe banked on the fact that it was going to shape away like the others, and it just didn't quite. So it was a bit closer than I think he might have budgeted for.
Let's We're definitely going to see Brooks next over, by the way, from the city end. Rees is in from the racecourse end and goes straight past the edge of Hammond's bat as he propped forward, played a sort of defensive shot at it without any real conviction. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Another wicket or two before tea would be interesting.
Wow, there's every chance, given what's going on out there at the moment. I mean, there's just consistent pressure, balls beating bat, leaves allowing balls to pass just past off stump. There's more than enough happening to suggest there's every chance.
Rees is in again. Hammond pulls his bat inside the line. Impossible to tell from here how soon he pulled the ball inside the line. But he definitely did at some point.
I suppose actually just looking at the title race in Division 1, Surrey and Warwickshire coming into the round level on points. But
This is a first division? I hadn't realised.
puts a bit of pressure
Sorry.
on Surrey to do the job against Middlesex.
Rees in bowls to having to push it out to the offside.
Yes, actually, no, I can't remember what division Gloucestershire were in last year.
No.
Completely gone.
I don't think there is another division. I think this is it.
Yes. Most of that was, I'm afraid, worth forgetting for Gloucestershire last season. Finished it off well, but unfortunately the ship had sailed.
And comes Rees and bowls to Hammond. Well, again, pulls the bat inside the line. When he did that, I'm not sure, but a good over from Lewis. He's almost Lackmal-esque figures. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. It was the end of Lackmal, 8 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 8. We're going to see Henry Brooks. Hammond has got 8. Charlesworth yet to get off the mark. 37 for 2. Gloucestershire and Chesterfield have just taken the lead against Notts County from the penalty spot. They finished, I think it was 19 points behind Notts County, who scored 100 and goodness knows how many. Ridiculous title race with Wrexham in the National League. But Derbyshire's very own Chesterfield are 1-0 up on Nottinghamshire's Notts County in the National League playoff final.
So we're going to see somebody other than Sir Angle Lackmal bowl from the city end. It's Henry Brooks bowling over the wicket to Charlesworth, who is not interested in playing a shot to that one. In the IPL, look now, Supergiants have beaten Sunrisers. Glenn Phillips actually managed to get into the Sunrisers side this time, and I think they're certainly close to the bottom of the IPL, but for some reason didn't think that Glenn Phillips could turn things around for them. However, he did make a golden duck in
perhaps they
this
were right
game.
then.
Well, perhaps they were. Brooks bowls to Charlesworth, bottom edge, and it goes on the bounce, and it's really well stopped by Guest behind the stumps. Very nearly the second chop on of the innings after Dent fell that way. But not only that, but it doesn't get Charlesworth off the mark. Again, it was quite close to him, not really that short. Charlesworth's a tall man. Tried to kind of stand tall and play the cut shot. If he was going to play it, he would have had to have gone into a kind of a crouched position and play it a bit later than that. Gets away with it. Brooks is into Charlesworth, and a back of a length delivery goes through to Guest. The only reason I mentioned Glenn Phillips is, I think it was put to bed a while ago, and it was certainly put to bed when Gloucestershire announced the signing of Grant Rudolphson for the T20, as far as Glenn Phillips coming back this season for Gloucestershire. In terms of whether he might or might not, sort of conflicting reports as to whether it would depend on how much he played in the IPL, but in the end, Brooks bowls to Charlesworth in a half of the bat, and it squeezes out towards forward square leg, and there's no run. But yeah, Gloucestershire will have the services of Grant Rudolphson, and Glenn Phillips will have a bit of a break, but he's been announced just yesterday as a new signing for the Washington Freedom in Major League Cricket. So Phillips will be going off to the States. In comes Brooks and bowls to Charlesworth, angled across him. Charlesworth shoulders arms once more. 13 deliveries Now Charlesworth has been out there for, still searching for his first run. Yeah, Grant Rulofsson, be Gloucestershire's only kind of, well, I say specialist. He won't be kind of a specialist overseas player because he'll be covering for Marcus Harris for the championship matches that are taking place during the Ashes. So he won't be a specialist T20, but he's the only signing especially for that, if you know what I mean. It's Brooks bowls, again back of a length, and once more Charlesworth is content to leave. So Henry Brooks starts with a maiden. Gloucestershire remain 37 for 2, crawling along after 17 overs, going at just over 2 and over.
I think I'm with you. I've no idea, really. All those signing bits, yeah.
Well, anyway, Rulofsson will be the overseas, and I would imagine it will be Zafar that will play alongside him, because there won't be many games before Harris would have to leave for the Ashes squad anyway. So Gloucestershire may well have 3 left-arm spinners for the T20, with Tom Smith coming into the mix and Graham Van Buren as well.
Lewis Rees begins a new over and bowls to Hammond and beats him.
Rinse and repeat at the moment, isn't it?
Very much so. Big smile on Lewis Rees's face. He hasn't started limping yet. Wait till he starts limping, he gets even better. This is his 5th over. The first 3 of the first 4 were maidens. So we've had 17 overs and 1 ball. And we've had 11 maidens in those 17 overs. Remarkable. And goes Rees again and bowls. That's left alone by Hammond as it swings away down low, taken by Brooke Guest. Just rearrange those words into a sentence.
Well, I think
absolutely laughing.
Somehow I got through about 3 or 4 sentences on Grant Rulofsson and Glenn Phillips whilst doing that. I think sort of the brain fudge mid-afternoon has hit.
A stream of codgers. I'm going to have to put my cap on after tea, I think, because the sun will come round. Wait till the sun comes round. That's very exciting. Rees in again, bowls to Hammond, who drives, and he's going to get runs here. He might even get 4 of them. Lears deploys Chow. He might as well stop now. That ball's gone to the boundary. Hammond gets 4 runs, which, how to look. It's the first boundary since Sam Connors was bowling.
Hammond did hit Lackmal for 4.
Oh, did he?
In his last over.
Oh, well, there we go. So it's not that long ago. I wasn't watching then. Clearly.
I think you were in the middle of your update.
Yeah, 41 for 2. It's very kind of you to make excuses for me.
Well, you were, though.
Here's Rees in again and bowls. And he defends this one, Hammond back towards. Let's deploy at mid-off.
Just on Rulofsson, I was last week comparing Grant Rulofsson's T20 numbers to Michael Klinger's. I'm not saying that Rulofsson will be Michael Klinger, but the statistics in his career so far are remarkably similar.
It'd be decent if he is. Blimey. Rees is in and it's driven by Hammond straight to Lears deploy at mid-off.
Apart from the small matter of about 150 T20 matches different, but the average is within the same, well, certainly within the same ballpark, only 0.13 difference. And the strike rate, Rulofsson's strike rate is 2 points higher than Klinger's in his career. So, you know, and admittedly, yes, not all of those matches from Rulofsson will have been at the sort of SA20 type level.
Rees bowls, Hammond defends. Deploy fields under the over. 41 for 2.
But at the same time, he's clearly a quality player, and very much looking forward to watching Rulofsson go about his business, both in the T20 and in the County Championship, where there's been a lot made of all the left-handers that Gloucestershire have at the top of their order. Just can bring Rulofsson in to break that up, both in T20 and in the Championship. I mean, looking at this side, Dent, Harris, Bracey, Hammond, Charlesworth. That's a lot of lefties up the top of the order. And even in T20, several of those will be at the top. I've heard, I think it was Dale Benkenstein who confirmed at the AGM, actually, that Rulofsson will open the batting, which potentially means that Miles Hammond will move to the middle order, which is what he does when he plays for the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. So Hammond may be more of a middle order player, because I think that one of the reasons why, as we've got a short leg coming in here for Brooks, one of the reasons why Hammond ended up opening the batting was because sides often open the bowling with spin, and Hammond is particularly strong against spin and gets those reverse sweeps, etc., out very early. Charlesworth facing Brooks, and he'll get off the mark here as he turns it down towards backward square, fielded by Thompson. Charlesworth, off his 15th delivery, gets his first run, and Gloucestershire are 42 for 2.
I must apologise. I glazed over once you used the word 100.
I could see.
I've got absolutely no interest in it.
But anyway, Hammond may well fulfil the same role as he does in that for Gloucestershire this season, because teams, I think, have sort of grown wise to things and just tended to open with pace now. Hammond leaves the ball alone this time off the bowling of Brooks, although it doesn't mean that you can bowl any seamer to Miles Hammond, as he proved against Tom Lammonby at Bristol last year, where he pulled Lammonby for 4 sixes in the first over.
Nice.
Well, it was, and then, of course, Gloucestershire got, so to speak, Vander murdered. He did about 65 off 4 overs with 3 wickets in hand, and Van der Merwe got them home. Brooks is in and bowls to Hammond, who's up onto his toes and blocking that one out into the covers, hoping for a quick single, but he's not got it wide enough of mid-off. There's no run. Where is everybody going?
I don't know.
Jack Chantry suddenly decided that he wants to swap
It's got
sides.
the short leg in, hasn't it, I
Yes, there we
suppose?
go.
Yeah.
Everybody else went for just a general jog, just to
Yeah.
keep themselves going, I think.
Just to praise you what you said then, Gloucestershire are going to win the T20, is that?
No, that's not what I've said.
Is that not what you said?
No, I don't
I'm
think
sure I
so.
heard that.
Brooks bowls to Hammond. There's a leave outside the off stump. I think, even just mentioning that game last year against Somerset will tell you that there may be a few issues there, but we'll see. You never know until it starts. T20 is a volatile format, and anything could happen, etc. But yeah,
Toss up a coin kind of game, really, isn't it?
it kind of is. But at the same time, Gloucestershire have lost Penny Howell, Ian Cobain, Ryan Higgins, and replacement-wise, when they've got De Lange coming in. Yes, they've got Rulofsson, but of course they had Phillips last year. Brooks round the wicket now to Hammond, who defends out towards wide mid-off again, doesn't pick up a run. So there's going to have to be big seasons from certain players. Chris Dent, for example, is going to have to go off on one like he did in 2020 when Gloucestershire made finals day, albeit it was a very different competition in 2020 because there were barely any overseas players playing because of COVID. But something like that would have to happen. Young players will have to step up. Brooks bowls to Hammond, worked into the leg side on the bounce to short leg, where Wagstaff fields. There's no run. 42 for 2 is the Gloucestershire score.
9 minutes until tea.
Is that all?
You wouldn't hear that in a game in August, would you? You won't hear much from me because county cricketers barely play anything in August. Everything stops.
I think this year they're at least
They've shortened it
some
slightly,
sort of
haven't
a system where players can be released back to the counties.
Reese begins anew over full-length delivery to Charlesworth, who pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Because this was one of the big things about it. So Van Buren, for example, who was picked up last year but hasn't been retained. I mean, of course, there's still the Blast wild card, so anybody can still be picked up for it. But he played the first game of the season last year in the 100 and then didn't play again. So he had no cricket through August, and he'd just come back from injury as well. Not ideal.
He's bowls, Charlesworth defends, straight back to the bowler.
Just that lack of kind of, we've got these players now. That's what irritated me, because So I'm a follower of the women's game as well. So, but particularly on the men's side, it's fine for the women's game because there's nothing else going on at that time. But for the men's game, it just irritated me, the whole kind of lack of connectivity between the two. Players should be playing cricket.
Reese bowls and Charlesworth clips that into the leg side. There is no run. It's a tumbling stop by Alex Thompson. We've only got 41 overs and 3 balls left, so I've got time to tell you everything that irritated me. About that competition, I mean, there's all sorts of other things as well in the world that I could go through now, but about that, just well, it'll wither and die soon anyway. So fingers crossed. Here's Reese bowling from the racecourse end. Bowls to Charlesworth, another full delivery that Charlesworth gets his bat down on, pushes into the leg side. Again, it's fielded by Thompson.
I think another thing which might irritate you is the Northamptonshire versus Nottinghamshire score.
I've given up on that. Yeah,
66 for 8.
Oh, that's pitiful, isn't it? Really?
Northamptonshire, they might lose by an innings, and Nottinghamshire only scored 255.
Yeah, that's not.
In fact, it's 66 for 9.
Not ideal. Oh, dear.
Poor old Andrew Rad.
Patronising will be in full motion as this next delivery from Reese is defended by Charlesworth.
Gosh, even a run out for the 9th wicket. It's not what you need at 66 for 8. A run out.
Derbyshire pulled off one of the more remarkable victories in their recent history in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. The first game that they played, they won at Trent Bridge. And I went off the stream to go next door to commentate on all frequencies at 6 o'clock. This next delivery from Reese. He's driven out into the offside. Oh dear. Goes under Sam Connors. They're going to get 2 runs here probably. It's been chased down by Mitch Wagstaff, who's got there now. And they're going to come back for the second. In fact, one of the batsmen was going to come back for the second. Charlesworth. Hammond said no, so Charlesworth had to turn tail and go back to the far end, and he picks up 2. He moves on to 3. 44 for 2. Hammond has 12. So I was commentating on this glorious Derbyshire victory, which turned out to be one of the many false dawns. And I was getting all sorts of messages about the commentary on the stream being less than generous to Derbyshire. So he's only patronising when you're in the room, was the conclusion I drew from that. We're 5 minutes from tea.
Yeah, so he might just about manage another over after that. Sarang Lakmal getting some applause from the spectators on this side of the ground because it's probably the first time he's been over here. Brooks bowling to Hammond, and Hammond will let that one alone. So just about see if Gloucestershire can squeeze through to tee 2 down. It's really not been quick progress for the most part, and Hammond has played a couple of fluent drives in his 12, but it's not really going to be feeling in great rhythm even now just before the tea break, and then tea's going to break up whatever he might be feeling. He's going to get runs here though. Brooks drifts onto the pads and it's clipped away through straight mid-wicket by Hammond. He'll pick up 2 runs here. The fielder was out at deep square, so they're giving Brooks the option to dig it in short with that fairly deep short leg actually, and the, well, it's got deep forward square really rather than deep mid-wicket. He's got options. Cover pretty much wide open. Hammond to 14, Gloucestershire 46 for 2. Brooks into Hammond, it's short and it's pulled fine by Hammond. Lakmal is after it, fumbles the ball, and they're going to come back for a second run on the misfield. But he's bowled 8 overs in a spell, it's Lakmal, so I mean, I don't think the fielding coach would forgive him for the bobble, but I will.
They're all right because they don't have one.
Well, there we go.
Yeah,
there is no fielding coach. Well, actually, Gloucestershire don't have a fielding coach either.
He can do what he wants.
Okay. I've never seen Mickey Arthur get angry personally.
Oh, you should have been here on Sunday night.
Oh no, that's why I was.
He was angry.
Tongue in cheek. Outside the off stump from Brooks, left alone by Hammond. So a couple of 2s in the last 2 balls before that moved him to 16.
the thought was he'd calmed down by the time he spoke to us, but you could tell by his whole demeanour that he was absolutely
It's
seething.
not enough time to calm down that, really, is it?
He was pointing, and there was a lot of gesticulating going on the boundary's edge.
Does he still have his short shorts?
No, he's been on his shorts for a while.
The short shorts.
I tried to make a thing of it, but I think he got fed up with me in the end, and he's just worn long pants because he's so cold.
Brooks into Hammond, who's covering up in defence, goes back to the bowler. Yes, I mean, they certainly became a thing in that England-Sri Lanka series a couple of years back. Series Ben Folkes made his debut and scored a century on debut at Gaul.
I think if you're in Sri Lanka, you can get away with shorts, can't you?
Well, I think you
Pretty much
probably
all year round.
Probably got to. Yes.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he packed a pair of long trousers, whereas he didn't have a coat when he arrived in England and was unveiled as the Derbyshire coach, so he had to go out and buy a coat fairly sharpish.
Well, I just suppose they take up a lot of room in the luggage, don't they? It's tricky to fit some coats into your luggage. Last ball of this over. Brooks is into Hammond, and it's pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. So one more over until tea, and then we'll have the small matter of 39 overs in the evening session. Gloucestershire 48 for 2, trailing by 203.
Over a spin.
Are we going to get one?
Yeah, we are. He's moving in. You can see the haircut now. Do you need the binoculars?
Oh, yes, I'd love them.
My right eye's not very good, so you might have to twiddle with it a bit, but it's not an ideal haircut, that.
Gosh, it's getting blown about in some places as well.
It's quite sort of long down the middle.
Very fetching.
Yeah. The Alex Thompson fan club is still down below us.
Perhaps it could have its own Twitter account. These things seem to happen.
I don't think he's got one.
Well, but we could have an Alex Thompson's hair account, I'm sure. You know, I can't remember what. I mean, I think Miles Hammond's headband had its own Twitter account a couple of years ago.
Here is Thompson then around the wicket, orthodox off spin. Bowls the first delivery. It's a foolish one, and Charlesworth defends it back. Jimmy dries his hand, and the dust, if it is dust yet, of the footmarks, and turns. It won't take him long to bowl this over. 48 for 2. He bowls again with no idea if it's going to turn, if he's going to bowl at that length. Both have been very, very full. I'd be surprised if it did turn, in all honesty. It doesn't generally turn here at Derby. It hasn't done in recent years. He bowls. That's better. Oh, and it goes past the bat. There we go. Here we are. That one either didn't turn, and he played down the wrong line, or it turned enough to get past the edge of the bat. The bails were whipped off by Brooke Guest. That will have just lifted Alex Thompson's spirits, and he's in again, and he allows this one the opportunity to turn as well, but it was defended by Charlesworth up to mid-on, where Saranga Lakmal is fielding.
Just straightened.
Just
straightened enough, yeah.
That's promising then. As Thompson is in again and bowls, and he goes back into his crease, Charlesworth, and cuts it out to Harry Kame, who's fielding on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, moves to 4, 49 for 2. And one ball left until tea, which means I can get to the end of this news bulletin, which is excellent news. Oh no, don't mess about.
He's got to take his guard.
Come on, son. He's only an off spinner. Miles Hammond about to face Alex Thompson for the first time. In comes Henry Brooks, rather, from the square leg boundary. There's a short leg in place. Thompson bowls, and he's driven out to Harry Kame in the covers. And Hammond picks up a single. He'll also be on strike when we start the evening session. He's on 17. Charlesworth has 4. 50 for 2 at tea. Chris Dent for 17 and Marcus Harris for 7. The men out. Gloucestershire trail by 201. I'm in a hurry, and we'll see you later. In and balls to read.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to read. Go in and balls to Reed.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Ready, Mascot. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight. Two good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
Go in and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. For 2, and I don't think we'll see Alex Thompson bowling. He was bowling from the racecourse end, of course, and it's Henry Brooks who's going to begin from the city end. That was never 20 minutes, was it? Good grief. Half time at Wembley, Chesterfield leading by a goal to 0. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Go on.
Brooks bowls to Hammond, who leaves it alone outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper.
Free for all continues.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter, does it?
No.
I don't think, anyway. I was slightly concerned because the scoreboard wasn't there and I wasn't 100% sure who was on strike. Just 13 runs from the last 5 overs before tea. And not many from the 5 before that either.
I was going to say,
Henry Brooks
about
was
half of the course, really, wasn't it?
He was ready to charge in there, and Hammond was away with the clouds. Brooks is in, and he's whipped it into the leg side as Hammond out towards Alex Thompson, who picks up on the mid-wicket boundary, and they get through for the first run of the evening session of 51 for 2.
Yeah, I was thinking there's quite a large area if you're going to bounce the throw in from the deep there, where you can land it into those pitches there. But I don't know, it's sort of in between area now, 23rd over, whether they want to try and scuff it up for a bit of reverse
Scuff it up
later on, or
very dare you.
not. Well, I was just thinking, well, I mean, it's still relatively new, though. I don't know whether you want to be doing that yet.
Next delivery is guided out into the offside by Charlesworth, picked up by Sam Connors. And just having a chat at the very brief tea interval. Straight through Mitch Wagstaff's hands, which is why it was removed from the slipcord and presumably replaced by Lewis Deploy, but the chance went straight through him. He's having a relatively unhappy first-class debut so far. Played and missed a lot yesterday, in very difficult conditions, I think it should be said, as the next delivery from Brooks goes to him and he fields it beautifully. That short leg, Mitch Wagstaff, got the fielding pads and the helmet on.
I suppose I should mention that Nottinghamshire won by an innings and 25 runs. Then we don't have to mention it again.
Yeah, we'll never speak of it. We'll never speak of it again.
Dear me, poor Northamptonshire, 158 and 72. Which I'm afraid will send them, by the end of the round, you'd imagine, plummeting to the bottom.
Brooks bowls. Charlesworth just guides it out to the offside. They go through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Connors that misses. It's well backed up by Mitch Wagstaff, actually. Charlesworth picks up a single, moves to 5.52 for 2. I think they've got to do that. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over, because again, you can get bogged down. 2 wickets fell with the score on 27. Chris Dent and Marcus Harris both dismissed with the score on the same, without the score moving. And now Hammond and Charlesworth are put on 25, but in 10 overs. It's Hammond back on strike as Brooks bowls. Too many leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. The first one after tea. Just the 38 left today. We reckon about 7 o'clock for finishing time. 52 for 2. Gloucestershire. Hammond 18. Charlesworth 5.
Another ball which just skipped in front of Guest, and it is tricky for the slip corner because we've had a few which have carried quite nicely. I think the one that Dent had off Dale to remove Connors, the one that Rees edged through to Charlesworth off Matt Taylor, for example, just nice, gentlish slip catches coming through at a decent height and pace, plenty of time to line it up. But then we've had that catch by Madsen where I don't know how he managed not to get smacked in the face, but it's a tremendous slip catch. I suppose that's why. But we've had that sort of one, and then the odd ball which hasn't quite carried. Slight variation.
Told you we wouldn't see Thompson.
Thompson is in and bowls. So Charlesworth is forward and defence. Goes out into the covers.
Nicely done.
So bit of spin to start us off with. There's a deep backward square and a deep cover on the boundary. A slip and a short leg in close. As Charlesworth gets a ball on leg stump, which he sort of squeezes out towards short leg. It's quite a full ball. I mean, if Charlesworth's not really a big sweeper of the ball. If you were sweeping, I think that would have been about the ideal delivery to do it. Thompson bowls, Charlesworth forward, defending out towards extra cover. I was waiting for him to bring the sweep out that ball.
Yes, yeah, that would have been an ideal opportunity.
But he doesn't normally sweep a lot. Thompson bowls to Charlesworth, who's again leaning forward, defending out into the covers. Trying not to give his wicket away here. Ben Charlesworth, I mean, he's a correct player, likes to play a lot in the V. Comes Thompson, he's there and bowls. A bit further back of a length, Charlesworth on the back foot to defend. Not really a short ball though from Thompson. It's decent length. So wait for the drag down maybe. Charlesworth, if he's going to unleash a shot. Hasn't done much so far, and he's going to defend again. For full delivery from Thompson, and that is the end of the over. That flashed by with no addition to the score. 52 for 2 remains the Gloucestershire total. And yes, I think that sort of pace in terms of speed through the overs is fairly welcome. But
Oh gosh, yeah, fairly not non-threatening, wasn't it?
Charlesworth is seemingly unlikely to kind of dance down the pitch or something like that. It would be fairly uncharacteristic of him if he were to do something like that. But we'll see. Potentially he might decide to take Thompson on in a couple of overs' time, but not yet.
Henry Brooks continuing from the city end around the wicket to Miles Hammond, who pulls this one into the leg side and picks up a single as it's fielded by Thompson on the mid-wicket boundary.
So we're going to have another DeLanger throw for a moment there.
Let it go. Benny Brooks had to leap. He's got a good arm as Alex Thompson.
It's a long way out there.
Yes, it is,
really.
isn't it? We're quite central here. Not far from one of the TV pitches, I would have thought. Not the TV cameras come here often. Brooks bowls wide of the off stump, and Hammond allows it to go. Charlesworth allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. Henry Brooks and Brooke Guest it just started to play on my mind.
Well, I'm waiting for the time that I fumble for Henry Brooks and go for Harry Brook or something like that.
I did that last week, yeah, so I've got that out of the system.
I hope I don't do that. I haven't yet, but it may happen.
Brooks bowls, guided by Charlesworth down into the ground. Fielded by Sam Connors at point.
I thought you stopped that siren with your moving that knob just then. It looked like that's what happened.
I'm in control of everything that happens in Derby this afternoon. I'm in charge today. We just take it in turns.
Just stopped as soon as you moved that dial.
next delivery is defended. Update will be about 29:34, so that means I'm off.
29:34.
Yeah.
What sort of a time is that?
29 minutes past and 34
right.
seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. 29 hours in the day. I mean, by the end of the day, it might. By the end of this 36.2 overs remaining, it might feel as if there are 29 hours in the day. But head away. Charlesworth standing tall, bat raised, waiting for Brooks to bowl to him. Still looking to guide that ball into that gap on the offside. Is Charlesworth still there between backward point and mid-off, but he has yet quite to find it. I think, as we were saying, is the right idea, because just getting as bogged down as Gloucestershire did when they, around about the time they lost those 2 wickets, that you've got to at least find some way to rotate the strike, take some sort of pressure off. Brooks in and bowls to Charlesworth, stands tall in defence and defends it out into the covers, and that is the end of that over from Brooks. 5 overs for 8 runs. Thompson will resume battle from the racecourse end. Hampshire still building what looks to be potentially a match-winning lead. Perhaps Kent will be able to rally in their second innings, but Hampshire are 314 for 6 now. Liam Dawson 78 not out, and James Fuller 29 not out. Fuller having claimed 5 wickets in Kent's innings of 95 all out. Hampshire lead by 219 runs. Hampshire all over Kent there, but still Kent may be able to survive. We'll see. Thompson bowls to Hammond. Hammond forward, defending out into the covers. Green sawdust somehow looks a little less green now. It's almost as if it's sort of worn away a bit in the sun. Hammond use of the feet and smashing this one down the ground. 1 bounce and for 4 runs.
There we go.
Hammond is far less likely than Charlesworth just to sit and allow Thompson to bowl to him and be content to block. Hammond will definitely see this as a scoring opportunity, and he got to the pitch of the ball and hoisted it straight back over the bowler's head for 4. He's on to 23. 57 for 2. Got a multitude of ways that he can score off spin. Hammond, as he's forward and driving up towards wide mid-off, and will pick up a single. Not too deep there is Rees, but allowing a fairly comfortable single if it goes straight to him. Hammond 24, Gloucestershire 58 for 2. He's got the sweeps, reverse sweeps, uses his feet well as Hammond in general. Of course, everyone has their moments. Oh, Charlesworth is using his feet now and is smacking that one straight down the ground for 4 more runs. So Ben Charlesworth has had enough as well, apparently. 62 for 2. Charlesworth gets his first boundary and moves on to 9.
It was a nice shot. He almost got down to it, Alex Thompson. Almost. But not quite.
So I must admit, I didn't actually see the ball. I mean, obviously, I can't see the ball going to the boundary from where I am, but I did wonder for a moment whether he might have stopped it.
Got down well.
Thompson bowls to Charlesworth, who's back into default mode. A full delivery, pushing it out into the covers. He's got plenty of leverage, does Charlesworth. He's not, I don't know, maybe he will play a part in the T20, but he's not your stereotypical T20 player. Thompson in, Charlesworth guiding that one towards backward point. Hammond took a strong step forward and then realised there was nowhere to go and took a couple of steps back. That's the end of the over, 62 for 2. Charlesworth did have his, I suppose, best moments of his Gloucestershire career so far in the One-Day Cup. Made 99 not out against Hampshire a couple of seasons back, and another score in the 90s last season against Middlesex at Radlett. list A average, albeit 10 matches, but list A average over 50. But first class average at the moment sits just over 21. So certainly hope to use this innings to spring that forward.
I'm going to ask you about one of the Gloucestershire supporters.
Oh.
To the right of the old scoreboard, away to our right, as Henry Brooks begins a new over and bowls to Charlesworth, Noah Hammond, who plays it into the leg side for a single first ball, 63 for 2. He's wearing a yellow Gloucestershire One Day or T20 top, but wearing a pair of beige dungarees. It looks most peculiar. Still.
I think I might need your binoculars.
Oh, okay. Brooks bowls. It's left alone by Hammond, just over there near where David Griffin's standing.
Yeah.
That was left alone. Goes through to the keeper.
I see. Yes, I thought it was. I just thought I would double check. Yes, that's David.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, he's
a regular.
Yes, a magnificent supporter of the club, and if you hear cries of encouragement for the Shire, it's usually from him. Yeah, there's one of those terrific roving supporters of Gloucestershire.
Brooks bowls, and it's dabbed into the offside by Charlesworth, down towards Sam Connors at backward point.
Another one of those very amusing people on social media as well.
Oh, excellent. No, it's just the way he was dressed. It just caught my eye at tea when he was walking in front of the players' pavilion. He's now made his way around to the opposite side of the ground.
Yes, you can usually spot him if he's in the ground.
Oh, yeah. You do well to miss him. I don't think I've ever owned a pair of dungarees. People will be surprised to know as Brooks bowls, and that's left alone by Charlesworth. Goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Sort of standing where we used to commentate from, just above the gents. The old, yeah, it was beautiful. It would have been great today with the temperatures rising. It was an old scoreboard.
They are rising as well, aren't they? I mean,
yes.
I heard complaints about it suddenly being too hot rather than too cold this morning.
Yeah, far too warm to play cricket. I did mention it to our match referee. It was too hot to play, as the next delivery is beating the edge of Charlesworth's back, going through to Brooke Guest. Good delivery from Henry Brooks. I think what he said was it was the first day today that he's taken his jumper off since he arrived back in the country. So Steve Davis, our referee, lovely man.
I think if it gets much warmer in here, I might have to take mine off.
Well, I'm thinking about losing the fleece, but it'll probably stay.
Starting to creep in.
Well, it comes in, it's slightly irritating, but I shouldn't complain. Well, we shouldn't complain since we've barely seen it for the first 2 days.
No, quite.
Here comes Brooks again and bowls, and it's defended by Charlesworth back. To the bowler, Brooks, a 1 run off the over, 63 for 2 with Charlesworth on 9 and Hammond on 25. Partnership worth 36. Good recovery after losing those 2 wickets with a score on 27. At which point Derbyshire might have thought they could capitalise, but they don't seem to have done so far. The odd ball has gone past the edge of the bat. And Alex Thompson's going to continue, having had some success in getting the ball past the edge of the bat, but and also been whacked for a couple of 4s in his previous over.
Well, I like to see that, though. I mean, if you're a spin bowler and every time you hit for a couple of boundaries, you're whipped out of the attack, then
you'd never bowl, would you?
No, I mean, that's
a lot of one-over
what sort of message
spells.
does that send? We'll never get any spin bowling in this country if that's the mentality. Thompson bowls now to Hammond, who I thought was going to have a cut at that for a moment, but decided to sway out the way. But we'll see. I still don't imagine, having said that if it doesn't take a wicket, it'll be a massively long spell. Hammond uses his feet again and smacks it straight, and he hit it so hard that I think it might have been a bit closer to Charlesworth than it was to Thompson, but I don't think he'd have reacted, even if it had
moved,
gone close to him. He hit it just murderously hard back past the bowler and picks up another 4. Moves on to 29 and it's 67 for 2. It's hard and flat. So far he hasn't actually, I say, I mean, obviously he got hold of that one, but he didn't hit it in the air. He hasn't really climbed into one in terms of distance yet, but it's had the desired effect. Fielder's running about all over the place. So I think actually it was more a change of personnel rather than actual change of field as Hammond leans forward and plays up the pitch. Haider Ali has moved to mid-on.
Yeah,
I was going to say, looked like Lakmal who was being taken out of a potentially hot zone. Thompson bowls to Hammond, use of the feet, drives it beautifully past extra cover, is racing out towards the boundary. The fielder probably will get there, although there's quite a lot of pace on the ball. And they've sprinted through for 3, which is well run by Hammond. Had to run that third one hard, but a long throw in from Rees allowed him to get that extra run. Hammond into the 30s, onto 32, Gloucestershire 70 for 2. That was a lovely drive from Hammond, and it might have been 4 to some boundaries around the country, but it's a nice sized one, this one. Charlesworth this time defends out into the covers. 1 ball remaining in Thompson's over. Short leg still waiting in anticipation as Thompson is in, and Charlesworth goes back this time, but once more is just content to block out towards point. So Hammond has 32 from 44, Charlesworth has 9 from 50, and Gloucestershire is 70 for 2.
Slightly contrasting numbers there.
But I mean, the thing is, this has been it's been fairly typical Hammond innings so far. I mean, he does enjoy batting against spin. I mean, last year, I think his average overall was 33. He averaged 36 against spin alone, which was slightly tarnished by the last couple of matches which were played on, I mean, particularly the one at Bristol against Warwickshire. He had Jayant Yadav, Danny Briggs on a turner and got a couple of low scores there. But until the last couple of matches, he'd been averaging about 40 against spin.
Brooks in, bowls to Hammond, who turns this up towards mid-on. Who is Lewis Rees. Starts polishing the ball furiously straight away.
And in his big innings last year, Hammond, which was his 169 that he made against Hampshire at Cheltenham, which was his first-class century for Gloucestershire since 2018. Had a great duel going with Liam Dawson.
Brooks is in again, short delivery, ducks underneath it, does Hammond on this occasion. Allows to go through to the keeper.
Which is one of those really nice bowler, batsman type battles where, you know, actually Dawson got him stumped in the first innings, so won the battle there, but Hammond was giving him fits by, you dancing down the pitch, this ball staying back the next. Dawson beat him every now and then, but, it's just a really, really exciting battle to watch.
Next delivery from Brooks is turned into the leg side by Hammond, who picks up a single out to mid-wicket. Thompson fields. Hammond moves to 33, 71 for 2, halfway through the 29th over of the innings. Overall run rate 2.5 or thereabouts. Or in old money, 2.5. I think fractions came in when I was at school. we were still doing well, not fractions, decimal points. The next delivery from Brooks is off an edge, down along the ground, out towards a wide third man. Sam Connors wins the race to the ball. They come back for 2. Charlesworth into double figures. He moves on to 11, 73 for 2. Yeah, we were still using fractions when I was at school, and then decimal points came in and confused the living daylights out of me.
Well, it's difficult as,
When in my age, you're right.
You've got the...
I learned how to use a slide rule.
Oh, yes. I mean, those decimal places, significant figures, that sort of thing.
No idea what that was all about. Brooks is in, and that one's off the pad down to fine leg for 4 runs. So it's come off the bat, so Charlesworth will pick up a boundary. In fact, my apologies to him. He moves on to 15. Just strayed in line there, did Henry Brooks. He's up to 15.77 for 2. Derbyshire just look like a team who need a wicket.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because, I mean, you think the tea break would have kind of allowed them to refresh, come back out, but they've resumed with Thompson and Brooks, who'd been bowling before the tea break as well. And
I point to the last day last week when they took 6 for 69 in the afternoon session, and you thought, here we go, they'll just run through the remaining Leicestershire batsmen. I think there was 7 down. As this delivery from Brooks is cut away, but fielded nicely by Sam Connors. Got no idea where the ball is. Eventually finds it under his feet. And it's the end of the over, 77 for 2, and then just couldn't take another wicket to save their lives.
I mean, it's funny how that does happen, but there are some grounds also where that seems to happen more than others. There are a lot of cricket at the Aegeus Bowl in particular is like that. And I mean, some of it will be overhead conditions, that sort of thing. But you see that at the Aegeus Bowl a lot, where you can have these periods where the wickets just seem to cascade and there's just inexplicably absolutely nothing happens for about 3 hours. And it can just be like that. And, you know, I'm sure, well, in fact, I know because I've heard him say it on commentary. Kevin James, who's watched so much cricket there, will tell you that's what happens. Thompson gets another over, and Hammond is forward and rolling this ball up towards mid-on. He's in a little bit closer Hayder Ali than potentially he was last over. The ball was played quite softly, but still they couldn't get the single. Thompson to Hammond, who's struck on the pad. The ball rolls to slip. He manages to stop it. I assume that was pad rather than edge, otherwise surely it wouldn't have been appealing at all for it. But either way, did get himself into a bit of a tangle there, did Hammond. He kind of yorked himself. I think the ball was maybe spearing down leg a bit, but it was more where the ball went after it hit him that was cause for a bit of alarm. This time Hammond is playing round that front pad, and Thompson will field off his own bowling. Let's have a look at a replay of that one again. I just sort of got the impression that Hammond kind of ended up getting himself into a position where he really did get himself into a proper muddle. This time he gets a shorter delivery, which he cuts away out to deep cover, and we'll get a single. 34 to him now, 78 for 2.
No extravagant turn, though, is there? No turn and bounce or anything like that. I mean, there hasn't been any at Derby for years.
And this is still, I mean, we're still effectively in a kind of just about beginning of day 2 pitch.
Yes, true.
Relatively. Charlesworth on the back foot drives, and we'll get a single. More work for Harry Kame, the Centurion, out on that deep cover boundary. Charlesworth to 16. The partnership, by the way, I failed to notice, was now worth 52. With Hammond by far the bigger of the contributors in terms of runs, but Charlesworth doing an important job as well, because losing the openers, especially 2 players of the quality of Dent and Harris, things could have got away from Gloucestershire. They're still in a position where it could happen with a couple of quick wickets, but Thompson bowls. He's tried to go back and drive that one as Hammond. I don't think it really turned much. He just went back to a full-ish delivery and has driven past it, and it goes through to Guest. So certainly in that over, reason you'd imagine to keep Thompson going. But 79 for 2 remains the score, and Hammond and Charlesworth continue to try to guide Gloucestershire to, well, I mean, I seem to say to safety isn't really the right word, given the fact that they only need 22 runs, or probably 23 runs to avoid the follow-on, which, you know, is one thing. But Gloucestershire would desperately like to get some batting points, just apart from the general position in the table, just to be able to say, look, we're finally bucking this trend of some par first innings performances.
Charlesworth on strike, turning the first ball of a new over from Henry Brooks down to Saranga Lakmal. Long leg, and his throw is woeful. It goes over Brooke Guest's head by about 10 yards. There was plenty of players backing up that. I think I'm right in saying that Archie Harrison is on at mid-wicket. Looks like him wearing a sun hat. This one is again on leg stump from Brooks and turned out to the mid-wicket boundary by Hammond, who picks up a single, moves to 35, 81 for 2.
It's just the rate that these singles are coming at, really, as much as the boundaries that Hammond in particular scored.
It's just too easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's sort of fairly sedate feeling at the moment.
They need a spark, Derbyshire. Brooks around the wicket, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Charlesworth. Picks up another single, again out to the mid-wicket boundary. In off it comes Alex Thompson, throws it back to Brooke Guest. 18 to Charlesworth, 35 to Hammond, 82 for 2. Precious little happening for the Derbyshire bowlers at the moment. They've just changed the field slightly. They've taken out the close. They've brought in Thompson off the mid-wicket boundary, and then now got 3 in a ring on the offside, as well as 3 slips still. As this next delivery is driven. Oh, edged in between second and third slip by Miles Hammond along the floor, I think, but it was certainly edged, and it's gone away down to third man for 4 runs. Not where he was trying to play it at all. 86 for 2. Hammond moves on to 39.
No, that is the shot in Hammond's career, particularly against the seamers. If we could just put that shot away, probably, you'd add an awful lot more runs onto his first-class total. It's just when he gets a bit too extravagant with that drive.
Brooks in again, and he drives this one nicely this time, but straight to the substitute fielder, Archie Harrison.
You can see it in the follow-through. It's when he gets really quite wristy with that drive, and I think the feet don't do as much, and the hands try to compensate. Whereas that one, he finishes in a really strong position with both hands and feet after he's played the shot. And if he just played that drive rather than the handsy one, if I can put it that way, then yeah.
Brooks bowls, it strikes him amid chips as he tries to turn it into the leg side. End of the over. 8 overs for 23, Henry Brooks. 86 for 2, Gloucestershire. Hammond has 39, Charlesworth has 18, the partnership worth 59. I'm just trying to work out who on earth has gone off. It should be fairly obvious, but is it Harry Kane? No, he's there. Mitch Wagstaff's there, Lewis is there. I think they've got 12 fielders on.
Connors?
No, he's at mid-wicket.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Actually,
yeah, they must have 12. That's the only possible solution.
I owe Zach Chappell an apology because it's not Archie Harrison, it's Zach Chappell who's at mid-on. Perhaps it's Haider Ali because that's where he was fielding before.
Thompson bowls to Charlesworth. He's playing a late cut here and he's chopped it past slip, and that will go for 4 runs. I got the impression, whilst there are hands on heads out there, that Charlesworth was probably meaning to play it in that area, maybe not quite as close to first slip as...
In between the slip, the solitary slip, who was Wayne Madsen, and the wicket-keeper Brooke Guest to me.
Oh, was it there? Right. I thought it was wide of slip, but...
I don't know.
Well, there's one easy way of...
I know, proving me wrong.
Finding out. Yeah, actually, it was closer to Madsen than I thought it was. It did beat him on his left, but it was quite close to his shin, actually. It was bounced before it got to him. This time Charlesworth drives pleasantly, but straight to deploy at extra cover, and there's no run. It was a funny one because Madsen went tumbling away, but the ball just beat him for pace, really. Charlesworth seemed to manage to use every bit of pace on the ball. Thompson is in. Charlesworth with a packed leg parallel to the ground, defends that one into the onside. The boundary moves Charlesworth into the 20s. He's on to 22. Gloucestershire 90 for 2. Somebody seems to be enjoying themselves down there. Idea what's going on. Thompson bowls flatter delivery. Tried to fire that one past Charlesworth, but in the end, Charlesworth, in that sort of languid fashion that he has, leans forward and defends the ball away. Come on, Tomo.
Good nickname, solid.
Yeah. Ever imaginative. This time Charlesworth plays that one pretty much from the crease out into the covers for deployed field again. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. There are few and far between the good cricketers' nicknames.
Yeah.
I mean, Graham Napier was nicknamed the Plank,
Oh, excellent.
which I don't think he especially liked, and I don't think I would either, really. As the last ball of the over is played back to the right of Thompson. There's no run, 4 runs from the over. 90 for 2. Gloucestershire, Hammond 39, Charlesworth 22. Yeah,
Lewis deploys Duppy.
okay.
So at least he's not. Well, I don't know what it could be.
Denty,
Could be
I have no idea what they call
Ploy.
Marcus Harris. Bobby, Hamo, Bura, Charlie for Charlesworth? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yes, anyway, you get the picture.
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's all
Bomber
the
for
same.
Matt Taylor.
Yeah, we've got Guesty and Kamey, and yeah. Not as imaginative as you would hope. Here is Saranga Lakmal. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 8 in his first spell before tea. How will he recover? How has he recovered from that? And how will he bowl now? Well, we're going to find out. He's going to be bowling to Miles Hammond with 3 slips in place from the city end. He's in and bowls, and that one is a bit quicker than Hammond thought it was going to be, I fancy, and he pushes it up to mid-on, where Rees does the fielding.
I could only assume that one of the slips had trodden on the other one's toes, though, with that noise.
Yeah. He sort of had to slam the bat down a bit, but it was never going to get past the bat, was it? Or it didn't appear as though it was going to get past the bat from here, but you know what fielders are like.
Well, they'll be wanting to try and get some more energy back into the field now. You know, if you're trying to effectively reset out there.
You've got your number 1 bowler back out into the attack. He bowls, and that one is pushed up to a wide mid-on. They go through for a quick single. Lewis Rees doesn't pick it up cleanly. Zach Chappell, he's a useful man to have out in the field because he's very loud and very noisy.
And he'll, of course, know these players very well from having spent... Well, actually, I mean, he did come on loan for... There was 1 or 2 T20s a few years back as well. I think back in the 2019 season, he came on loan from Nottinghamshire. So he had 2 seasons where he has been on loan.
Well, into Charlesworth, who turns this one into the leg side, fielded by Brooks. Sorry, I couldn't work out who it was to start with. It's Henry Brooks.
Now that I've got my notebook, which was
You're just going to read out of it
for
now?
me,
aren't you?
well, I was
Carry
just
on.
going to read out Zach Chappell's figures from last year when we played 4 championship matches in the end, 9 wickets at 38 and 51 runs at 7.3. See what I mean about his batting. We certainly knew that there was a better batter in there than Gloucestershire saw in the 4 matches that he played.
He's averaging 26.8 with the bat this year, and he's got 13 wickets at 33. Definitely the pick of the bowlers so far. Lakmal in and bowls down the leg side. Charlesworth tries to flick it away, but can't make contact, taken by Brooke Guest on one knee. Harry Kame is the designated clapper, as always. There he goes, look. He might have another go in a minute. He's finished scratching his backside. There we go. Off he goes again. There we are. That's all is well with the world when Harry Kame is clapping. That's
You're
it.
happy and you know it.
That's his job. That and first slip in this match. As Lackmal is in and hits the pad. That's going down leg. It's Charlesworth's pad. He'll get a leg by for it, but I can't imagine for a minute that it wasn't going to miss leg stump by some distance. Lackmal did have a little appeal. He's going to come over the wicket again. That might be interesting. Just change the angle a little bit for Hammond, who's on 40 from 58.
He's had remarkable control when he's done that, hasn't he? I mean, there was several overs where he's changed twice and it hasn't affected anything.
Just comes in, delivers the ball, turns around and goes back. It's a fairly simple game, really. So I'm told. Oh, gosh, it's 5 o'clock. In comes Lackmal again. Arm balls to Hammond, who clips this one away into the leg side. Lewis Rees dives and half stops it. They will get through for a single, but he got sufficient on the ball to make sure it didn't go or even look like going to the boundary. Hammond moves to 41. Charlesworth has 22. 93 for 2 now. The partnership worth 66. And Gloucestershire trail by 158 in a game that at the moment is going absolutely nowhere.
Yep.
Sadly.
It is, yep. And also you kind of think about, I mean, there's plenty of time left before the 110 over cut-off, but what sort of a rate are Gloucestershire going to be going at, and how many bonus points would they actually be able to manage, even if they did bat out the 110, which has been a struggle in and of itself. But you do wonder. But here we go. I suppose they've just got to see where it takes them for a little while. Thompson bowls to Hammond, who uses feet, looks to drive and skews it off the inside edge back towards the bowler. He's still looking to get on with it against the spin every now and again, Hammond. I mean, Hammond is certainly accepted in that, because Hammond is scoring at 4.1 and over personally. Thompson in bowls. Hammond reaches forward and plays that one back towards Thompson, who's getting a decent whirl here. 6.2 overs now for 24. Oh, there's a bit of fresh breeze there. That was nice. Hammond goes back and drives this one out to deep cover. Harry Kame launches the throw in. Another single is taken. Hammond moves on to 42. Leicestershire are, I won't say collapsing. They're just being chipped away at steadily by Sussex at Grace Road, as Thompson bowls to Charlesworth outside edge, which goes along the ground and squirts towards a wide, short third position, allowing Charlesworth to get a run and move on to 23. A little bit turned around there, Charlesworth, but did play it softly enough. Leicestershire 156 for 6 at the moment, in reply to Sussex's 430, so the follow-on target is a long way off. Hammond is back and edging, genuine edge really this time, but it was quite a thick edge. And there's going to be more runs here, more fortuitous ones for Gloucestershire. Hammond gets 2 and moves on to 44. And he's just actually looked rather less secure in the last couple of overs as Hammond off the bowling of Thompson. Certainly reason to suggest that, apart from over-rate benefits, not that Derbyshire have much to worry about in that regard at the moment, because they're already +1. Down the pitch goes Hammond and hoists this one away, and this one he has got hold of properly, and that is 6, and that is a 50 for Miles Hammond. Steadied the ship and has taken on Alex Thompson. Thompson with a couple of moral victories in this over, but it finishes with him getting pumped down the ground over long on for 6. And Gloucestershire bring up their 100 as well. 103 for 2, and Hammond to a 64-ball 50, which has included 5 fours and that 1 6. Partnership now worth 76. Which Charlesworth has 23, Hammond 50. Well, certainly proved me wrong by saying he'd look less secure. Hit that over by finishing it off in that manner. A handsome shot from Miles Hammond. Lackmal start his 10th over. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 10. Bowled every bit as well as those figures suggest. He's coming round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Charlesworth, who defends into the onside with an angled bat, and it's fielded up at mid-on.
That was big, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Not quite clearing the media centre big, but big enough. I think it might be the end of. Did you say that?
No, I didn't necessarily,
yeah,
but
I think it might be the end of him.
Probably. I mean, in that over, he did get the outside edge of both Hammond and Charlesworth, but at the same time, Derbyshire probably have to think about the runs now, potentially.
There's Lackmal in and bowls to Charlesworth, who dabs it out into the offside. There is no run as it's fielded there by Sam Connors.
But yeah, I think by the looks of things,
Lewis Rees.
Derbyshire, yeah, feeling the same. I think they've got to push for a wicket now with the two bowlers who've really had the most incision. Both Lackmal and Rees, the wicket takers, but it's just it's what they've done around the wickets as well. It's not just the fact that they're the ones that have got the wickets.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire just really struggled against both.
Mal in again from the city end, bowls to Charlesworth, plays it straight back to Suranga Lackmal, whose nickname is Surah. Unsurprisingly, 103 for 2. Derbyshire's Chesterfield are just 16 minutes away from a return to the Football League. Some effort that to beat Notts County in the National League final at Wembley. Bolton didn't win against Barnsley, which is good news for me. As Lackmal is in once again and bowls. This one is pushed defensively by Charlesworth up to mid-on. It's fielded by Lewis Rees, who polishes furiously. A lot of the, I assume it's the backroom staff, the Gloucestershire backroom staff are out on those seats which are either side of the steps that the players come down onto the field of play, which is reserved for players and staff.
Yes, I can't see exactly who, but I would imagine Dale Benkenstein, the head coach, assistant coaches, Will Porterfield, Robbie Joseph, probably there.
Nice to see in the sunshine.
A couple of physio team are here.
Next delivery from Lackmal's turned into the leg side by Charlesworth. Fielded by Henry Brooks. We're definitely going to see Lewis Rees. That's what Lewis does before he bowls, and he's now going through his action as well. So I will confidently predict here and now that Lewis Rees is coming on from the racecourse end after this Suranga Lackmal over. It's got one more ball of it to bowl. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he's yet to concede a run from the over. He's aiming for his 7th maiden in 10 overs sent down. Can he do it? Can Charlesworth spoil it? No, he can't. That's Charlesworth rather than Lackmal, because the ball goes straight to Mitch Wagstaff. Another maiden over bowled by Lackmal. 10 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 10. 103 for 2. Hammond has 50. Charlesworth has 23. And Alex Thompson's current spell, 6 overs for 32, has come to an end.
Right. Well, Rees was, I mean, at times seemingly unplayable in his first spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. Got the last wicket to fall out of Marcus Harris. He's not one of Harris's happier stays at the crease. 7 runs from 42 deliveries. It's rare to see Harris get bogged down like he did. It's normally, he's not an attacking player necessarily, but equally, he's not usually the type of player to have those sorts of extended periods. He'll usually try and do something to disrupt the bowler's rhythm. It's Rees then, left arm over. In and bowls, edged and caught in the gully. And the bowling change works straight away. Haider Ali takes the catch, and Miles Hammond has a 50 and is out to the next ball. Thick outside edge and a good catch. He had to move a little distance there to take that one. And for Hammond, that is frustration. 50 and out, 103 for 3.
Astonishing catch, first of all. That's 2 now this season Haider Ali has taken. I've been told, terrific innings, incidentally, from Miles Hammond. Let's not detract from that. Let's hear his applause as he leaves the pitch. I've just heard a story about Haider Ali and his catching ability. Hammond is just about to reach the boundary's edge now and should get a decent round of applause. There we go. Quite right, too. He batted nicely. He looks a little disappointed, which is perhaps understandable. Haider Ali took an absolute blinder at second slip at Durham. I called it as Wayne Madsen, of course, but 30 seconds earlier I'd said that Wayne Madsen had left the field. That was the only reason that Haider was fielding at second slip. And then in between that catch and this one, which was another blinder.
It was as well. I mean, I must admit, I thought he'd taken it two-handed, but he took it one-handed, I think.
They were throwing the ball at him, and he couldn't catch a cold in practice.
Right.
Could not catch anything, and then he's just taken another blinder. So
It was. I must apologise to him.
No, if you give him time to think,
Yeah.
I don't think he had any time to think there because that went to him quite quickly.
No, I apologise because I've looked at it again. I mean, you see it from side on, but I've completely undersold how good that catch was. It was a real blinder. Van Buren then out for Gloucestershire, right-hander for Rees to bowl to, and he is out first ball. Back of a length delivery from Rees, and Van Buren has feathered it through to Guest behind the stumps. And bang, bang, as they say. Gloucestershire 103 for 4 and have gone from a position of strength to a position of, at best, neutrality.
I was just going to say they needed the wicket. I can't imagine that they thought they'd get two balls. I have no idea how many hat-tricks have been taken by Derbyshire bowlers. That's the sort of thing I should know off the top of my head, isn't it, really? I bet I could find out quite quickly, but
I couldn't tell you how many have been taken by Gloucestershire, but I could tell you who took the last one.
No, I've never.
It wasn't very long ago.
Oh, right. I've never seen one. I genuinely have never seen one. So, just general records, aren't they? Miscellaneous records. I bet it's there.
Yeah, I mean, that catch again, I've seen it from front on now, from Haider Ali to start with. I mean, he's taken it one-handed, sprawling to his right, and it was almost behind him when he caught it as well.
Very much like the one at Durham, which was right-handed and appeared to have gone past him when he caught it. No idea how he did it.
I mean, I seem to have somehow missed the fact that the left arm wasn't there. Amazing catch.
Haven't had a hat-trick since 2014, Derbyshire. Tim Grunewald against Essex at Chelmsford. A couple for Kevin Dean, one for Dominic Cork, Tony Palladino, Phil de Freitas, Stan Mortensen. David Steele got one. Mike Hendrick, of course. Harold Rhodes got a few. Here is Rees then on a hat-trick ball, bowling to James Bracey. He's in and bowls 2 minutes turn into the leg side, obviously. And they're going to come back for 2. So Bracey off the mark straight away. Gloucestershire moved to 105 for 4. I've just closed that page of hat-trick. There's lots of them.
Who knows, you might still need it.
Lots of them. The first was in 1880. George Davidson's got a couple. Bill Copson, the 1936 championship winning team. Ed's getting overexcited.
Right, everybody calm. Bracey will get more runs here as he pretty much repeats the dose from the previous ball. This time it will be Fine Leg who has to field, but it will be another 2 to James Bracey, 107 for 4. Just maybe asking a little bit too much of the ball. Rees with starting it on that sort of leg stump line, hoping for the away swinger that hits the top of off stump. Bracey be grateful to accept those 2 leg stump deliveries to get himself going. Rees in and bowls to Bracey, who's driven that one straight and has beaten the dive of mid-off, and that will go for 4 runs. Really nice shot from Bracey. It was a little over-pitched from Rees, but Bracey, nice flow of the bat through the ball. Moves on to 8 from 3, and Gloucestershire are 111 for 4.
What's he doing with a strike rate of more than 200? What's going on here?
Amazing, isn't it?
This has got nothing to do with this game.
Ruined Reese's figures after
Yeah.
after the 2-2. Yeah, he's a driver of the ball, Bracey, but he's more a driver through cover and kind of square of the wicket. I've seen him play a huge number of straight drives. Reese is in and bowls to Bracey. He's going to get more runs here as he clips that one through square leg. It'll be at least 2. It's running out towards the boundary. I think it will just be the 2. As the fielder goes into the slide and sends the throw in. Bizarre over there, which started off with 2 wickets in 2 balls and has finished 2-2-4-2. 113 for 4. Gloucestershire at the end of that over. The wickets, though, far outweighing the runs that were scored in that over. Gloucestershire have lost their half-centurion in Hammond and their captain for a golden duck, 113 for 4.
Yeah, I think 2 for 10 is a little more like a spell than an over, isn't it, really? I mean, Saranga Lakmal's bowled 10 overs and only gone for 10, but you're right. Those 2 wickets have just moved it on a bit, which is no bad thing. They're still trailed by 138. More wickets required. Saranga Lakmal to continue from the city end bowl to Ben Charlesworth, who gets a little squared up by that one as he plays the defensive shot. He wasn't in any trouble, but it wasn't particularly elegant. It's fielded in the mid-wicket region by, I want to say, Mitch Wagstaff. And I'm going to, and it is him. So that was good. 2 slips and a gully, effectively. Hayder is in the gully. Harry came at first slip. Wayne Madson's a little bit closer in at second slip, 2.5 almost. As Lakmal comes around the wicket and bowls to Charlesworth, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And there is no run. Chesterfield within 5 minutes of returning to the Football League.
Are you getting excited as well?
Not really, no. They're not really in our area, but Derbyshire, they're not in our broadcast area, but Derbyshire play in Chesterfield. So I know we've got a lot of, the people who support Chesterfield and are very keen for them to win will clearly be watching or listening to that, and I can't say I blame them if that's your bag. But there'll be the casual Chesterfield followers as Lakmal is in and bowls and he's out. Charlesworth plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, the man who was responsible for Hammond no longer being there. And there's no run, and this miserly bowling from Saranga Lakmal just continues. It is extraordinary.
You look at his first-class record, and an average of 32.5, but you have to put into that the pitches that he will have been bowling on. It's just...
You don't want a career in Sri Lanka as a quick bowler, do you, really?
Even worse than being a spinner here, really.
Yeah. He's in and bowls. Oh, and that's a poor shot, really, from Charlesworth. He's down on one knee, tried to cut it, I imagine. Missed it, went through to Brooke Guest, but he was in no shape to play any kind of shot at it.
Yeah, a bizarre shot, and exactly the sort of shot that... it
can only
was
do
even
one
more
thing.
extreme than Dent chopping on to the stumps earlier. I mean, like you say, it's all that can happen.
It can only end in disaster, that kind of shot. So he's got away with one there. Every batsman needs a bit of luck. And he waits now, does Charlesworth, for the next Lakmal delivery, which he leaves alone. That's what he probably should have done with the previous delivery, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. An enormous gull has just landed on the pitch away 12. We don't see many gulls. We saw some on day 1, but it was more like the seaside than at the cricket ground. But this one is just walking around the outfield at the moment at backward point. Huge things. Cruel beaks.
Did look like a wetland reserve on day 1 with birds wading through.
He's got his eye on
Large
Sam
puddle.
Collins at the moment, that goal. In comes Lakmal and bowls to Charlesworth, who digs a full-length delivery out, pushes it up to Leas Deploy, and it's the end of, well, you guessed it, Lakmal's 8th maiden in 11 overs. 11 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 10 is remarkable figures. We were talking at tea, talking to 1 or 2 people who watch an awful lot of Derbyshire. One of them said it's his best spell of the season. I would say it's probably that spell before tea was his best spell since arriving. at Derbyshire on a 2-year contract. This is the second of those 2 years. And Notts County have equalised with 2 minutes to go. Chesterfield 1, Notts County 1 in the National League playoff final.
Reese, what's he got for us this over? He bowls to Bracey, who's looking for more runs into the onside, but this time picks out mid-on and doesn't get any runs. So 10 from 5 now from Bracey, but it's not going to take him too long to overtake Charlesworth at this rate. Only another 7 balls.
We've slowed down to a strike rate of 200 now.
No, it's dreadful, isn't it? 250 to 200 in one fell swoop.
Needs to sort it out.
Reese turns at the end of his mark. It was a fielder. I thought it was a fielder jogging away to sort of backward square, but actually it's the 12th is getting a drink for somebody. As Bracey looks to drive, and this time he hasn't timed it, and he finds mid-off, and there is no run. So this the new, I suppose, new look to Gloucestershire's middle order, with Charlesworth now at 3 and Bracey at 6. So if they were both to score runs here, then I suppose the move's vindicated. Reese is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Bracey has nothing to do with it. Strike rate continues to plummet to the floor. Yeah, I mean, I think last season when Bracey dropped down the order, the feeling was that Gloucestershire had been out in the field for so long, so many times. They'd been in the field for kind of 130, 140 overs. Bracey was having to keep for all that length of time.
Yeah.
If they lose an early wicket, he's right back into face.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Reese bowls to Bracey, who drives firmly but straight to cover. It's fielded by Thompson, and there's no run. And, you know, even you look at some of the great keepers of particularly recent times, and when the keeper-batter has really come into their own, and even somebody like Kumar Sangakkara didn't keep in a lot of his test matches. Had Prasanna Jayawardena, who played a lot of tests as more of a specialist keeper, and Sangakkara could concentrate, on his batting. Reese into Bracey. Nice delivery, decent shape on it, but Bracey does not elect to play at it, which was a wise decision. He didn't have to. But I would imagine, I mean, you know, that last game against Sussex, it's kind of the same thing. Gloucestershire were in the field for quite a long time, although not as long as they had been in other instances, but you know, still a lot of chasing the ball around, and 110 overs or so. Reese in, Bracey drops it into the offside, straight to cover, and Thompson fields the end of the over, and I think, was that another maiden? Yes, it was. Of course it was. 113 for 4. But yeah, I would imagine it's potentially similar logic, or maybe just to get Bracey going, to move him down the order. I don't know, but if he scores runs, then it's the right decision, and we'll see.
It's the debate that is, I wouldn't say it was raging, but it's a debate certainly about Brooke Guest, who bats at 3 and keeps wicket. Did do all last season and has done so far every game this season. It's tricky. Lackmell begins a new over and almost sneaks that one underneath Ben Charlesworth's bat. He just about manages to get the toe of it onto it and push it out to Leas deploy. And there's no run. I'm just looking at the start of this over. Lackmell and Reese had bowled 19 overs, 12 maidens, 4 for 29 between them.
And 10 of those came from 5 balls.
Yes, 10 of those runs.
4 balls, sorry.
Yeah.
Not 5.
So remarkable bowling from the pair of them. It's just a matter of how long they can keep going. Lackmell is in again around the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth down the leg side, taken by Bracey. The gull has moved from away to our left to just to our right.
Made himself more into the firing line if Charlesworth gets that clip away.
Backward square leg he's standing out now. It sounds like a goalkeeping mess-up that's allowed Notts County to equalise.
You can hear that from here.
I can hear all sorts from here. Yeah. Near post free kick fluffed into the net, I'm told.
Oh dear.
Yes. 2 minutes from the Football League. Lackmal is in and bowls to Charlesworth, who plays it straight back to the bowler. Picks up and hurls it. Well, lobs it gently.
We sidearmed it, didn't he, almost?
Yeah. It's going to come over the wicket.
I think Derbyshire enjoyed that, though. It's the aggression from the fast bowler.
Yeah. He's not an aggressive character.
No, he doesn't strike me as that from what I've seen.
He's just very gentle and
laid back,
smiley.
really.
Yeah. He's got 1 for 10 from 11.5 overs. He comes in now to bowl to Charlesworth, who gets a little squared up by that one. Looking to play it into the leg side, goes out into the off, fielded by Wagstaff. They've got 2 slips and a gully. They've got a point cover who's quite close and is applauding, and at least deploy a mid-off. On the leg side, must be a long leg, surely to goodness. There is. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. No third man. But there seldom is these days. As Lackmal comes in and bowls to Charlesworth. He's going to get a run. This is not. This is yeah, this is not a practice. He's got a run. Moves on to 24 as he plays that down his backward square leg.
The seagull had moved as well. He would have been right in the firing line if he hadn't decided to position himself a deep mid-wicket now.
He's beyond the boundaries age. Some strange things happening with the scores at the moment.
They did come back for a second.
Oh, did they? Mm. Good heavens above. How did they do that? 115 for 4. Charlesworth on to 25. Not quite as alarming as it first felt. As Lackmal is in again, and he has a go at that one outside the off stump. I think he went underneath his bat through to Brooke Guest. So, well, 2 runs off the over, disappointingly. Lackmal, 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 12. Gloucestershire, 115 for 4. With Bracey on 10, Charlesworth on 25, and they trail by 136.
Of course, Gloucestershire's batting lineup isn't as long as it has been this season as well, with the decision to play the extra seamer this time, with Matt Taylor effectively replacing his brother in the side. Still Tom Price, who of course has that century to his name to come, might well come in next, we'll see. He did come in ahead of Zafar in the last game. It's Rees bowling now to Bracey, who gets a delivery which he's now staring down at the pitch at where it landed, as if to suggest that it did just leap up on him a little bit. He didn't play it in the air really, but he just looked a bit surprised by potentially a bit of extra bounce, played it out towards backward point.
Sorry, I'm listening to Jack Timon.
Oh, that's what was going on. I thought somebody had caught your eye out on the field.
No.
Rees bowls to Bracey. On middle and off and defended away out into the covers by James Bracey.
He's just turned into a village hall DJ for a moment there.
Oh gosh, right.
Yeah, which is interesting. Yes, you.
Oh, right, yes. Here comes Rees, 2 slips in a gully waiting as he's in and bowls inside edge from Bracey, squeezes down to fine leg for a fluky single. He'll move on to 11. Not sure exactly whether he was looking to hit that. I suppose it was probably aimed somewhere around about extra cover, but squirted away. He moves on to 11, 116 for 4.
It will have disappointed Lewis Rees that, but the fact that he's still getting edges of the bat is got to keep him going.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really when him and Lackmal have been bowling, it's been the most consistent threat of any pair of bowlers, really. I mean, I suppose, discounting when we had Brooks and Lackmal in. Not sure that really counts the same way. No ball from Rees, and it's driven handsomely by Charlesworth through extra cover for 4 as well. So that will be 6 runs onto the Gloucestershire total. It was overpitched from Rees, and Charlesworth played probably the shot of his innings so far there. When he does play his shots, he can be really easy on the eye. He moves on to 29, 122 for 4.
He'd be telling everybody he heard Jack Chantry shout no ball, so he could play that shot with impunity.
Well, either way, something went a little wrong with Rees's run-up and then where he landed the ball. Here he comes to bowl to Charlesworth. It's overpitched again and driven through the covers by Charlesworth. He's not timed that one as well as he did the drive through extra cover the previous ball, but he'll pick up another 2. And a bit of a flurry for Charlesworth. Moves him into the 30s. He's on to 31, and it's 124 for 4. Just a couple of half volleys from Rees in the last 2 deliveries, but he's got to do really is keep bowling on that full of a good length, and still enough happening. Here he comes once more to bowl to Charlesworth, who is beaten, and that's exactly where he wants to bowl it. Still, by the looks of things, at least from this angle anyway, it may not be quite as pronounced if we were directly behind the bowler, but still looks to be getting that consistent away shape. Drew Charlesworth into the shot by starting it on the line of off stump, and then it looked to shape away from the outside edge of Charlesworth. In comes Rees. He's in and bowls full and straight. Charlesworth head right over the ball this time and plays it out into the covers for no run. Another over ticks by. There are still 21 overs remaining in the day's play. Gloucestershire almost to the halfway mark of Derbyshire's first innings total of 251 for 9. Bonus points at the moment stand at 3-2 to Gloucestershire, but 2 more wickets will get Derbyshire their second bowling point. 1 batting and 1 bowling. Gloucestershire with the maximum 3 bowling points, even though Derbyshire didn't allow them the pleasure of bowling them out, declaring on 251 for 9 earlier. Harry Kame scoring 108 of those 251, a maiden first-class century for him, and a mighty fine knock it was. And unfortunate that for him that it ended the way he did, getting sold down the river by his partner, run out. Lackmal starts his next over, bowling to Bracey, plays that one into the ground out in front of him, and it rolls up to a straight mid-off, and there's no run. Leas Duploy, 37, and Rees, who's now taken 3 foot, made 32. The other 2 significant contributions of note for Gloucestershire. 3 wickets for Matt Taylor, 3 for 47 from 21 overs in his return to first-class cricket. First game since July, and Ajit Singh Dale, 3 for 50. Lackmal bowls to Bracey, who plays a flat-footed waft and misses the ball. Rehearses that sort of chop down on the ball, but it seems as if any time Gloucestershire look to try to play the ball late, they get themselves into all sorts of trouble. These attempted sort of back foot cuts and drives nearly always gone awry, including when Chris Dent chopped Saranga Lackmal onto his leg stump for 17. Harris for 7, Hammond for 50, Van Buren without scoring, the 4 Gloucestershire batters out. Lackmal bowls, sorry, I'll continue.
Yeah,
we'll do an end switch. Lackmal bowls to Bracey, and there's a leave alone outside off.
I'm losing concentration rapidly. I've just been asked to introduce our entry to the Eurovision Song Contest, but unfortunately I couldn't remember a name.
But did you write a song?
I just said I think she's written a song, and that was how it was introduced in the end. So I have no idea who she is. Tia Maria or something?
Wouldn't mind one.
Yeah. Something like that. I wrote a song. It's quite catchy.
Is it? Okay. Haven't heard it, actually. I don't suspect I will either. Here comes Lackmell. Bowls wide of the crease to Bracey. Looks to drive. Doesn't time it. And it bobbles out towards mid-off. And there's no run.
You're not going to watch it tonight, then?
Well, I don't know.
Well, if you do, you'll hear
to be honest,
it.
It's already going to have... Mind you, actually, you said that they're on last, so
She's
maybe
on
I will.
28th and 28 songs.
Well, I mean, we're going to miss a fair few of them.
I don't know what time
think,
it starts,
aren't we?
actually.
Even if it starts at 8, we'll probably miss.
Chesterfield
Miss a
goal
couple.
alert. Chesterfield goal alert. They've taken the lead in extra time. They now lead Notts County by 2-1.
Let's hope yet then. Lackmell is in and bowls, and Bracey allows that to pass through to the gloves of Guest. So many overs is this in his spell now? So this is his 5th over in his spell. He's had one long spell of 8. Question is if you can, I suppose if you bowled him another long spell now, then he might not bowl again today, or do you have one short spell here and then try maybe a sort of a 2 or 3 over burst towards the end?
But he's also missed 2 matches through injury, which could be a concern.
Lackmell is there now, bowls to Bracey, tries to cut and chops it right into the ground, and on 2 bounces it's fielded comfortably at backward point for no run. It's still barely hit a cut shot in this innings, Gloucestershire, it seems. 124 for 4.
Eurovision starts on Radio 2, certainly, and I imagine it's live on Radio 2, because there'd be no point in having it not live, would there? At 8 o'clock.
Oh, right. Well, they'll need some build-up, won't they?
Well, you wouldn't have thought they'd go, welcome to Eurovision, here's the first song. I imagine that would be 8:30 before the first song comes on. And if there are 28 songs, well, it's going to be...
Take us up to the start of play tomorrow, I think.
It'd be gone 10 o'clock before I Wrote a Song gets on, I would have thought, if that's what it's called. Must have been a good goal. I just sent me a message, it just says, wow. Reese.
Not me, that is.
No, different Ed. Reese in and bowls to Charlesworth, who does cut this one successfully down to quite a wide third man area. It's chased by Sam Connors, who's got a good throw, so they were very wise in just taking the 2 runs there. Charlesworth moves to 32, 126 for 4, so they're now beyond halfway.
I thought we were doing that. Is that football score, isn't it? East 5-4-4, far 5.
Yes.
So that's what you were attempting for a moment
I
there.
just couldn't say the word 4. Here is Reese again in a bowls to Charlesworth, who digs. Oh dear, how's he got 4 there? He digs one out with a sort of chopping motion, and it goes in between the 2 slips and down to a very, very, very fine third man for 4 runs. He's a little unfortunate there, Lewis Reese. Charlesworth won't care. He's moved on to 37, 130 for 4.
Well, I suppose perfect placement from Charlesworth. I mean, he just put the bat on it. It was a bit like watching one of those wide Yorkers in one-day cricket, where pretty much all the batter can do is just put the bat on it and see where it goes. And for Charlesworth, it went beautifully through the slips for a boundary.
Perfectly safe as well, because when he hit it on the half volley as it landed near his feet, it just went along the floor. Beat both slip fielders, who both hit the deck. Harry Kane went to retrieve it as the younger of the 2. In goes Reese again and bowls. That one is driven this time, but across to his right goes Leas to Ploy to do the fielding. And then the throw is an absolute shocker. It misses Brooke Guest, who was running to the stumps by about 10 yards, and goes straight to second slip.
Yes.
who hadn't moved. Unfortunately, he hadn't, otherwise that one might have been heading towards the boundary as well.
He wound up for it so nicely as well. It was a beautiful throwing motion. It just, unfortunately, missed the mark by several yards.
The fatigue of the day affects everybody. Here's Reese, me more than most, who's in again. That's turned into the leg side, straight to Mitch Wagstaff, who throws the ball there. Skip, that's how you do it. Do it straight to Brooke Guest.
Irritated to miss out actually on that ball. I think Charlesworth, that's a ball that, right on the hip. It's a ball that, especially with no square leg, you expect to be picking off for some runs. Slightly cross that he's. Here we go.
They don't like the ball.
Must be the ball's
Yeah,
fault.
this ball's no good. Now, unfortunately, the man with the caliper.
It's always the other
Always,
umpire,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, it
Every
always seems
single
to be.
time, it's almost as if they know who's got it, so they toss it to the other umpire.
It's gone straight through. I think both umpires have the calipers, but the one who gets it says, I ain't got them. Jingle jangle as it rattles around in his pocket, and he takes it across to Neil Bainton.
Well, no, there's my car keys.
Yeah. What caliper? Is it a caliper?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
so.
I kept saying it and it didn't sound right. Reese is in again and bowls. That one is off an edge. Into the ground, beating the man at Gully off Charlesworth's bat. He's going to pick up 2 more runs, and Lewis Reese stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips. Charlesworth moves on to 39. And Gloucestershire to 132 for 4.
Yes, got to 39 by hook or by crook as Charlesworth. Been some shots of real authority in there. He's also squeezed quite a few down through that third-man region, but they don't draw pictures in the scorebook.
Indeed not. Well, some people do, don't they? But
If they're bored, yeah.
yeah, I don't think most people do. Next delivery from Reese is defended by Charlesworth. You can get on this very website, I'm sure. There
A
we
wagon
go.
wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Now you're
Yeah, then
talking.
you
I
just
should be
take-
using that website then.
Just take everybody up. They're the bowlers, you clown. There we go. That's better. So we can take away everybody bar Charlesworth and see where his runs have been scored.
He's not scored a single run between the onside of straight and mid-wicket.
Yeah.
So mid-on might as well have packed up and gone home.
Don't need a mid on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's useful
It
to know.
is,
It's quite
it's
a lot of runs backward a square on the offside, which you'd expect from having, watched the innings.
And then we just we remove all the runs that have been scored off everybody bar Lackmel, and there's virtually no lines on it whatsoever.
Yes, I don't think that wagon's making it very far.
No, it's quite a useful website.
It is actually, yeah. I like my wagon wheels. I mean, the
Yeah, they were smaller than they used to
the
be.
more
though,
statistics, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
That's the trouble.
Change of bowling.
Yeah, well, the over had finished.
From the city end. It'll be Sam Connors for his second spell. We haven't seen him since the new ball spell, 4 overs for 25. Here he comes over the wicket to bowl down the leg side to Bracey, and as hard as he tries and as extravagantly as he tries, he can't whip it away, and it goes through to Guest. So, 4 overs for 25. It was another one of those spells which...
It was a DeLanga spell.
It was.
Wasn't it, really?
The figures don't tell the full story by any stretch. At least 2 boundaries were scored off edges, not really controlled edges either. Bracey is struck on the pad this time as he looks to clip it through the leg side, but the ball would have been pitching a long way outside leg. And he just shook out that leg. I'm not surprised because it ricocheted off that pad at some speed. But another delivery which is just a little too leg-sidey for Connor's liking, but unlike in his first spell, he's got away with it. Bracey waggling his bat as he waits for Connors to bowl again. Here he comes, and Bracey drives. A fluent drive up towards mid-off. Deploy with that almost exaggerated sling of the ball into the gloves of Brooke
Can
Guest
be
again.
dangerous.
It's great to watch. It's almost like watching a sort of submarine picture in baseball.
Yeah,
It's not
the old
quite as
sidearm.
that. Oh yeah, well, my team, the Giants, have got a guy called Tyler Rogers now, who is, I mean, how on earth anybody throws a ball like that?
I know, it's mad, isn't it?
It's like his arms, hand, sorry, as Bracey works this one down to fine leg. He'll get a single here to move on to 12. Still a bit leg-side-ish from Connors, 133 for 4. I mean, his knuckles almost scrape the floor as he throws, and he does that every time. And the amazing thing about him is, unlike most pitchers, he can pitch almost every night as well. I think he led the league in appearances a couple of years ago. He's getting too deep into to baseball talk for those not interested. I know you are, but
Not at all.
in comes Connors and bowls. Ooh, rising delivery there, which has come off Charlesworth's shoulder and gone for 4. I wasn't sure entirely what that didn't come off to start with. It doesn't help that Charlesworth has his back to us, but it's come off something and over the top of the slips and down for 4.
Bizarre.
It's a good ball from Connors, with a tasty delivery, banged into the pitch and rising up on Charlesworth, but yeah, off his shoulder or his upper arm, and enough pace on it to fly away for 4 runs. 137 for 4. The 4 runs to the extras column, 12 extras now. Connors in to Charlesworth, played up the pitch for Connors to field, and that is the end of his first over of a new spell. Gloucestershire 137 for 4, trail by 114. Yeah, I mean, submarine pitches, knuckleball pitches. I wish we could get another one of those to come back. Eventually, we will. And knuckleball, of course, something that's transferred to cricket, and I love watching people bowl knuckleballs in cricket as well. I had a really interesting chat with David Payne last year at Cheltenham about AJ Tye, how he bowled his knuckleball and how he could run in and then kind of flick the ball back into his hand and then release it with the knuckles.
Lewis Rees bowls to James Bracey, tucks it into the leg side, takes a single, moves to 13, 138 for 4.
So if you run in hiding the ball so they can't see it, and Benny Howell would always pretty much run in with.
We've got 73 slower balls.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you know, the thing about the knuckleball is that it should be quite obvious to the batter that you're bowling one, because you can see the knuckles up in the air. But it's one thing to see it, but it's another thing to play it. They've got much time to adjust, and also the whole point of the knuckleball is that it misbehaves.
Rees bowls cut by Charlesworth straight into cover region when it's fielded by Thompson.
You know, it comes down with no rotation on it at all, so any air movement or whatever, it just floats, or even if, you know, the really good ones can get it to wobble a bit as well. Obviously, it doesn't quite wobble like a baseball would, but still, yeah, I just love watching bowlers bowling the knuckleball. The ones who can really bowl it with no rotation at all.
Rees bowls, Charlesworth turns into the leg side this time. And there's no run. Most of the pitchers now just seem to want to get to 100 miles an hour.
Yes, it is. It's all about speed, isn't it? And you know, to some extent, it's happening in cricket too. I mean, there's a bowler in the IPL called Umran Malik, who I think is touching sort of late 150 Ks every ball he bowls, but it doesn't make him the best bowler in India.
Rees bowls, full delivery, dug out by Charlesworth up to Lakmal at mid-on.
On the other hand, of course, you've got somebody like Anrik Norkir who's sending it down at 150 plus every ball and is taking wickets in whatever format he bowls.
Frightening.
I mean, if I could sort of transport one bowler to, well, probably not here with Gloucestershire 138 for 4, but yeah, if I could watch one bowler live in the world at the moment, it might well be him.
Rees goes in again. Charlesworth, again, a full-length delivery, drives of a fashion. Henry Brooks warming up. It goes straight back to the bowler.
Just the way he runs in with that sort of military approach, elbows tucked to his side, and just a beautiful delivery, stride, and action. It must be amazing to watch from both side on and front on. It's the consistency of the pace that he generates.
Rather than
yes.
22 yards, I'd imagine. Rees bowls, that's pushed out to the offside by Charlesworth, picked up by Alex Thompson. End of the over, 1 run from it, 138 for 4. Bracey 13, Charlesworth 39. The deficit just 113 now. The pitch, as it so often does at Derby, not quite flattening out completely, but certainly flattening out.
Ball's getting older now as well, isn't it? Probably also bowlers are into their well, late into their second spells, or
And they're not
apart from
bowled-
Connors,
Not
that
bowled
is.
in this kind of heat all season.
Oh, yes. God.
Saranga's loving it, but everybody else is thinking it's too warm. Blackwell's just had a little word there with Sam Connors. I know those two are close.
It is Connors then to bowl. And he's bowling to Bracey. Bracey drives neatly out into the covers, but he won't get a run. He's still got that fielder at cover. Somebody being waved at in the dressing room for a helmet, I think, by the looks of things. So whether somebody's going to come into short leg or somewhere. I mean, sometimes you see somebody, I don't think you do it here with Connor's pace in really close in the gully, but I think it's probably going to be a short leg.
Yeah,
Either that
Thompson's
or, yes,
warming up.
there we go. I've just seen him down there, so he might get a bit of spin soon. It might be for that rather than for Connors. There's quite a short mid-wicket in. As in comes Connors and bowls, a bouncer to Bracey, but Bracey ducks underneath it, sees it early. In the game between Durham and Yorkshire, Durham are 162 for 6 now, needing a further 84 runs to win. Matthew Fisher's taken 4 for 47.
Tie.
Could still happen. We've got Graham Clark and Ben Rain at the crease now for Durham, with Carse, Potts and Patel to come. So still
Carse is injured, isn't he?
Ah, that's right. I was wondering why he hadn't come in. Worked away by Bracey this time, off his thigh out towards that short mid-wicket. There's no run.
What his issue is, but they were talking before saying he'd gone off with an injury, so presumably if it's not something that he can really aggravate, he might come in an emergency, but...
Yeah, and that's more bad news, really, as far as somebody who it was, you know, certainly a fringe contender for England, somebody who could bowl at a bit of extra pace. He can bat as well, which doesn't help. Doesn't help, doesn't hurt.
The Payne series he played in, didn't he? I think for England.
Short ball from Connors. Bracey ducks underneath. Sorry, the
series that was played at Bristol after the entire squad went down with COVID.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, I was. I don't think my brain could process what you were saying by this point. But yes, you're right. He did.
I think he
and
played in that
he
series.
stood out really in that series against
wasn't he?
Pakistan. Yeah.
So he's definitely on the radar.
Yep.
But Durham had a remarkable team with so many players who played international cricket in them.
Connors to the crease. He bowls. Bracey clips that one away to Ford square leg. Brooks does the fielding. There'll be no run there either. Yeah, it's a...
Because obviously there's Lees at the top of the order who, again, was like so many opening batsmen over the years, Adam Lyth included, poorly treated by England. Oh, look at him. The opening batsmen were getting out too easily, so he went in and didn't get out, but he didn't score. Well, he's not scoring. Well, do you want him to score or do you want him to get out? It's up to you.
Connors to complete his 6th over. In and bowls, and edged by Bracey, wide of second slip, and that will go for 4 runs. Not a controlled edge from Bracey, and it goes in the gap. A few have 142 for 4 at the end of that one. Bracey onto 17. Yeah, because I mean they've got Borthwick as well. He's played a test for England. Beddingham, who perhaps if circumstances were different, would probably already have played international cricket for South Africa. He's certainly one of the better players in South Africa. Well, I suppose Bastilleda's playing this round. Has played international cricket.
Yeah. We went through them all. Obviously, there's Carse and Potts, and I said, of course, Derbyshire got a Scotland international because they had Mark Watt playing, and he was the only player who played international cricket. Although Wayne Madsen is on the brink of playing for Italy, I think.
Is he? He's going to do that, is he?
You know, T20 World Cup qualifiers.
Magnificent.
I think at the age of 39.
Well, Gareth Berg has played for Italy, hasn't he? And I'm sure there are others. I think Michael Di Venuto played for Italy after he finished his first-class career.
I think it would put him in direct conflict with Mark Watt in those qualifiers. I think there's somewhere, they may even be in Scotland, but they're in this country somewhere. Watt's got 50 over and T20 World Cup commitments over the course of the season, so it's slightly irritating that they've signed him for the full season and then we'll lose him for chunks of it, but there you go. Alex Thompson's back. 7 overs bowled already. First delivery of his 8th is pushed by Charlesworth into the onside, filled by Henry Brooks, who we've only seen 8 overs from. The off spinner's in again. Charlesworth uses his feet, dances down the track and launches him out towards long on for 6. With absolute ease. Couple of steps down the track, plenty of loft on the ball and distance. And away it went out to long on for 6. The ball has been returned to Jack Shantry. Well, Alex Thompson's telling Haider Ali to stand on the boundary. Well, if it had been Alex Thompson's shoulders on the boundary, he wouldn't have caught it. Slipping a short leg as Thompson is in again. Charlesworth goes back into his crease and pushes it up where Haider Ali had been, so he has to run in off the boundary to collect it, and as a result, they go through for another run.
And that's really what you're after as a
Yeah.
batter as well. Just after that easy single option.
You don't need to score a shed load of runs in the over if you've already got 6 off it. 7 off the over now, 149 for 4.
Bracey will
They'll
sweep.
take him on. Oh,
Well,
sweep.
he will
Okay.
sweep and reverse sweep. I'm not saying he will this ball, but
There's a man on the backward square leg boundary. He defends the first delivery that he faces in this spell from, might be his first delivery that he's faced from Thompson. Probably is. Must be. Pushes it back to the bowler. It's Sam Connors at backward square leg as Thompson bowls, and that one is just pushed out square on the offside to Saranga Lakmal by Bracey. There is no run.
it was a slightly fiddly shot, that one.
Yeah. Goes Thompson again, bowls a full delivery, and that one comes off a pad, I think, into the offside. It beat the bat. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. Went past his bat, hit his pad, bounced out to Saranga Lakmal, but Bracey survives. He's got 17. Charlesworth has 46. 149 for 4, Gloucestershire, trailing by just 102 now. And there are 15 overs left, which will take us very close to 7 o'clock, or probably a little bit earlier if Thompson operates from one end. Until the close, well, whether he does or not remains to be seen.
Yes. I can imagine it will take too many more hits, such as Charlesworth's at the start of that over, to force Deploy to reconsider. It was compare the Hammond and Charlesworth sixes. Hammond's was hit extremely hard as well as long. Charlesworth sort of gave you a bit of time to admire it.
Yes.
In comes Connors, starts his next over, and Charlesworth is on the back foot, standing pretty much his entire height to play the ball up to mid-off. There's no run. It was an important innings for Charlesworth. I don't know, I must say, whether Ollie Price's university commitments would mean that he would be able to come back next week, whether Charlesworth has got 2 games, but if he's only got 1, it may just be this one innings to make an impression. Bouncer from Connors goes over Charlesworth's head as he ducks underneath it. 3 to Guest.
This time Chesterfield were 5 minutes away from returning to the Football League when Notts County equalised to make it 2-2. Ruben Rodriguez has scored in the 115th minute, so 2 apiece at Wembley. Come on, Chesterfield, sort it out.
Certainly put their fans through the ringer with that.
Tom, who works here, will be back tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be a shell.
Connors is in and bowls. Charlesworth calmly plays the ball again up to Deploy at mid-off from the crease. Yep, so, even if it's a sort of a 60 or a 70 odd, just something for Charlesworth to say, look, you've got to keep me in here, can't take me out. I say, especially if he is bowling, even though he wasn't used in Derbyshire's innings, just give that extra string to his bow for Gloucestershire to use potentially, as he plays this one softly, this time off the front foot out towards cover point. Can't quite get it in the gap, which isn't a huge one if you're going to play it softly for a quick single. Connors, 6.4 overs, 0 for 30. He's having to deal with potentially a pitch which is losing a bit of life now. It's had quite a lot of sunshine on it. Some of that live grass will be going. Connors in and bowls, and this time it's tapped out towards extra cover by Charlesworth. No run. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a massive amount on offer for him at the moment. It needs one moment. Bracey's edge that flew wide of second slip still shows that there is something out there, but he's going to come round the wicket now to try and make something happen, change the angle, change the eye line. Here comes Connors in now, bowls, short ball. Charlesworth ducks underneath it again. He hasn't been inclined so far to take on the short ball. He remains on 46, 149 for 4. Leicestershire 229 for 7 against Sussex, so it's a bit of a recovery there. Rehan Ahmed 44 not out. More runs for Chris Wright. He's 48 not out from 40 balls with 6 fours and a 6. It's come quickly, those runs too, so I mean, may yet avoid the follow-on, which wouldn't kill the game by any means. Sussex can add on quick runs, but would certainly help Leicestershire a great deal.
Wright has scored lots of runs since Richard Ray described him as perhaps too high at number 8. Alex Thompson begins a new over, bowls to James Bracey, who chops it out into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding. Bracey moves to 18 with that single, and the 150's up for Gloucestershire, 150 for 4.
Lancashire made it up to 326 in the end in reply to Somerset's 361. Somerset 50 for 1 in their second innings off just 11 overs.
Thompson bowls, that one is driven but not timed. Back to him by Charlesworth.
Mitchell century for Lancashire, 105 even. Tom Hartley, more runs for him as well. He's been scoring runs recently, 47.
Thompson in, that one is cut out into the offside by Charlesworth for another single out to Harry Kane. 151 for 4, Charlesworth up to 47, the partnership up to 48. Those 2 wickets in 2 balls seem a long time ago. We were young and happy in those days. As Thompson bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by Bracey.
I'm still happy.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm not sure.
Just about.
I'm certainly not young. No. Yes, I was going to say 2 people have just come out of the. I'll mention it again in a minute. Thompson bowls. There's a little dab round the corner. Nice, delicate shot by Bracey. Almost a one-day shot, if you like, but he's going to get 2 runs for it as it's fielded in the far distance by Sam Connors. And that is the 50 partnership. Bracey moves on to 20. 50 from 76 deliveries at 153 for 4.
I didn't want to bat for James Bracey, but with the field as it was, that shot was ripe for the playing, especially Thompson bowling with a bit of pace to use.
They've got a sort of leg slip, so Bracey drives it up towards Header Ali at mid-on. He shies at the stumps and misses. I think that Bracey would have been in anyway. And potentially the last over of the ball, which it was. Bracey moves on to 21, pinches the strike. Charlesworth has 47 at 154 for 4 with 13 overs left today.
I mentioned Tom Hartley is keeping not only Matt Parkinson out of.
Well, I've seen Matt Parkinson this
side,
season. He's on loan. He was on loan at Durham, and I think I could keep him out of the side, quite frankly.
I was going to mention another young spinner that Lancashire have got, who I rate pretty highly, Jack Morley. Both times I've seen him bowl. Well, I say both times. I saw him bowl live twice, and another time in extended time, just viewing on the stream. I thought he's bowled beautifully. Control, variation of flight, pace. Connors to bowl now to Bracey. It's full, dug out by Bracey up to mid-on. There's no run. And just, another one of these spinners that, what are they doing really? Just sort of twiddling their thumbs at the moment.
Yeah.
Moriarty and Verdi in Surrey's second 11 that went down to Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire's second 11, I should say.
You've got half
Bristol the other day.
a chance at Old Trafford, where it does traditionally in recent times turn.
Yeah.
I think Matt Parkinson's broken.
Connors, whippy action, bowls to Bracey, who pushes off the back foot into the covers. No run.
I much prefer his twin brother Callum as a cricketer. Matt, just a bit too one-dimensional for me.
I think that's that's another reason why Hartley's in the side, isn't
Can't
it?
bat and he can't field.
Hartley's a really good fielder as
Yeah.
well as being able
Whereas
to bat.
Callum can do all three. Although he's not playing at the moment for Leicestershire because he wouldn't sign a new contract.
Connors bowls short and it's pulled away. Short arm pull by Bracey. The fielder at fine leg didn't see it, but it wouldn't have mattered. He hit it too hard. I don't think that Thompson would have got particularly close to that. And it's 4 runs to Bracey, 25. He says, not sure if the board's updated already.
Yeah.
I think it has. Yeah, good. 158 for 4. Gloucestershire trail by 93.
I say Callum's not playing because he didn't sign a new contract. He's not playing at the moment because he's injured, but he's no longer the captain because he wouldn't sign a new contract or declined a new contract.
Okay.
It was quite a lengthy one from what I gather.
Here comes Connors. He's there now, and he bowls, and Bracey does get the cut shot away this time. It's quite a late cut, and it's flying down to the fine third-man boundary for another 4. 162 for 4. Bracey to 29. They've tried that shot several times without success, but this time Bracey does find the gap between slip cordon and backward point. Just the 2 slips. Bracey taking a new guard. Connors round the wicket. Neil Bainton somewhat wearily has his arm out by his side. It's certainly not getting towards the horizontal, that arm. Connors jogs in. Is there now. Bowls. Bracey watches that one go through to the keeper.
No, it suggested that Chesterfield were 5 minutes away from. It was 118th minute, blimey. They're in stoppage time now, so it'll almost certainly heading for a penalty shootout. The excitement / lottery / put insert whatever you want here.
Gosh.
Of a penalty shootout to get back into the Football League, these two sides. Bizarre.
Last ball of this over. Connors to Bracey, who's forward in defence. Ball goes up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 162 for 4. Gloucestershire have been batting for 49 overs, so the run rate has accelerated a little over the last session or so. It's Charlesworth 47, but it's mostly the efforts of Hammond and Bracey that have accelerated the scoring rate, with Charlesworth being the anchor at the other end, and he has dropped anchor for 112 deliveries. Wins earlier for Nottinghamshire by an innings and 25, Warwickshire by 4 wickets, and Glamorgan beating Worcestershire by 10 wickets.
Alex Thompson to continue his 10th over, the third of this spell. He bowls to Charlesworth, who clips it into the leg side. It's nicely stopped on the slide by Brooks, who is currently warming up and getting ready to come back. I wouldn't be at all to see him. Be surprised to see him replace Connors. Connors doesn't look like he's got that bit of zip today. He only bowled 8 overs, but they've cost him 38. They've got a man in at it's sort of short mid-on rather than silly, as this next delivery is defended by Charlesworth out into the offside. Deploy picks up. Henry Brooks generally doesn't like to warm up if he isn't coming on to bowl, and he's definitely warming up. He's had the call with those long arms and long legs as Thompson bowls, and it's pushed out, driven really, but not timed into the offside by Charlesworth.
He's a member of the shirt untucked brigade, as more people are nowadays than aren't.
Yes, I don't mind that.
No, neither do I.
I don't mind it. In goes Thompson, pushes it out again to Leas Deploy. variation to this over so far. Still a bit of chat, but not much. As he's in again, bowls. That's quite a round arm delivery, and again, Charlesworth pushes it out to deploy.
I don't mind that position as, it could be a catching position, but it is stopping him just easily turning it to long on for a single.
It's a bit defensive, really, isn't it? Oh, that one beats the bat. There we go. And the bails are whipped off by Brooke Guest, but Charlesworth hadn't moved his back foot at all. End of the over. It was a maiden over, 162 for 4. The score remains 11 to go today. And are we going to see? Yep, we are. Henry Brooks is going to replace Sam Connors now. There's deploy, and Wayne Madsen just had a relatively lengthy chat. Now a long distance chat between Madsen and Rees. He might fancy another go before the close. He's currently fielding at mid-wicket. Saranga Lakmal's probably done for the day with 13 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 12. I imagine it will be Lewis Rees who we speak to at the close.
So I should imagine at the moment Hammond and Charlesworth are in a bat off.
If Charlesworth's not out, though, you go
exactly.
Hammond. Right? You go Hammond.
Yep. Brooks then to Bracey, chops that one into the ground, dribbles up to mid-off, rehearses the shot, sort of irritated, excuse me, swat away into the covers, and then he does a sort of bizarre motion as if he was suddenly trying to pounce on something towards square leg. Not quite sure exactly what that was about. Getting his feet moving again there, Bracey. Connors is over the wicket to him. Pardon me, Brooks is over the wicket to him, and Bracey's onto his toes to play it into the covers. This time softly, and there's no run. Kent batting again in their second innings at Canterbury. Hampshire having allowed themselves to be bowled out for 373. Liam Dawson top scoring for Hampshire with 84. Joe Weatherly, 58, back into the side. There's been a bit of opener lottery as far as Hampshire are concerned. They've been really struggling to find an opening combination. Brooks bowls short to Bracey, who hammers that one away through forward square leg. The fielder goes into the dive, and that's a really good piece of fielding from Connors out there at deep square. Moved sharply away to his right to stop that, and they only got a single for it. Bracey hit it so hard, it was either going to be 1 or 4. Turns out it was 1. Good piece of fielding. Bracey to 30, 163 for 4.
Yeah, good fielder Connors for a quick bowler.
Yeah.
Covers the ground nicely, got a really good throw.
So many of them are now.
Yeah.
Charlesworth waits for Brooks, who bowls short. Charlesworth helps that one away through mid-wicket this time. More work for Connors to do. Gets to the ball quickly. He'll get the throw in, but this time they do come back for a second run. Well taken. Might just have eased off the gas and allowed that to be a simple single, but they ran it hard, and Charlesworth moves up to 49, 165 for 4. So Kent 26 without loss. Been batting for 9 overs. Trail Hampshire by 252 runs. Brooks to Charlesworth, who's playing a choppy drive, misses the ball, gets away with it. That's been the sort of shot that's got himself into the most trouble this innings. And he's just looked to play the ball late off the back foot, and it's just too full and too close to him.
Yeah, poor shot. Poor shot.
Like the shot of somebody on 49 that just wanted to get to the milestone as quickly as possible. Brooks bowls now to Charlesworth, who goes back into default mode and plays a defensive shot up towards mid-off with some air of solidity. 165 for 4, end of that over. Middlesex 96 for 2, trailing Surrey by 75 runs. Surrey must win if they want to remain the top of the Championship Division 1. Middlesex have lost Robson for 22 and Stoneman for 28. Gus Atkinson has one of those wickets and came into the side with a bang at Chelmsford last week and got wickets in the first innings as well. 3 of them, 5 wickets in the first innings for former Gloucestershire bowler Dan Worrell. Sean Abbott has the other wicket in Middlesex's second innings, trailing by 73, 2 down. Durham now 8 down at Chesley Street, so there's not much to come. Rain and Potts at the crease. Durham still needs 72 and only the injured Bryden Cast left.
Could be it. Thompson begins a new over. The first delivery is driven by Bracey out to the cover boundary where Harry Kame does the fielding. Bracey moves on to 31, 166 for 4. Penalties at Wembley. Come on, the Chesterfield boys. I don't think we have any. Ben Slater, formerly of this parish, is a massive Chesterfield fan. No doubt watching it after Nottinghamshire's win at Northampton, or against Northamptonshire. That ball is pushed out into the offside by Charlesworth. It was on 49 from 122 deliveries. It's been careful for the most part. Thompson in bowls to him. This time he pushes it out into the offside. There's a slight misfield there by Elias Deploy, but not sufficient for the batsman to get through for the single that would take him to his half-century. Partnership up to 63 now. Halfway through Thompson's 11th over. Down the track he comes and he lofts it out towards the boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4, and that is a half-century for Ben Charlesworth. It was a shot that he was itching to play, you felt, and eventually he did. He acknowledges the applause of the crowd. 124 deliveries. That was his 6th 4. He's also hit a 6, and he's taken his side to 170 for 4, trailing by 81.
For the most part, it's been quite a grinding innings from Charlesworth, but he has interspersed the overs of defence with some really handsome shots as he does play.
Thompson in again to bowl. Chumley just pushes this out to Elias Deploy, fielding in the covers.
Majestic 6 down the ground off Thompson, with a couple of forays down the pitch for boundaries, but one particular extra cover drive off, I think, the bowling of Rees stood out as well.
Thompson's in again from quite wide of the crease. That's pushed back to him by Charlesworth. End of the over. 5 off it. The most important 4 of those 5 were to Charlesworth, who moved to his half-century. Gloucestershire with Bracey on 31 or 170 for 4. They trail by 81 with 9 overs left today.
I suppose from Gloucestershire's point of view, Hammond's 50 vital, of course, but I mean, again, Dale 3 for 50, but I suppose top of the analysis is Matt Taylor 3 for 47. So it's the 2 players who've come into the side who've, at the moment, topped the bowling and batting analyses, with Charlesworth having overtaken Hammond, who made 50, which I suppose, you know, it's a decent sign for a side when players are coming into the side and doing that. Brooks bowls to Bracey, who drives firmly out into the covers. The only question was whether the bounce would trouble the fielder in the covers, but it didn't. And there's no run. Bracey's, well, I mean, he came out with a flurry, didn't he? Did he have a 10 off his first 4 balls?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was nothing to do with him coming out and trying to really smash the ball or anything like that. He's smashed that one, though, because it's short and sat up and begged to be hit, and Bracey's pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4. Didn't have much venom, that bouncer from Brooks. Bracey, with a crunching pull shot, has picked up his 5th boundary, moves on to 35. It's 174 for 4.
Brooks is a skillful bowler, but I'm not sure he's got the pace to bowl it there, really. It was asking to be hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Bracey didn't need asking twice.
He's going to need to get it up a lot more than that, both in terms of pace and height, if Bracey's going to be troubled by it. Fielder moves to more of a deep forward square now rather than a deep backward square. Brooks to Bracey. It's another short ball. It's pulled away this time wide of long leg, and that's another 4. Didn't have too far to go to Thompson down on the boundary. But again, Bracey has swivelled on it and hit it away with some force. 39 he has. Gloucestershire 178 for 4, trail by 73.
Yeah, it's poor bowling from Henry Brooks. 6 for 20 in the first innings against Leicestershire. Seems like a long time ago. It was only last week. Best bowling figures on debut for a Derbyshire bowler since 1871. Dove Gregory in their first game against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Dove taking 6 for 9. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Go on.
Brooks round the wicket to Bracey, who punches away off the back foot towards backward point, and there's no run.
I got all excited for a minute then.
Well, I think rightly so, because it's a rather tasty stat, if I may say so.
Well, it's a David Griffin stat, obviously, but
It's a belter for many reasons.
yeah, mainly because of the man Dove Gregory.
Exactly.
Yes. Whose real name was Gregory Dove, but he changed it round for
Really?
some reason. Yeah, nobody knows why.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it just gets better and better, this. Brooks round the wicket to Bracey, who whips that one away up to mid-on and can't beat the fielder. So no run.
It's 2-all in the penalty shootout, but Chesterfield had taken 3 penalties and they missed one. My theory is going to be put to the test here that the team that misses first win more penalty shootouts than not.
Okay. Well, in ice hockey with the shootout, there's a thing where I think the home team tends to elect to shoot first, which is thought to be the best way to go. Brooks bowls to Bracey, who tries to pull. He bottom edges it really down towards fine leg. I say bottom edge, I mean, it was never going to be any cause particularly for alarm. He just didn't middle it like he middled the other 2 in that over. But he'll get a single and keep the strike and move to 40, 179 for 4. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where there's been a lot of kind of study about shooting first, shooting second. The home team wins 52% of the time, so has a slight advantage, I think, overall.
Chesterfield went first in this one. They've now missed 2 penalties and they're in all sorts of trouble. They've had 4 penalties and missed 2. By my calculations, Notts County score the next penalty. They are into the Football League. I've no idea who's taking it or what's happening at Wembley. I'm just watching it on a text feed, which is not necessarily ideal. Sam Connors is going to come back. He's been slightly under-bowled today, but he has been expensive. 8 overs, 2 maidens for a 0 for 38, his figures. And he's going to try from the racecourse end. I think that's his preferred end. I know I've asked him in the past. I barely remember. He's getting and balls to James Bracey, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Now the Notts County have missed their 4th penalty, which keeps Chesterfield alive. Come on, the Spirettes. I'm like a supporter.
That's it. I actually didn't know that was their nickname,
Oh,
but
yeah.
Obviously I know why.
Yeah. People in Chesterfield call them Town, even though they're not Chesterfield Town. They just call them Town. I've never understood that. But they're also known as the Spirettes. Not sure why. Here is Connors around the wicket to bowl to Bracey, who drives fairly straight. Saranga Lakmal, look at that, sliding across the ground to do the stop.
Yes, get your knee into that floor. Make sure that it's not going to go by that knee, even if your hands miss it. Not that they did.
We're down to the final penalty of the original 5 each in the shootout. Chesterfield 3, Notts County 3. Notts County, with the Magpies, of course, are about to have a penalty to return to the Football League. Sam Connors is on his way in to bowl to Bracey, and Bracey defends it up towards Leas Deploy. And at the moment, nothing's happening. Something must be happening at Wembley. I bet there's a lot of noise there at 3 apiece in the penalty shootout.
They probably tried to put the ball 2 millimetres off the spot. And the
Goalkeeper
referee told them to.
scuffing it
Oh,
up
yeah.
and all sorts going off down there. Oh, they've scored, and Notts County are 1, and they're into the Football League. How disappointing. Here is Connors around the wicket to bowl to Bracey, who clips this one that was on his leg stump away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Haider Ali gets there really quickly. Good throw as well. Keeps them down to a single. They were definitely thinking about 2.
Yes.
Haider got there really quickly and released the ball, and it wasn't a bad throw either. It was close enough to the stumps for Brooke Guest to have effected a run out had he been required.
Yeah, definitely a wise decision
180 for 4.
from the 2 not to come back.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Blimey.
Surprised I didn't hear that in the next box.
Goes Connors on. That's off quite a thick edge down to wide third man. Still wearing the fielding pads. It's being chased down by Mitch Wagstaff. Charlesworth gets 2 more, moves to 55, 182 for 4. The deficit just 69 now.
I suppose James Bracey is a dark horse in the race to be the victim for the end of the day, actually.
Yes, well, he's sneaking up on the rails, isn't he?
I haven't spoken to any of them yet this season, so
Oh, that's good.
either will do.
Yeah. There's the Chesterfield tweet is, we gave absolutely everything, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. Bless. In goes Connors. Bowls to Charlesworth, who allows that one to go through to Guest. End of the over. 3 runs from it. 182 for 4. Bracey has 41. Charlesworth has 55, and they trail by 69 with 7 overs left today. 7 overs left today. So it will be close to 7 o'clock.
Yes, you can practically hear the tears rolling down my cheeks. Chesterfield.
Yes. Well, my team got nowhere near any playoffs in their division, so I only saw them 5 times this season, but I don't think they played well once. And at 22 quid a pop, it's an expensive load of old nonsense, really.
Henry Brooks to Bracey. That's a lovely looking old drive, and Saranga Lakmal into a, how to describe that?
Good luck.
Well, I mean, he dived for it and he
Yes,
stopped it.
yeah, that's
it
all that
was,
matters.
you know, I mean, it was a beautiful flowing dive. It got a good 9 from the Russian judge, I think.
Are they allowed to judge
Stop
at
the
moment?
ball. Comes Brooks, bowls Bracey's gone for the pull shot, and he's been bowled.
No, like before.
No, leg before, pardon me. I thought I saw the stumps move then. It's those dratted green bales that you look at, and I could have sworn they weren't there, but right in line with the green of the pitch, and that's did me several times last season. It's done me again there. Either way, Bracey has gone. He went for a low pull shot, and Neil Bainton has given him out LBW. So Gloucestershire lose a wicket. It's the end of what was a really productive partnership between Bracey and Charlesworth, worth 79. Derbyshire given a glimmer at the end of the day here. 6.4 overs remaining. I can't imagine Gloucestershire are going to
Declare.
No, I don't think they're going to do that. I also can't imagine they're going to do any faffing about with night watchmen or anything.
No.
A good innings from Bracey, 41, down to number 6.
I want you to cast your X, but you're much better at these things than I am. But he didn't think he was out, Bracey. He was absolutely astounded when he was given that. I would venture to suggest.
Well, one of the reasons why I thought he'd been bowled, to be honest, because you know you don't often get out LBW on the pull, and so either he's got it horribly wrong, or it was missing. But I don't know. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, I'm trying for my replay to pop up.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that might be fair enough. You know.
Okay.
I don't think it's bounced as much as Bracey thought it would, and I think it has maybe stayed down a bit on him. But I think he's quite far back. I think that's out, to be honest.
You're not too high.
Again, well, I don't know. I think he's quite far back. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, he's not here anymore.
There we go. Doesn't matter. We might as well move on, really. Make up your own mind if you're watching on the live picture feed. If you're not, then
I'm sure that James himself
maybe he can later.
will have an opinion and he'll probably keep it to himself.
Right, Tom Price is out there at number 7, and he's facing up to Henry Brooks, who bowls down the leg side. And Price, well, I don't think he really even made too much of an inclination to flick that away a bit of one, but it was quite a long way down the leg side, so didn't get too close to it. Neil Bainton's out to paw the ground where Brooks is landing. Just to
TJ
give him
Price, I like that.
the impression of he might be a bit close to that danger area. So it is Price to come in ahead of Zafar as last match, and that's seemingly a slowish delivery outside off stump, and a long way outside off stump, and it bounces through to Brooke Guest. I mean, not really quite the ideal 2 deliveries to start off a new batter with, unlike Lewis Rees, who took 2 in 2 earlier in the innings, removed Hammond for 50, the key wicket there to break that partnership, and then Van Buren without scoring. This time Price gets bat on ball, works it away into the leg side, and more work for Lackmal to do round from mid-on, which gets the usual encouragement from the Derbyshire fielders. Mentioned Tom Price's current season batting average at the moment, which stands at 104.5, driven primarily by that astonishing 109 brutal assault on the Worcestershire bowling attack. But he did also make 55 not out at Glamorgan in the second innings to start the season. Brooks completes the over with a bouncer, which Tom Price ducks underneath. 182 for 5. No Ollie Price this game for Gloucestershire, with him sitting some exams, I believe. So Tom Price, the only Price. Charlesworth, the only, Ben Charlesworth, I should say, the only Charlesworth, with his brother having taken 5 wickets and been a part of that century stand for the last wicket of the second 11 the other day. And Matt, the only Taylor in the side.
I like the idea of Charlesworth being the only Charlesworth.
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause, Connors is the only Connors.
Yes, oh dear. It's 6:30.
I tell you what, it's late, isn't it? We started early and we're finishing. No, we didn't start early, but we should have done, really. I don't know why they don't start.
Well,
at
that's
10:30.
another thing.
Add it on in the morning rather than the evening. That would be far preferable. Here's Sam Connors beginning a new over from the racecourse end. Bowls to Ben Charlesworth, who turns it into the leg side, backward of square. In off the boundary comes Henry Brooks. He gets there just ahead of Haider Ali to throw the ball in. And the score moves up to 183 for 5. Charlesworth on to 56. So the only bowlers who haven't taken a wicket, Alex Thompson, 11 overs for 51, and Sam Connors. Sam Connors, who's got 0 for 42. I've just been asked a question. It's a terrific question as well, by the way, by the scorer, Jane, as Connors bowls. That was driven into the offside by Price, who has a towel hanging out the back of his trousers. He's batting. Why has he got a towel hanging out the back of his trousers? Is somebody...
Wow.
I think what's happened there is one of his teammates has gone, this'll be funny. Now, you watch this, he won't notice. And they've popped one in his back of his trousers as he's walking out to bat, and he's got no idea it's there.
I've never seen him do that before.
I've never seen any batsman do that. There'd be no need for a batsman unless he wants to dry his bat.
I'm sure I've seen somebody do it before. I don't know who.
Connors in and bowls to Price. It makes him easy to spot, though, doesn't it? I suppose if it was 2 right-handers, that one goes through to the keeper.
It'd be some effort if one of the Derbyshire fielders that did it on his way by.
Yeah, could be anybody. I think that's magnificent. I do hope it's a prank.
I'll have to ask.
I expect an answer in the morning.
Yeah, well, that will be my first question to whoever I speak
Well
to, I'm
battered,
sure.
everybody, but why on earth has Tom Price got a towel in the back of his trousers? In goes Connors and bowls to him. He ducks underneath a short ball. It goes beyond everybody, including Brooke Guest for 4 byes. I don't know what happened to Brooke Guest there. There was a cry of ow from somebody. Whether it went underneath his hand or it certainly evaded him. The score moves up to 187 for 5. The deficit just 64. Only tomorrow to go. Gloucestershire edging towards parity and who knows, slightly beyond. Oh dear, we're in for a terrifically exciting day tomorrow, aren't we? 187 for 5. They need to get a hat trick now. Connors in and bowls, and that one is driven very, very pleasantly by Price up towards Leas Deploy at a wideish mid-off.
Either that or Tom Price needs to go berserk
Yes.
like he did at New Road and score a runnable 100, which at the moment doesn't seem to be forthcoming, although he's played some fine shots for his naught.
Well, by lunchtime tomorrow, they could be 164 ahead, I suppose. They get another shot at bowling at Derbyshire, but in goes Connors again, bowls to Price, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Has to go through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 4 byes and a single. 5 overs to go. 187 for 5. Price yet to get off the mark. Charlesworth has 56.
The other thing is, Gloucestershire will be bowling, so I can't remember where their over rate finished, but it was certainly at +3. It may even be more than that
So
by
they can
now.
slow
So
down a
exactly,
touch,
we
can't
could
they?
just see a one of those. You don't want to bowl more overs than you have to. You know, you're likely to be shaking hands at 5 or 10 to 5 even, depending on the situation. So, yeah.
Oh dear. Still,
We'll see, though. We're not there yet.
No, you never know.
Brooks round the wicket to bowl to Charlesworth, who sways out the way of that. Goes down on one knee to Brooke Guest. And it's taken behind the stumps. Long shadows. One of the floodlight pylons is casting a menacing shadow line through Jack Chantry, the fielder at deep forward square, and almost over Ben Charlesworth as well. Brooks approaching. He's there and bowls. Charlesworth drives, but can't beat cover. Good effort down to his left-hand side there. Fair bit of ground to cover.
Just did the split, Sam Connors there, didn't he?
I thought it was Connors, and then I had a feeling that he should have been out at deep square, but it's Harry Kame who's out there now.
Yeah. As he sort of got back to his feet, his legs almost splayed.
Brooks running in to bowl, and Charlesworth works that one away too. Harry Kame at deep square and gets another run. 57 to him, 188 for 5. See whether Price continues to look to play his shots. I mean, he hasn't got off the mark yet, but it's not for the lack of trying. Certainly has played about 5 or 6 shots at the 9 balls that he's faced. Bit of pace on the ball to work with this pair of bowlers. Is it me? I didn't realise it was that late. Price is waiting for something. At the moment, I've got no idea what they're waiting for. I'm waiting for somebody to go under the helmet.
Mitch Wagstaff's going to go under the lid again.
I had a long think about that, but I don't know whether it was just because Wagstaff didn't want to go under the helmet or whether there was some other reason. But everybody sort of stood around for several moments. Where's Sam Connors going?
Home.
I was going to say, he's just had enough because he's marching towards the dressing room. No, he's going out to deep square. Brooks to Price, gets a bit squared up by that one. I'm not sure if that came off actually just the sort of, as it were, front part of the bat, or whether it came off his leading edge, but it didn't go where he meant it to. Went back to the bowler. So 2 slips and a gully. short leg. Fielders out at fine leg and deep square. Backward point, wide mid off and wide mid on. Brooks to Price, who drives a ball that was nowhere near there for the drive. That was that was almost a good length delivery that he tried to drive off the front foot there, Tom Price. I mean, he struggled to play that shot, even if he was still batting on at New Road. And was fortunate not to edge it through to Brooke Guest.
He wasn't far away from it, was he?
No, not exactly the sort of shot that gets you out, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously looking to be positive towards the end of the day here, but it's not the right ball to be playing that shot to, that's for sure. Waits now for Brooks, who's there and bowls, and that is a lovely shot on drive from Tom Price, and it is rolling out towards the boundary and over it for 4 runs. Lovely way to get off the mark, that. 192 for 5. Price 4. Gloucestershire trail by 59.
The problem is, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel anything like a pitch where 25 wickets are going to fall on the last day. But do join us tomorrow for what promises to be a very exciting day's cricket.
Well, they might not have too many choices. I mean, Leicestershire, there's a bit of jeopardy there. 269 for 9, needing 12 to avoid the
I don't
follow-on.
want people listening for just pity or out of pity. Sam Connors from the racecourse end. 4 overs to go tonight. He's in and bowls to Ben Charlesworth, who pushes it up to Lears deploy, and there's no run.
I suppose at the moment the excitement will be either Canterbury, where Can Hampshire bowl Kent out, or the Oval, where Surrey are looking to bowl Middlesex out and chase whatever they're set.
And what those two games have as an advantage over what we have to offer is they're both in the First Division. Public service broadcasting. 192 for 5. Connors is in and bowls to Charlesworth. He fields with his left hand in his follow-through. Nicely done by Sam Connors. No run. Charlesworth actually fled back into his crease. Well, I don't think Connors has the ability. He might do, who knows?
I mean, that would be some throw, wouldn't
The
it?
ability to throw with his left hand and throw the stumps down would have been very impressive.
Especially with all the body weight going to the left as well.
Yeah, it would have been astonishing. A slip and a gully, a fall slip. Next delivery is driven, full delivery up towards Lears deploy by Charlesworth. The countdown is on. 21 balls to go.
Oh, I thought this was going to be something to do with Eurovision there.
Oh no, I'm not interested. I genuinely have no interest in Eurovision. We'll be speaking to Lewis Rees later on this evening. That's good news. Always good to talk to Lou. 3 for 37 from 11 overs for him, including 2 in 2 balls, bowled nicely in tandem with Saranga Lakmal as Connors goes in and bowls a short delivery that doesn't get up. He swayed out of the way of it, Charlesworth. Is he giving that as one short ball for the over?
It looked as if that was what was going on.
But he bent down.
Oh, no, actually, he might just have been signalling
the
two remaining
left.
in the over.
I think that's what was going on. I thought Jack Chantry's not being true to his bowling roots there, because that by no means was an over-the-shoulder ball. And I'm never sure whether they do anything about it if you bowled a third one anyway. Connors in again and bowls. That one left alone. That one cut back a little bit, and Sam Connors has got his hands on his head. Charlesworth just stands there and looks and says, well, it hasn't hit the stumps, son. What are you on about? It's the stumps. I'm still here.
I don't think you normally see somebody hold the post relieve, really, do you?
No.
Maybe for a drive creamed straight down the ground or something, but not normally a leave.
Just trying to irritate the bowler by saying, look, I've left it. It's missed. That's a terrific leave. There are only 2 sorts. And goes Connors again and bowls, and he plays this one down into the ground, picked up by Alex Thompson. Charlesworth remains on 57 after a maiden over from Sam Connors, just his third. Price has 4. 192 for 5. Gloucestershire trailing by 59 with 3 overs left in the day's play.
I always seem to have the last over of a session or
you do, don't
the
you?
day.
That's
It's funny, isn't
work?
it?
Yeah.
We've switched so many times, and yet somehow I always seem to end up with the last over of
You'll
the
be
day.
driving home and you'll be thinking, I did the first over of every session, I did the last over of every session. That bloke's been doing absolutely no work whatsoever.
Well, I'm not sure I can quite claim that one. I haven't had any updates to do at all.
During the updates, only talk for 30 seconds and the 2 minutes either side of it, I'm doing
But
nothing.
you've got to plan what you're going to say
I
and
seldom
time
do that.
it. And
I
no,
seldom
okay,
plan
right.
anything, really. If I'm honest.
Well, we may still get plenty of action in these last 3 overs, with Tom Price seemingly quite content to play his shots. And it'll be Henry Brooks to bowl now. 2 Price short, and it's attempted to be pulled by Tom Price, but he's missed it. And it is taken by Guest, and Price looks furious that he took a great big hack at it, and he didn't get anything on it at all. So standing there trying to work out exactly how that happened. Certainly wasn't doing it for me the 2 times ago I batted. I shouldn't be doing it to me now, this wretched game. Brooks to Price, clipped away in controlled fashion this time. Picks out Saranga Lakmal, who feels a routine piece of fielding, but still gets a cheer from the Derbyshire fielders.
We're going to see 1 over from Lewis Rees.
Are we?
Well, I think so. The way he's warming up, that is slightly bizarre.
Why else would you bother at the end of the day, I suppose, yeah.
Unless he's just trying to keep himself loose. But why would you keep yourself loose when all you've got to do is get changed and speak to me? Of course, he doesn't know he's got to speak to me yet, which is the gift that keeps on giving, really.
Brooks to Price. It's another short ball, and that has been thrashed away by Tom Price, but straight to deep square. And just the single can therefore be taken, 193 for 5. I mean, they've certainly set the field for the short ball there. Not only was there the short leg, but they just moved in for that ball. Somebody in quite short on the leg side, which I don't know. Having watched Tom Price smash the short bowling of Worcestershire to all parts, I don't know. Maybe it will work this time. Brooks is taller and maybe a bit faster than Worcestershire's. I can't even say that this time in the evening. Worcestershire's attack. Brooks to Charlesworth, who plays a slightly unconvincing defensive shot back up the pitch for no run. Not really struggle with Worcestershire. Worcestershire versus Gloucestershire is the sort of pronunciation nightmare derby, really, for those who don't know how to say them.
Leicestershire all out for 270. Innings break. Play to resume at 6:50.
Oh, that'll delight Richard Ray. Brooks bowls short. Charlesworth pulls it away. He doesn't time it, really. It'll roll out towards deep mid-wicket, and it'll be another comfortable single to move Charlesworth to 58. Gloucestershire inching towards 200. Of course, doesn't mean a bonus point, but the race is on. 6 runs in 2.1 overs. We've got to create some jeopardy here.
Yeah,
we don't really.
Good luck with that.
We don't have to, but there we go. I try.
There'll be more jeopardy in the morning.
Here's Brooks in to Price, who leaves alone to complete the over. So just, well, theoretically 12 balls left in the day, a maximum of 12 balls. Charlesworth 58, Tom Price 5, Gloucestershire 194 for 5, trailing by 57 runs. I suppose for now not masses that can be achieved, but tomorrow the first target will be that magic 250 mark.
Yeah. Doesn't get more magical than that, does it?
Well, no, I mean,
really
dizzy heights of 250.
It really doesn't. As suspected, Lewis Rees is returning for an over, his 12th of the innings. It'll be the last one from the racecourse end.
It better be.
Deep in discussion with his skipper, Lewis Deploy, as he places the little white disc. Lewis Deploy has just picked up a bit of grass, thrown it in the air like golfers do, and they want to see which way the wind's blowing.
The wind is blowing the same way as it's blown all day.
Yeah, absolutely. It hasn't changed at all. Here's Reese then into Charlesworth, who clips that little aerially up towards mid-on. Lackmal does the fielding. Stopped on him a bit. It was a bit slower than he thought. He was through the shot a bit early. Got away with it, though.
He's done that a few times where he's, I mean, there's a big gap between mid-wicket and long leg, and it's almost as if they've kind of identified, actually, if you bowl there, then the ball goes quite a long way in front of square, and trying to tempt him into trying to play the ball through that square leg area.
As Reese goes in again, and this time Charlesworth plays it to Sam Connors. They're into messing around mode now because he holds his hands aloft and says, I'll get it. Well, you're the nearest to it. Alex Thompson's going to bowl the final over from the City end, which is good news because the off-spinner generally gets through his overs pretty quickly. But where would you rather be at 10-7 on a Saturday night than watching two teams play out what is almost inevitably going to be a draw? In goes Reese and bowls, and that's pushed square on the offside by Charlesworth, fielded by Wagstaff. Halfway through the penultimate over of the day. I just waited to see if hasn't come up yet, to see if they're going to make Leicestershire bat again, Sussex, because they trail by 160.
I think they kind of got to, really, haven't they?
I think
Probably.
so. It's the only way they're going to force a victory, if they are to force a victory, I would have thought. In goes Reese again and bowls. That one is driven by Charlesworth straight to deploy it. Deepish mid-off.
Durham's 9th wicket partnership still hasn't been broken yet. Rain and Potts still together. Still need 52 to win, which feels like a lot, but
They have been forced to follow on because Patel and Budinger are batting again. They have 6 overs left today.
ooh,
Good heavens. In goes Reese and bowls. That's cut by Charlesworth, but he doesn't time it because it goes straight to Alex Thompson at cover. There's a cover and an extra cover. He was a bit annoyed with himself there, Ben Charlesworth, because he thought he really should have made a better contact. So if we think we're late, they've got another 25 minutes left at Leicester. It's a good effort. Value for money at Grace Road. Final ball of the Lewis Reese over, and that one is driven straight to Harry Kane at extra cover. And there's no run. So that is the end of the over. It was a maiden over, fittingly, from Lewis Reese. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 37 he sent down today. 194 for 5 with 6 balls to go. Gloucestershire trailing by 57.
I suppose from Gloucestershire's perspective, they know that Zafar Gohar will be due in next, can take his pads off because he won't be required.
How stupid is that? It is a stupid law.
It is
or
quite stupid, isn't it?
Or whatever
Yeah.
it is. Because if you get somebody out, you think,
You deserve the opportunity to be able to bowl.
have another
yeah.
go.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Madness.
It's a bit like the whole batters crossing in T20 and then now you have to bowl to the new batter. You've just taken a wicket. You deserve to be bowling at the new batter, not the person who's crossed it on strikes. I think it's sort of similar logic to that, really.
It's the one law that they used in August that I actually like. That's what came in for that, didn't it?
Yes, and then now it's everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere.
So slip, short leg, short-ish mid-wicket, but not overly so. Short-ish extra cover, but not overly so. There's a deep point on the boundary. There was a deep backward square, but Saranga Lackmal's just been told to field on the 45. So Thompson to Price, who leans forward. Done a sort of long foray forward there, Tom Price, and ended up just blocking the ball into the leg side. Picked up at short mid-wicket by Deploy. Seemed a lot of effort there for not much gain, but there we go. There's Thompson to the right-handed Price. He's back and keeping this one out, pushing into the leg side. So at the moment it looks as if Tom Price is playing for tomorrow in this final over. It wouldn't have surprised me if he hadn't had a go, really, because in some ways an over now is almost as good as and over tomorrow. In fact, arguably even more so because you can't lose a wicket. Well, you can't lose a wicket. You can't lose more than 2 wickets. Price drives for a single out towards deep cover. Harry Kane temporarily can't find the ball, but gets it under control eventually. 6 to Price, 195 for 5. But no, he's taken what was on offer there, really. A wide half volley. And allowed Charlesworth the pleasure of potentially seeing out the day.
See if he does it.
Can't quite reach 150 balls faced. Unless there's a no ball, of course.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. If there's a no, if Alex Thompson bowls a no ball,
You'll leave early.
we should all go home.
Pretty much the same field for Charlesworth. Thompson in and bowls. Charlesworth is reaching forward and struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before wicket, which is not given by Neil Bainton. Hands firmly clasped in front of him. He's trying to signal to Jack Chantry that there are 2 balls left in the day. Jack Chantry's rather preoccupied with going to the other side where he can actually see up to point. Thompson to Charlesworth. Another forward defence dribbles out into the covers, and 1 ball left in. It was day 3, wasn't it?
I believe
just
so.
had day
I believe
3.
So. I believe so.
Charlesworth waiting. Thompson in and bowls, and a ridiculous lunging defensive shot from Charlesworth where he almost threatened to tip over forwards, but he has seen out the day and he's played a really important innings for his side there as Charlesworth. 58 from 149. He held together partnerships of 76 with Miles Hammond and 79 with James Bracey, each of Hammond and Bracey being the far larger contributors, but Charlesworth's knock huge as far as keeping Gloucestershire together. And they close on 195 for 5, trailing by 56 runs.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Lewis Reeve, 3 for 37. Saranga Lackmel, incredible figures of 13 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 12, 1 for 42 for Henry Brooks, but no wickets for either Sam Connors or Alex Thompson. I can't believe we got to the end of it. We'll be back tomorrow. Goodness knows how we'll keep everybody entertained, but we'll find a way. As these sides almost certainly play out a draw. It's very difficult to see anything other than draw from this game now. We've lost 150 overs in the game. As the players leave the field, Harry Kane is allowed to lead the Derbyshire players from the field, which is nice because he got a century earlier today, his maiden first-class century, dismissed for 108. The ground staff are coming on and we're going home. We'll see you in the morning just before 11.